Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, queen of soap opera romance and author of Mystic Hearts. This is my original audiobook written by me, produced by a Novel Idea Publishing, and narrated by a real human voice. Enjoy the story.
Mystic Hearts, a sweet paranormal romance. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Alyssa Thomas. Chapter 1. Jake. I hated love triangles. I always had, but I hated them with a passion now that I'd been on the losing end of one. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel of my 1974 Bronco as I drove down the familiar streets of Mystic Harbor. Leaving wasn't an option. This town had a grip on me with its winding roads and whispered secrets. It was home, for better or for worse. And now I had to find a way to face the ghosts of my past, while hoping for a future that didn't seem so bleak. But right now, the gray skies hovering over the town weren't helping my mood. And neither was seeing Hannah Morgan as I pulled into the rusty Anchor. I clicked my tongue, wondering if I could turn around and head back to the docks until she was gone. The wave she offered me as she spotted my truck told me no. With a roll of my eyes, I whipped the truck into the front parking space and tossed the shifter into gear. Instead of crossing to her car, Hannah stuck her hands into the pockets of her well-worn jeans and waited next to the sign, eagerly announcing that today was Taco Tuesday at my eatery/bar. "You're kidding," I groaned as I pretended to fiddle with my phone, though I was certain she'd know I was stalling. I didn't want to see her. She was one of the two reasons I hated love triangles. Her boyfriend of choice, Owen Turner, small-town cop extraordinaire, was the other. With a subtle flick of my eyes over the steering wheel, I caught sight of her light eyes burning a hole through my dash. A curse escaped under my breath as I realized I couldn't avoid this. I really should have known better, I chided myself. On all counts, I murmured aloud. I should have realized Hannah was falling for Owen and not me, despite the kiss we'd shared. And I never should have rented her the apartment above my bar. "What were you thinking, Jake?" I said to myself as I rubbed the scruff on my chin before I ran my fingers through my shoulder-length hair. "You weren't," I answered myself as I swung my door open, grabbing my keys on the way out. "You avoiding me?" Hannah called, the gray skies clouding her crystal blue eyes as the wind picked up a lock of her honey blonde hair and sent it flying across her face. "Nah," I answered, my eyes stuck on the horizon. "Looks like a storm's blowing in." "Yeah," she answered. Her boot poked at the dirt as she stepped down off of the wooden porch ringing my place. "Look, Jake." "Let's not, Hannah," I answered before she could make the situation any more awkward than it already was. "I just feel like we need to address it." "Address what? You picked Owen." I shrugged, trying not to show the hurt her rejection had caused. "That's it." She offered me an apologetic half-smile that bordered on pitying. I wagged a finger at her. "See, that right there is not what I want or need." Her shoulders rose toward her ears. "I didn't say anything." "You didn't have to." I unlocked the door to the bar and swung it open, kicking a little wedge of wood I called a doorstop under it. "It's that look." "What look?" She wrinkled her nose as she followed me inside. "You know what look." I tugged stools off the bar and slammed them to the floor in a desperate effort to manage the emotions roiling inside of me. "Jake." I rounded the bar and slammed my hands against it as I leaned toward her. "Don't." She held her tongue for a minute, but I could see her mind spinning. "You know why I made the choice I made." I recalled the moment she'd made it clear he was her choice. And I almost understood it. Owen was a stand-up guy, Serious, stable, grounded. He was a cop, for heaven's sake. The son of the chief. And I didn't quite have that clean-cut appeal he did. Risky, unreliable, rogue. All words that came to mind when women described me. And a few more not-so-nice ones that had been shouted at me on occasion. Yeah, I get it, Hannah. We don't need to keep doing this dance. Gravel crunched in the parking lot outside, signaling another visitor. At this morning hour, I didn't think it was someone looking for a beer. I slid my eyes closed as the thin form of Owen Turner darkened my doorstep. It was shaping up to be a perfect day in this small town I couldn't escape. "Hey, Jake," he said as he strode in, his hands shoved into his pockets as he eyed Hannah. "Owen," I answered through a clenched jaw. Silence reigned between the three of us for too long, until I broke it. "Did you two plan this? Is this some sort of intervention?" "No," Owen answered with a shake of his head. I raised my eyebrows as I studied his green eyes and the lies dancing in them. Like I said, Owen was a nice guy. I could tell when he was lying. I always could. He really hated that about me when we were in school together. With my dark eyes boring into him, Owen shrugged. "Maybe?" "Yes," Hannah said with a shake of her head. Despite her not growing up in Mystic Harbor, she fit into the fabric of this town well, and I'd appreciated that she didn't pull punches, like she was doing right now. I growled out a sigh, grabbing a rag and wetting it before I worked on wiping down the bar. Let it go. "Jake, you went completely dark there for a while," Owen answered. I struggled not to roll my eyes, a scoff escaping me as I rubbed the bar within an inch of its life. "I did not go dark. It's called having a life." "You took off on that sailboat you have for more than a week," Hannah said. "Hadn't realized you two were policing vacations now." "Oddly timed vacation," Owen shot back. I flung the rag into the sink behind the bar and grabbed a crate of glasses to reload into the holders above the bar. "Yeah, real weird for someone to take a vacation after something bad happens." "Jake," Hannah scolded. "Look, we're just worried about you." "Yeah, I get it," I answered with a huff as I slid wine glasses onto the metal rods to hang by their bases. "You need me here, you know, to absorb all the magic." "That's not why we were worried," Owen claimed, but I knew otherwise. The hunters were important people in Mystic Harbor. We were sentinels, tasked with absorbing and containing dangerous magic to keep Mystic Harbor safe. It sounded noble, but it felt more like a curse. It wasn't the easiest gig in the world, but I'd grown up learning to do it. My dad had drilled it into my head that this was my responsibility, though it honestly felt more like a burden. In the time, I'd been enjoying some quiet time at sea courtesy of my cutter, the Silent Sentinel. Owen and Hannah had tracked down a potentially dangerous case and handled it without my help. It had led to the magical trickster getting away without their magic being captured. And somehow, this had been my fault. "Look, I get it," I said. "I need to be a sentinel. I understand, but—" My voice trailed off. What Hannah and Owen didn't understand was that sentinels were excellent keepers of magic until they were burdened with too much emotional baggage. And then all bets were off. Had I been here, could I have absorbed the magic? Maybe. But would I have let it loose again because of the difficult situation I faced? Probably. I glanced up, shifting my gaze between the two of their concerned faces, before I tossed up the wall I frequently used to protect myself. Never mind. Won't happen again. I hauled the empty container away, tossing it into the kitchen in the back before I grabbed another filled with martini glasses. "Jake, we just want to help," Owen said. "Help?" My voice took on a sharper tone than I'd hoped for. "If you want to help, Stop pestering me with this nonsense." "We're concerned." "I don't want your pity," I shouted. My frustration made my fingers slip on the glass. It smashed against the bar, a piece of glass slicing through my palm. I sucked in a sharp breath between my teeth as fresh blood bloomed. Hannah raced around the bar, grabbing a fresh towel and sweeping away the broken glass as Owen leaned closer. I tried to pull my hand away, but he caught it, tracing a finger over my wound and healing it immediately. One of his magical powers. Too bad he only used it for good, or I could have ripped it away from him. "Thanks," I murmured, not happy I'd been healed by Owen. Again. "Of course," Owen said, his eyes locked on mine in a silent promise of solidarity. But I wasn't there yet. I wasn't ready to be friends, to act like nothing had happened, to be okay with the loss. I didn't know if I'd ever be, but I couldn't keep avoiding my life in Mystic Harbor. Owen's radio crackled to life, a call coming in from the dispatcher.
"Owen, we have a situation at the psychiatric hospital again."
That phrase was code for some sort of magical containment issue. My ears pricked up at it, but unless there was proof of magical misuse, I didn't need to be involved or concerned. "We're on it," Owen answered before he glanced at Hannah, who dumped the broken glass, towel and all, into the trash before she dusted her hands. "Ready?" She shot me one last glance before she nodded. Yeah. Hannah's role as a paranormal researcher matched Owen's strengths perfectly. How had I not seen this coming with them getting together? How had I thought a paranormal investigator would be with a Sentinel? "Hey, Jake," she said as she rounded the bar toward Owen. "Stay safe, okay?" "Yeah," I said as I returned to my work, refusing to so much as glance at them. Their footsteps receded and I slid my eyes closed, hunching over the bar as I tried to control my emotions. A familiar tremor crept through my hand, and I opened my eyes as I raised it from the bar. As my hand shook, a faint glow pulsated beneath my skin, a warning that the magic I'd absorbed could escape if I didn't get a grip. The emotional whirlwind from confronting Hannah and Owen had taken more out of me than I cared to admit. My cavalier attitude had hidden the depth of the emotions I felt. I grabbed my trembling right hand with my left as I sucked in deep breaths, willing myself to calm down, to relax before I did something I shouldn't. With my eyes slid shut, I sucked in deep, cleansing breaths, desperately trying to quell the torrent of emotions that raged inside of me. From disappointment to betrayal, I ran the gamut of so many things that threatened to spill over. But with enough concentration to draw blood as my fingernails dug into my skin from holding my arm steady, I managed to sidestep the danger. I stretched my neck as the jeopardy passed, then returned to my work at the bar as I sought to shove everything away. A deep despondency settled in my gut. I was stuck here in Mystic Harbor, trapped. I could never get away. Not from my work as a Sentinel, and not from the mess I'd made of my life. I wasn't certain what the future held, but from where I was sitting, it looked pretty grim. Chapter 2. Claire. With a wince, I stretched my legs and shifted in my seat. I'd been huddled up to the window for far too long, but it wasn't much further to Mystic Harbor. I let my head fall back against the colorful, yet uncomfortable bus seat as I glanced at the scenery passing by my window. While I'd slept fitfully, I'd missed the transition from rolling mountains to the rocky New England coastline. The bus meandered along the coast as gray skies and fog clung to the shore. I sighed and unzipped my bag, the faint smell of lavender fabric softener wafting to my nostrils as I searched for my lip gloss, a small comfort from home. As I tossed it back, The guidebook Lucas had given me caught in the zipper. I yanked it free and set the glossy brochure on my lap, staring at the picturesque image on the cover.
Going to Mystic Harbor?
An older woman next to me asked. I twisted my face to her, my first instinct crying out at me to lie to her. No one should know where I was going. I couldn't let anyone find me. With a slight shake of my head to clear the idea, I nodded at her. Yes. No one was going to track down the elderly woman sitting next to me on a bus to nowhere and demand she tell them where I went.
It's supposed to be the most haunted town in Maine, you know.
Her eyes sparkled with amusement as she threw out the statement. I simply raised my eyebrows and sucked in a deep breath. Yes, I know. She offered me a somewhat surprised glance.
Hoping to spot a ghost?
More like hoping to become a ghost, my mind answered. I plastered a smile on, though, and voiced something entirely different. I wouldn't mind it. I've always been fascinated by those stories.
Oh, there are plenty of those.
Are you from there? I asked.
No,
she said with a shake of her head.
From Lubeck. No, you wouldn't get me anywhere near Mystic Harbor. Too many strange things for my taste.
So you believe the stories? I asked, genuine curiosity building in me and shoving aside my initial trepidation.
Some of them,
she answered.
Because some of them aren't stories.
I rubbed a hand over the silk photograph gracing the cover, showcasing a quaint seaside town complete with ships floating in the harbor. It looks lovely.
Looks can be deceiving.
Don't I know it? I answered as my past reared its ugly head for a moment, tugging my lips into a frown and sending my insides twisting into a knot.
You should be careful there,
the woman warned.
A pretty young lady like yourself may end up in trouble she didn't bargain for.
I've already done that, I answered. I'm hoping Mystic Harbor can save me from trouble, rather than plunge me further into it.
You may be pinning your hopes on the wrong horse,
she answered before she flipped her book open and returned to reading. I took the hint, settling into my seat to read the guidebook. I'd been familiar with many of the stories, having stumbled upon a few of them before my sudden, unplanned, and unexpected trip north. I'd always hoped to visit the places I'd read about, and now I would have the chance. I tried to psych myself up about it, to feel that quiver in my stomach that I'd experienced so many times before when I'd stared at those pictures on my phone or just before I danced on stage. But all I felt at the moment was numb. My life before I stepped on this bus had made me stop feeling anything. Anything but fear. My chest constricted as each mile passed, feeling a sense of dread mixed with relief. I raised a shaky hand to my lips, glad to have escaped, but longing for the comfort of the only home I'd ever known. I curled my fingers into fists as I squeezed my eyes closed, resisting the urge to jump off the bus at the next stop. It couldn't be my home anymore. Not after what happened. With a deep inhale, I swallowed hard, blowing out a steadying breath. I reached for the phone poking from my pocket and swiped into the messaging app. One message burned from the screen. Please let me know you're safe when you can. I'm always here for you, no matter what. Stay strong. My eyes closed with tears as I traced the edge of the phone. Lucas, I whispered.
Did you say something, dear?
The woman asked, her eyes sliding sideways. I blinked away my tears, sucking in a deep, shaky breath. No, sorry. Memories of my dance partner and my best friend rushed back into my mind, but the most vibrant ones, the ones that shoved their way violently to the front, were those of the worry and distress etched onto his boyish features. I'd clung to him in those last moments before I'd left him, my fingers lingering on his as I'd climbed onto the bus. I closed my eyes, recalling the warmth of his touch, the tightness of his embrace. With a lick of my lips, I dug through my bag and found my earbuds, shoving them into my ears and toggling on my playlist. Lucas had been kind enough to load the music onto the burner phone he'd given me, with a single number programmed into it, his. I resisted the urge to text him already, knowing I needed to grow used to a life without him, without all of my friends, without any sense of normality. As the music played, I opened the guidebook, replacing old memories with new ones, trying to connect the songs to new experiences instead of old ones. I traced the images with my fingers, trying to imagine what my new life there would be like. Would I visit this bakery pictured on page 5? Would I shop at any of these stores? I reached the section on the town's haunted reputation, my intrigue aroused more than it had been as I explored some of the town's charm. Since I was a child, I'd been drawn to tales of the supernatural. I eagerly devoured every word on the pages discussing the odd happenings, ghostly sightings, and strange scenarios. Which would I visit first? I made a game of sorting through my options to pass the time. Before I could make up my mind, my eyes grew heavy, and I nodded off. A tremor shook my body, and I startled awake, flailing an arm in the air to fend off whatever was around me. "Miss?" the bus driver said, concern on his aging features. "This is your stop." I pinched my eyebrows together, shifting in my seat to glance outside at the town. Fog clung to the buildings, shrouding them in a protective blanket. "Oh!" I scrambled to gather my things, shoving the guidebook into my bag and ripping the earbuds from my ears, sticking them into my pocket along with my phone. "Thank you." My gaze fell on the seat next to me. "Did we already go through Lubeck?" "Lubeck?" the driver asked. "No, that's my last stop on this route." I screwed up my face as I glanced around in search of the woman I'd spoken to, but she was nowhere to be found. "Oh, sorry, I'm confused, I guess." I slung my bag over my shoulder and thrust it forward to fit through the narrow aisle as I waddled toward the front of the bus. "You take care now, honey," the bus driver said, as he plopped into his seat while I descended the stairs into the soupy air. "Thanks," I said with a fleeting smile, taking my first steps into Mystic Harbor. "Welcome home," I murmured to myself. My hand found my phone in my pocket, but I resisted the urge to text Lucas until I'd settled into a motel behind a locked door. As I stood in my new hometown, everything unfamiliar, I wrapped my arms around my midriff, feeling so starkly alone. With pinched features, I rummaged through my bag and found the address for the motel I'd scribbled down in the frantic moments before I'd disappeared from Pinecrest. I twisted in a circle in search of some landmark that would help me navigate. The map application had made it seem so much easier to navigate from the bus stop. "Lost?" an older blonde asked as she lifted her coffee cup toward me. "Something like that," I answered. "I'm new, like fresh off the bus. I'm looking for the Coastal Breeze Motel." Her lips tugged into a firm frown as she wrinkled her features. "Are you sure?" I almost chuckled at her question. "Yes? It's supposed to be close, walkable?" "Honey, almost everything in this town is walkable. Well, I guess it depends on your fitness level." She let her eyes travel up and down my body. "You look fit." I huffed out a laugh. "I'm a dancer, so I'm fairly fit. Is there some reason I shouldn't go to the Coastal Breeze Motel?" "It's nasty," she answered, with another grimace, not sugarcoating the comment. "Oh," I answered with a wince. my gaze searching through the fog. I see. Well, I tried to think of a response. However, I knew I needed to conserve money until I could find something to pay my bills here. I no longer had access to my regular bank account, not unless I wanted to be found. "You should try the Seagull Inn," she said. "Clean, spacious rooms, reasonably priced." I snapped my gaze to her. "How reasonable?" "Come on," she said with a wave. "The owner's my second cousin. I'll get you a good rate." She took a few steps down the sidewalk as I hesitated before she turned back and cocked her head. "Well, come on." I slung my bag over my shoulder and hurried after her. "Thank you." She offered me a tight-lipped nod as we strolled along. "No problem. And, don't worry. I never saw you." My lips parted as I side-eyed her. "I recognize a girl on the run, honey. He hit you?" It felt odd for someone to read me so easily, and I pondered my response when she shrugged. "Sorry, force of habit. Doesn't matter what he did. If you felt you had to leave, you had to leave. You did the right thing." "Thanks," I answered, unwilling to confirm or deny her guesses. We turned a corner, heading toward a motel overlooking the water. "Oceanfront?" I asked, my mind whirling with the cost. "If you'd like," she answered, running a hand through her short blonde hair as we approached the office, the neon light declaring a vacancy beating back the fog. "Wait here, I'll see what they have. Best you don't come in. My cousin's sort of weird." I couldn't help but chuckle at her statement and her lack of pulled punches as I nodded and waited in the damp air, glancing over my shoulder as if my past was already closing in on me. The scent of the salty sea and the sound of the crashing waves lulled me into a sense of security that I hadn't felt in a long while. Maybe Mystic Harbor would be the place I needed. The door to the office popped open and the woman hovered in the doorway. "Come on in, honey." I bobbed my head as I rushed forward and stepped into the ramshackle front office of the Seagull Inn. For a second, my instincts screamed at me that perhaps this was a setup. Had this woman lured me here? "Morty, this is, Claire," I answered, as I wrung my hands. "Claire, Last names aren't needed," he said in a clipped tone. "It'll be $150. Pay up front for the first week, then end week after that." My lips parted as I tried to quickly do the math in my head for the week. "Okay," I said as I dug under my hoodie for the money pouch Lucas had given me and pulled several bills from it, counting them out to get the weekly rate. "That's $1,050 for the week, right?" The woman grabbed my hand as I counted the money with a shake of her head. "No, honey, $150. He eyed her. "Yes, $150 per night for 1 week. That's $150 for the week, honey." My jaw unhinged as I shifted my gaze between them, before my head began to wag. "No, I can't." "If you want on oceanfront, it'll be $100. Morty interrupted, peering down his long nose at me. "But Helen here says you want seaside views." My eyes went to her, wide and questioning. "Take it, honey. The views will do you good." Thank you," I said, shifting my gaze between them. "Both of you." I counted out the amount and passed it over. This would go a long way to helping me until I could find a job. Morty passed the key to me. "Room 1, our best room." "Thank you," I said, with a wave of the key. "And Helen, thank you." "Of course. I'll see you around town, huh?" "I hope so," I answered to the woman who had begun the tedious process of restoring my faith in humanity. We parted ways, and I pushed into the clean but bare-bones room that would become my new home for the foreseeable future. The lackluster, bland decor wasn't to my taste, but the kind owner who'd given me a break on the price certainly was. I dumped my bag on the bed and collapsed onto the edge before I sent a text to Lucas, informing him that I was safe and settled without giving him any other details. The simple text stirred a well of emotions I wasn't certain I was ready to process. With the phone still clutched in my hands, I finally let a few tears flow, dripping from my chin as I began to weep in earnest. I rose to retrieve a tissue from the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face before I returned to the bedroom. When I did, I spotted my guidebook splayed on the floor. It must have slipped from the pocket of my duffel bag where I'd shoved it during my hasty flight from the bus. With a sniffle, I crossed to it, finding it open to a particular page. My eyes focused on the docks, where a sea captain was supposedly spotted multiple times, roaming the planks in search of his long-forgotten ship. My lips curled into a smile. I needed the distraction. With the magazine in my hand, containing a cruise map of the town, I left my room behind and headed out for my first solo experience in Mystic Harbor. I strolled past some of the quaint shops, my heart aching as I imagined how different my life would be from my past one. When the dock finally stretched in front of me, I consulted the magazine, attempting to match the picture with real life. It took me several tries, but I finally found the spot. I stood there, wondering if I'd experience anything supernatural, but it looked like an average, everyday stretch of dock. With a sigh, I arched an eyebrow. Well, that wasn't as exciting as I'd hoped. I twisted to leave the area behind, maybe find something to eat and a newspaper to search for a job. Before I could take a step, a gust of icy wind swept past me, gusting at a rate that sent me spiraling backward. I fought to maintain my balance, but lost the battle as the strong wind refused to stop blowing. My feet slid backward, and before I knew what was happening, I was toppling off the wooden boards and plunging into the icy sea. Chapter 3. Jake. With a wince, I slid the handful of beers across the table to the group. My eyes focused on anything but my patrons. Instead, I spotted the familiar four-door belonging to one Hannah Morgan pulling into the lot. Can we get a... Yeah, ask the server, I answered as I hurried back to the bar, skirting it as I reached down for the jacket I'd shed earlier. Hey, I said to my overworked bartender, I gotta run. You got this covered, right?
Jake,
she called, shooting me an annoyed glance as she shook up a mixed drink, the tattoo on her arm dancing with each pump.
It's Taco Tuesday, man. I can't handle this crowd.
I'll hire someone else soon. This can't be avoided. I pointed a finger at her in a silent promise as I backed from the bar and disappeared into the hot kitchen. The scent of taco seasoning filled my nostrils as I sidestepped my way past the cooks and pushed out the back door into the cool, Maine air. With a quick peek around the corner of the building, I pulled back, waiting for Hannah to cross to the building before I darted out and raced to my Bronco. The last thing I needed was another run-in with Hannah. The last one had taken a toll, and I couldn't handle another. I leaned against the rough shaker siding, my jaw clenched. Another glance showed a clear shot to my truck. With my keys in my hands, I raced to it, the cold air biting my face as I hurried, climbed inside, and fired the engine, whipping out of my parking space just as Hannah stepped onto the porch. I glanced in the rearview mirror. She'd been looking for me, based on the disappointed expression she gave my fleeing vehicle. Just escaped with my life, I murmured, my knuckles white around the wheel. I turned off on a back road, snaking my way to the docks on roads where Owen wouldn't search. I made it unscathed and slid the Bronco into a parking space, my eyes set on the cargo ship I called home. Storm Chaser. Let's hope Officer Dogood isn't waiting for me on the deck. I popped open my door an icy gust of wind dancing past me and sending me diving into my jacket. I strolled down the wooden boards, eyeing the horizon. The fog still hovered over parts of the water as it often did in Mystic Harbor. In the distance, the harbor bell clanged, an eerie call to passing sailors. With a sigh, I tore my eyes from the horizon, spotting a blonde holding a magazine against the sky. Most of the time, I would have rolled my eyes at the tourist type, but there was something about her that intrigued me. A beauty of movement, a grace that didn't exist in most people. She dropped the magazine to her side with a shake of her head before she twisted and tried to take a step. Another gust of icy wind, a harsh burst that threatened to knock me down, swept past me and slammed into the woman down the dock. She struggled to maintain her balance, but the strong gust swept her off her feet and sent her tumbling into the cold water. My pulse quickened as she disappeared from my sight. Before I could think, I found myself racing toward her as I tore off my jacket. I reached the edge of the dock where she'd gone over and dove into the freezing water. The liquid surrounded me, clawing at my skin like 1,000 knives. I spun in a circle, searching the water for her. She popped up, gasping for breath and struggling to stay afloat as her muscles reacted to the cold water. I swam closer before wrapping my arms around her and tugging her toward me. With a kick, I sent us back toward the dock, holding her tight as I climbed back onto the boards, gasping for breath. I crawled closer to her as she lay curled in a ball and trembling. "Hey," I said as I patted her cheeks. "Hey, you gotta wake up." Her eyes fluttered open, but didn't focus. "Okay, I've got to get you to the hospital." "No," she murmured, her teeth chattering. No hospital." "You're freezing. You need to get checked out." Her icy purple fingers tightened around my wrist, sending a chill down my spine. "No hospital." I was no Boy Scout, so I understood her impulse to avoid places that logged your information. But she couldn't be left out here alone. "Fine," I agreed as I reached for my jacket and wrapped her in it before I scooped her up. I hurried to storm chase her and climbed aboard, rushing her to my living quarters. She struggled to keep her eyes open as I carried her. "Almost there. Then we'll get you out of those wet clothes. Try to stay awake." I couldn't help but worry, but not just about her condition. My mind questioned who she was and what her story was. And then, of course, I worried about me. The last thing I needed was an unconscious woman on my boat if Hannah or Owen came knocking. She shivered uncontrollably, her lips turning a worrying shade of blue. If I didn't act fast, she was going to be in trouble. I dumped her on my sofa and whipped a blanket over her before I raced into my bedroom and peeled off my own wet clothes, changing them for a dry set, and grabbing clothes for her, too. I hurried back to my living room and knelt next to the woman who looked close to dead. "Hey," I said, patting her cheek. "Hey, stay with me, okay?" Her eyes fluttered open, her gaze unfocused and her teeth chattering. "We need to get you out of these wet clothes," I said, with a stroke of her hair, my voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. She murmured something incoherent, but her teeth chattered too hard for me to understand. I tugged off her shoes and socks, replacing them with thick wool ones and covering her feet with a blanket, before I removed the rest of her soaked clothes, careful to keep her wrapped in a thick blanket. As she continued to shiver, I grabbed my phone from the jacket and dialed a number, calling for help before I dumped the phone on my table and knelt next to her, lifting her eyelid to check her pupils. She sucked in a sharp breath, tugging away from me. "Sorry, I just had to check. Do you feel any warmer?" She still couldn't speak, her eyelids half closed and her focus lazy. I rubbed at her arms through the blankets, intent on keeping the blood moving through her veins. Her features pinched as I continued to stroke her arms and legs. "Sorry, this isn't how I usually romance women, but you seem to be a special case." I grinned at her, hoping my humor would alleviate the awkwardness. A groan escaped her, and I couldn't tell if she was trying to laugh or genuinely annoyed by my terrible sense of humor. "Do you think you could tell me your name?" I asked. "Claire," another voice answered. I snapped my gaze sideways to find Helen, medical bag in hand, hovering in my doorway. "Helen, thanks for coming. I was just trying to keep her warm." "Yeah, I bet you say that to all the girls," Helen said as she ambled across the room, dumping her bag on the table and motioning for me to step aside. "You know her?" I asked. I hadn't recalled this woman being in town before. I would have noticed her. "You could say that," Helen answered. "How long was she in the water?" "A few minutes," I said with a shrug. "I was down on the docks. I saw her go in. I went in after her. Took me maybe 30 seconds to find her and pull her out." "That long? You're slipping in your old age." I huffed out a laugh at Helen's sense of humor. "How'd you end up in the water, honey? Was it an accident?" My brow furrowed. Why would Helen ask that? "There was a gust of wind. It nearly knocked me down and blew her right into the water," I answered for her. "Wind?" Helen asked as she tugged her stethoscope from her bag and placed it in her ears. "Must have been some wind." "It was," I answered. "You sure she didn't just see you coming and jumped?" I pressed my lips together and shook my head. "That's very funny, Helen. Very cute. The poor woman doesn't even know me. I've never seen her before in my life." I set my hands on my hips as Helen slipped the stethoscope under the blanket to listen to her heart. It's weird, though. She absolutely didn't want me to take her to the hospital. "I can imagine." I narrowed my eyes at her. How did Helen know her? And why was she asking such strange questions? Helen pulled the stethoscope from under the blanket before she pulled it from her ears and hung it around her neck. "You did the right thing. She's going to be fine. She's just cold. She needs to warm up." Helen stuffed the instrument back into her bag. "And she needs someone to keep an eye on her." "Can you do that?" I offered her a dubious nod and a shrug. "I guess. I'm going to be here anyway." "Don't go out of your way or anything, Jake," she answered as she snapped her bag closed. "And if it's not too much trouble, see if you can get her to eat. Maybe some broth or something to warm her up." "Broth. Right," I answered, still nodding. "If anything changes, you know where to find me." Helen lifted the bag in her hands before shifting her gaze back to Claire. "Claire, I'm leaving you in capable hands, honey. Jake'll make sure you're okay." She brushed past me. "She's staying at the Seagull Inn, in case you want to be a gentleman and take her home when she's recovered." "Morty's?" I said. "Yep," Helen said as she crossed to the door. I glanced back at the still shivering blonde, intrigued by her and her story. "Hey, Jake," Helen called from my door. "Yeah?" I asked, tearing my eyes away from Claire. "Careful, before you get your heart broken again." My eyebrows pinched at the words, but before I could ask, Helen disappeared. I shook my head as I sucked in a breath. I usually appreciated Helen's raw honesty, but tonight I wasn't so sure about that. I flicked my gaze back to Claire. Would this woman be the next to break my heart? Chapter 4. Claire. My eyes fluttered open, and a wave of panic surged as I took in the unfamiliar surroundings. My fingers found fabric and I glanced down. The clothes I wore weren't mine. They carried a distinct scent of the ocean, salt and fresh sea breeze, mixed with an earthy cologne that added a rugged, masculine touch. I tossed back the blanket, my heart racing as I searched for any signs of my own clothes, or any other clues about where I was or how I'd gotten there. A familiar sense of fear gripped me, and for a moment, I wondered if I'd somehow fallen into another trap. As I sat up, the last moments of consciousness raced across my mind. I recalled the rogue burst of wind that had knocked me off my feet and sent me plunging into an icy cold ocean. The raw fear started to subside, replaced by confusion and curiosity. I glanced around my surroundings, still unsure how I had gotten to them after my fall. The faint sound of the harbor bell clanging told me I was still near the coast. Had some kindly fisherman pulled me from the water? I spotted no sign of my own things as I climbed to my feet on shaky legs, a chill making me shiver. With the blanket wrapped around me again, I took a few tentative steps, the oversized wool socks on my feet bunching between my toes. Noise came from a room beyond a doorway, the clattering of dishes. I bit my lower lip, my heart racing. Visions of past terrors flashed through my mind, making me hesitant to move forward. But I had to learn the truth. Who had brought me here? And more importantly, why? Sucking in a deep breath, I steeled my nerves and stepped through the doorway toward the sound. A ruggedly handsome man stood in front of a steaming pot, stirring it. With his dark, shoulder-length hair pulled back at the nape of his neck, and a stubble that gave him an edge, I couldn't help but notice how attractive he was. But that just made me all the more wary. I tightened my grip on the blanket, ready to bolt if necessary. Before I could duck from the room and return to the safety of the solitary living room, his eyes snapped up from the pot, focusing on me, a grin sliding across his sharp features. "Hey, you're awake. How do you feel?" I tightened my fists around the blanket, my fight-or-flight instincts kicking into overdrive. "Better, I think." He took a step toward me, and I instinctively backed away. The man stopped his movement abruptly. "Oh, I just wanted to see how your temperature was." His dark eyes danced with concern. "Is that okay?" "I'm fine," I answered, struggling not to shiver again. "How did I get here?" "I saw you fall," he answered, returning to the pot and giving it another stir. "I dove in after you." I cocked my head, my forehead creasing. "You went into the water after me?" "Yeah," he answered with a nod. "The water's freezing this time of year. I wasn't sure we'd make it out without severe hypothermia." I recalled the sensation of the icy water swirling around me. It had frozen my muscles, literally. I'd barely been able to move, stunned by the coldness. It was freezing. "Yeah, and so were you when I pulled you out. But you insisted I not take you to the hospital." He dunked a ladle into the pot and poured the contents into a bowl. From the whiff I caught, it smelled like chicken soup. He repeated the action with a second bowl before he carried them both closer, thrusting one toward me. "It'll help you warm up." I stared at it for a long moment before I accepted it. He grabbed a set of spoons and guided me back to the living room, settling on the couch where I'd awoken moments ago. I eased onto the cushion next to him, my eyes sliding sideways as he dunked his spoon into the broth, and ate wholeheartedly. With a slight shift in my seat, I took a small sip of the broth. It was tasty, and I was famished. I hadn't eaten in hours thanks to my surprise bus ride to a new town. "Thank you," I said after a few bites. He arched an eyebrow. "For saving me." I raised the bowl. "And the soup." "No problem." He offered me a reassuring smile. "Helen said I should keep an eye on you for a while, and if you seemed okay, I could take you back to your place. Seagull Inn, right?" I swallowed hard, uncomfortable with a stranger knowing where I was staying. I pushed past my building panic. Not everyone was a threat. "Right," I answered, clinging to the comfort Helen's name brought me. "How do you know Helen?" "Are you serious?" he asked, a hint of levity in his voice. "How do you know Helen? You're not from around here." My brows knitted together. Mystic Harbor is a small town. New people stand out like sore thumbs, and I'm 100% certain I've never seen you. I would have remembered you." The words made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to be the center of attention right now. Not after what had happened. I met Helen when I got off the bus. She was very kind to help me find a place to stay." "Right." He smiled as he stared at me, making me uncomfortable enough to flick my gaze to the soup. "I'm Jake, by the way. Jake Hunter." "Claire Bennett," I answered with a slight smile. "Helen told me your first name earlier. You're on my boat, the Storm Chaser. It was the closest place for you to warm up." I finished the bowl of soup and set it aside, the spoon clanging around in the bowl as I placed it down too harshly, my apprehension making my movements jerky. "More?" he asked, leaning forward in anticipation of me saying yes. "No thanks, I should go." "Your clothes are still drying," he answered as he settled back in his seat. "And you really shouldn't be alone for at least a few more hours." "Right." I pulled the blanket tighter again. "Did you happen to find my phone?" "Yeah," he answered as he rose from his seat, leaning around me. The scent of a bar mixed with that musky smell and a tinge of salt water filled my nostrils as the flannel shirt he wore danced dangerously close to my face. He pulled a bag of rice from the table next to the couch, waving it in front of me. "I tried, but I'm pretty sure it's fried." My heart plummeted at the sight, and I grabbed the bag, clawing open the Ziploc seal and pulling the phone from within. "Oh, no!" "It's okay," he assured me. "I can show you where to buy a new one tomorrow. The shop's already closed for the day." Tears filled my eyes as the one lifeline I had left to my past had been severed by my fall into the cold ocean waters. My lower lip trembled as I studied the dead device. It wasn't about the inconvenience of needing a new phone despite the unexpected expense I would incur. It was that I had no way to retrieve the number Lucas had stored on it. I didn't know his number by heart. Now I couldn't contact him at all. I pressed my lips together as I slid my eyes closed, also lamenting the loss of my playlist. As ridiculous as it sounded, it was one of the last pieces of home I had. "Hey." A warm hand wrapped around my shoulder, startling me. "If you need to call someone, you can use my phone." "No," I answered. "I wouldn't know the number anyway, and I couldn't risk searching for information. I just wasn't expecting to need a new phone." "I see," he answered as he rose and collected my bowl, disappearing into the kitchen again. He returned a few minutes later with 2 bowls of the soup. "If it's the cost, I could loan you the money." I accepted the bowl, grateful to him for offering it despite my refusal, since I was still hungry. "I couldn't do that." "Seems like you kinda need the help," he answered with a shrug. I slouched a little in my seat, letting my head rest against the cushion. I must look like a basket case to him. Between my jumpiness and cryptic answers, he probably lamented the moment he decided to play hero and dive into the water after me. "You could always work it off. I'm looking for a bartender," he offered. I finally glanced at him. "Is everyone in this town usually this helpful?" He chuckled as he stared at me. "Let me guess. You're from a city." My lips finally curled into a smile as I nodded. "I am." "Yeah, I figured. Yes, most people in a small town are helpful. But if you ever tell anyone I am, I'll deny it. I have a reputation to maintain." "Got it," I said with a tiny chuckle. "Well, I don't have much experience with bartending, so I'm afraid I may not be a very good candidate." "That's where you're wrong. You probably can open a beer bottle, and you're pretty. That's about all it takes. The rest you can learn." Color rose in my cheeks at the compliment. I'd heard that line many times before, but mostly because people assumed they should say that of a dancer. But this time it felt different coming from him. "All right," I answered. "I do need a job." "Good. If you're up for it, you can start tomorrow. Bar opens at 11. "Where is it?" I asked. "Outskirts of town," he answered as he polished off his second bowl of soup. "It's kind of a far walk. I'll pick you up around 10. We'll buy the phone, and then you can help me open." I pressed my lips together. Why did this seem like it was moving far too fast? Because of the fear I lived with every day after what had happened, I reminded myself. I couldn't keep living in fear. I'd already given up enough. I'd given up my entire life. Before I could think better of it, I nodded. Okay. I finished my bowl of soup, and after I had passed my test in terms of my condition, Jake agreed to walk me home, promising to return my clothes when he picked me up tomorrow. The way his eyes lingered on me when we'd said goodnight sent a rush of warmth. I needed to be cautious, I reminded myself as I changed into my pajamas from his clothes. The next morning, I slept later than I had in a long while. Exhaustion from the emotional journey along with my unexpected swim, keeping me in bed for a lazy morning. My heart ached as I stared at my fried phone, still desperately attempting to use it. I finally gave up, pulling myself from the warmth of my covers and crossing to the tiny desk. With a cheap motel pen in hand, I grabbed the provided notepad and pressed the tip against the rough paper, trying desperately to remember Lucas's number. I got as far as the area code, which I knew by heart, but froze after that. I forced myself to jot down a few digits before I shook my head and tore away the sheet, tossing it aside to start over. I spent over 30 minutes trying to force my brain to remember the number that I probably saw daily, but never actually needed to type in when I used it. With a groan, I let my head sink into my hands as I lined the best potential guesses on the desk, the others in crumpled heaps around my chair. I'd have to try again later, but for now I needed to get ready to meet Jake. I hurried in to take a shower and pull on my clothes before I carefully folded his. As I finished straightening the flannel shirt, a knock sounded at the door. With the clothes pressed against my chest, I crossed to open it, finding Jake waiting outside. He thrust his hand forward, offering me a crumpled heap that I recognized as my clothes. Thanks," I answered, with a confused smile as I swapped with him. I crossed to the bed and tossed them on top to deal with later, before I returned to the door, purse in hand. I found Jake's gaze fixed on the messy workspace before he shot me a glance. With a hasty smile, I stepped past him into the cool sea breeze and slammed the door shut. He snapped his eyes to mine, offering me a nod and a smile before he motioned to the old Bronco in the nearly empty parking lot. "Shall we?" After purchasing a new phone, we made the short trip to the Rusty Anchor. I peered through the windshield at the quaint bar, noting the sign outside still announcing yesterday's menu. "Aw, I missed Taco Tuesday," I said with a click of my tongue. "That's what happens when you fall off the docks," he answered as he shoved his door open. I did the same, sliding out of the truck as he met me, motioning toward the bar. His keys jangled as he found the right one and unlocked the bar, pushing the door open. "What were you doing there, anyway?" "Oh, nothing," I answered as I adjusted my purse on my shoulder. "You can set that behind the bar and start loading those glasses up there." He pointed to a crate of freshly washed wine glasses before he poked a finger at the ceiling. "And no one just wanders around the docks." I stood on my tiptoes, sliding a glass onto the metal rack. I was looking for a ghost?" He slowly slid a stool down to the floor as he stared at me. "You're kidding, right?" I tugged my lips back into a wince. That brochure said it was there? With a roll of his eyes, he tugged another stool from the bar and set it down. "Tourists." Hey, I'm a townie now, not a tourist, I teased. His eyebrows rose, his lips turning up with amusement. Townie? Is that what you think we call ourselves? I shrugged as I slid another glass onto the rack. Maybe. I don't know. I've spent my entire life in the city. Oh yeah? Which one? My features went blank. In my attempt to act normally, I'd already gotten myself in trouble. I couldn't tell him where I was from. He may find something he shouldn't. I grabbed a different set of glasses. Where do these go? He poked a finger to a different rack, and I nodded, hoping he didn't push the issue further on my hometown. As I continued to work, now quieter than I had been, another woman strode through the door, peeling off her hoodie to reveal 2 heavily tattooed arms. She glanced at me, raising her eyebrows before she shot a look at Jake. He grinned at her. You asked for help. I got you help. Claire, this is Jade. Jade, Claire. Jake disappeared into what I assumed was the kitchen as Jade skirted the bar and tossed her stuff next to mine behind it. Hello, I said with a soft smile.
You ever worked a bar before?
No, I answered. I'm sorry, but I need the job. She grabbed another crate of glasses and expertly hauled it over to the bar before she started to empty it much faster than I had.
Uh-huh. You his latest?
I didn't know what she meant. My eyebrows knitted in confusion. What? She eyed me as she finished her task and tossed the crate aside in favor of wiping the bar down.
Why'd he offer you the job? I mean, if you've never bartended.
Oh, I said with a nod. I see. Well, I'm new in town, and I needed the work. He was very nice to offer. She smirked at me, the piercing in her nose catching the light.
Yeah, that's Jake.
Is he always this nice to strangers, then?
Only the pretty ones.
My forehead creased at her words, and my lips parted. Before I knew it, a finger playfully tapped my chin.
Watch your heart around that one, honey. He's a lady killer.
The words stung me more than I'd imagined they would. As Jake strode back into the bar, I found myself giving him another wary glance. I'd had enough trouble with men, and I didn't need any more. I needed to be cautious around Jake Hunter. Chapter 5. Jake. I watched Claire, smiling a little as she balanced another tray of beers for the lunch crowd. Jade was putting her through the paces, but she was taking it like a champ. The muscles that popped out from under the short-sleeved t-shirt she revealed after doffing her hoodie surprised me. She hadn't seemed that bulky when I tugged her out of the water, but apparently she was built of lean muscle. She intrigued me more than I wanted to admit, even to myself. Helen's warning echoed in my mind. Careful before you get your heart broken again. It was advice I couldn't afford to ignore. I puckered my lips as I realized she could break a man's heart easily with that demure smile and sweet disposition. Next to me, Jade clicked her tongue as she shook up a mixed drink before pouring it into a tall glass and garnishing it with a lemon.
You're so predictable, Jake.
I slid my eyes sideways to her. What's that supposed to mean?
You're always a sucker for a pretty face.
I rolled my eyes as I heaved a sigh. I am not.
You are too. What'd she do to get the job? Bat her eyelashes?
No, she needed some help. I helped. I'm a nice guy, see? As soon as Claire returned to the bar and slumped onto a stool, setting her tray on it, Jade slammed the Long Island iced tea on it.
Table 3.
With a deep inhale, she dragged herself off the stool to deliver the drink. Is that why you're running her ragged? Because she's pretty? Jade chuckled as she filled a glass with ginger ale for herself.
Oh, Oh, so you think she's pretty, huh? Now the truth comes out.
Come on, Jade. Anyone with eyes can see she's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
She answered with a knowing smile.
She's too nice a girl for you, Hunter.
I let my head fall backward as I groaned as Jade smirked at me. Claire returned, a tired smile on her features as she glanced at me. Jade was likely right. She was too nice of a girl for me. But that didn't stop me from wanting to know her better. She wasn't like anyone I'd ever met, and she definitely seemed too gentle for what I'd expect for a woman who had lived her entire life in the city. It reminded me that she'd never told me where she was from. In fact, it seemed she had sidestepped the question entirely.
You should take your break,
Jade told her. I'm okay, Claire answered, seeming determined to make a good impression on her first day.
Take your break,
Jade said with an encouraging nod.
I've got it under control.
Thanks. There was that sweet smile again. Only this time she directed it at Jade, making me wonder if she didn't like me as much as I hoped she did. I think I'll check on things in the kitchen, I said as I tossed the towel slung over my shoulder onto the bar. A sharp laugh burst from my tough bartender.
You couldn't be any more predictable.
I'm trying to be nice. She offered me a knowing glance as I skirted past her and followed Claire outside. I admired her from the doorway as she stared out over the choppy water, her arms wrapped around her. How are you holding up? I asked. She startled, spinning to face me and offering me a tight-lipped smile. Okay, thanks. Jade's really putting the screws to you, but she'll warm up once you've been put through your paces. Claire nodded.
I don't mind. She's been fairly helpful.
So, I've been thinking. I flicked my gaze across the water, trying to act casual though my heart thudded a little harder. If you need someone to show you around town, I'd be happy to. She offered me a confused smile, narrowing her eyes.
Are you always this hands-on with your new employees?
Well, no. Jade has lived here all her life, so she didn't need the tour. But you, well, let's just say I don't want to have to dive off any more docks to save you.
I wasn't planning on falling into the water again.
I took a step closer to her, following some magnetic pull that I couldn't resist. Well, you know what they say about best-laid plans. My voice softened as she tilted her head up to me, her light blue eyes like two pools that could swallow me whole. I reached to slide a lock of her hair behind her ear as it blew wildly in the wind, but my hand never made it before we were interrupted. Hey, Jake, Hannah's voice said, drawing both of our attention and sending Claire scurrying back a step. My former almost flame slid her eyes back and forth between us before she settled them on me, one eyebrow arching. Hannah, I said, my voice tense before I cleared my throat. What can I do for you? She took one last look at Claire before she shoved her hands into her pockets, refocusing her gaze on me.
Sorry to interrupt. I need to speak with you. It's important.
I read the subtle subtext. This was about a case. Likely the one she and Owen were working on yesterday when I'd gotten their lecture. I had a feeling she had another one in store for me after the scene she'd just witnessed. I'd better get back to work, Claire said quietly as she slipped between us and back into the bar. I watched her go, wishing I'd have had the chance to touch that soft, blonde hair. When I turned, I found Hannah's eyes on me, her gaze questioning. Don't, I warned in a preemptive strike.
Wow, that seems defensive.
What do you need, Hannah? She lifted her shoulders with a shake of her head.
You to lose the attitude to start.
I narrowed my eyes at her. Can we stop pretending that this is not awkward?
It doesn't need to be.
I chewed my lower lip, casting my gaze over the rocky sea again. this time to avoid the emotions boiling beneath my surface. Do you actually want something from me, or is this just another ambush about you picking Owen? Her features pinched with aggravation, a look I'd seen many times before. She wanted to say more, but instead she treaded lightly. We've got trouble. So, what else is new? I asked. Serious trouble, she answered. We're going to need containment, most likely. But first, we need to find the culprit. I bobbed my head, my gaze falling to the ground. Right. I'll be around. I'm not leaving. She tilted her head, her eyes searching mine. Where'd you meet her? Are you serious? My eyebrows raised to my hairline as incredulousness filled my voice. Hannah shrugged. Just asking. Can't a friend ask a friend a question? With a click of my tongue, I huffed out a breath. Come on, Jake. We were friends before all of this. And you know we're not right for each other, right? I stretched my neck as I scrubbed my face with a hand. I didn't want to get into this again. I'd thought I had a shot at happiness, but it had all been an illusion. Did I know Hannah wasn't the right woman for me? I took another glance inside the bar, my mind unclear. Maybe I knew Hannah wasn't right for me after meeting her, but I still didn't want to talk about how things had gone down. Yeah, well, that kiss we shared sure sent mixed signals, I hissed. Hannah pressed her lips together, her head bobbing. That's fair. Oh, I'm so glad you think it is. Now, is this conversation over? Not yet. You haven't answered my question. I furrowed my brow, my gaze snapping back to hers. Are you kidding? No, she answered, refusing to back down. Her lips that I used to find so kissable pinched tightly. Where'd you meet her? Why? I asked, my voice turning sharp. A few reasons. Really? Is one of them jealousy? Her features squashed as she avoided my gaze, glancing sideways with an amused but fake smile. What? That's crazy. Oh, is it? Because you're constantly in my face, and the second I look at another woman, you're digging into it like it's one of your investigations. So, are you dating her? I clicked my tongue, searching the skies above for patience or some sort of intervention. Why? I'm just asking, Jake. That's what friends do. They ask questions. They are interested in their friends' lives. It's none of your business. Hannah cocked a hip, stamping a boot on the ground. Okay, fine. I find her sudden appearance here, and interest in you, convenient. My features melted with confusion. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, stop acting like I've committed some crime. I'm serious. You're a Sentinel. We've got what looks like a pretty dangerous investigation ramping up, and suddenly, Little Miss Perfect shows up, making eyes at you. This is unbelievable. I can't believe you think Claire. Claire? Her eyebrows shot up as her interest peaked. Does she have a last name? My nostrils flared as my aggravation hit a new peak. I clenched my jaw, wagging a finger in her face. Stay out of this, Hannah. With that, I stormed into the kitchen. Despite Hannah's call after me, I pushed through the swinging door into the bar, which had already calmed down from the lunch crowd, catching Claire by the arm as she grinned a little too much at one of the patrons while dropping his beer off. To be fair, it wasn't so much her smile as it was the giddy one he gave her back that added to my annoyance. She twisted to face me, her smile slipping. You've done enough work for the first day. Let's go check out the town. Now? She asked as she extended a finger toward Jade. Jade said we normally work until 7 or so. Jade doesn't own the bar. I do, I answered, my voice still strained after the confrontation with Hannah. She stared up at me, her features pinched with confusion before she blinked a few times and nodded. Okay. She scurried behind the bar to dump the tray and grab her things, murmuring something to Jade. Jade scoffed, shooting me a challenging glance, which I pretended not to see, instead plastering a smile on my face as Claire approached. I led her outside and we climbed into the truck. I fired the engine and tore out of the parking spot as Hannah rounded the front of the building and climbed the stairs to the apartment overhead. I wished I'd never have rented it to her. I could have offered it to Claire. I rubbed my lips as my mind turned to mush over a woman I'd just met. Maybe she did have magical powers. Is everything okay? Claire asked. I twisted to find her gripping the armrest with white knuckles. I lifted my foot from the accelerator as I noted my higher rate of speed. Yeah. Did I do something wrong? The words struck at my heart. My mood wasn't her fault, but that was all she'd seen in my actions. I snapped my gaze to her. No, you did great. I thought that was enough for the first day. Plus, you need to settle in. Explore the town a little bit. I whipped into a parking space at the docks, killed the engine, climbed from the car, and hurried around the back to open Claire's door. You really don't need to do this, she said as she slid from the truck and glanced up at me. Would you prefer I didn't? I wondered if the hurt roiling in my heart showed through in that question. Her blue eyes studied mine for a moment before she shook her head. I couldn't stop the slight smile that curled my lips. Good. I led her to Main Street, explaining that most of those shops would cater to tourists. But we still had a nice time strolling past before I took her to the business district most of us townies used. I'm never going to live that down, am I? She asked, grinning at me. I doubt it, I answered, my expression matching hers as I chuckled. I paused outside of Harbor Scoops and poked a finger at the giant lobster holding an ice cream cone. How about some ice cream? Before my dinner? She asked. With a playful smile, I closed the gap between us. I don't always play by the rules. So I've heard, she answered. Fine, but only if I pay. You've done enough for me. She spun on a heel and pushed into the shop, while I still stood dumbfounded on the sidewalk. A second later, she poked her head outside. Are you coming? Yeah, I answered, following her inside to order our ice cream. With a sweet treat in hand, we continued walking through town. As she was pausing to finish her last bite, Claire seemed to spot something, her eyes widening. Is that a dance studio? I followed her gaze before giving a quick nod. Yep, us townies sometimes engage in those types of things. She pressed her lips together, shooting me an unimpressed glance before she hurried across the street. Do they rent time? I mean, can I pay for blocks of time to use the studio? I murmured. This may come as a surprise, but I'm not really a dancer. I thought you townies danced, she asked as she peered through the window like a kid looking at a toy store. Miss Lisa, the town's foremost and only dance instructor, waved us inside as she helped an older couple perfect their waltz stance. Claire's eyes lit up as she bounced on her toes and headed for the door. I followed behind her, hoping she didn't rope me into anything embarrassing like a free lesson. Though I wouldn't have minded an excuse to hold her close and see how it felt. Hi, Lisa said with a wave. Well, Jake, I never thought I'd see you here. I'm not really here. I'm sorry, Claire gushed. I'm afraid I dragged him. I was just admiring your studio and wondering if you rented time. Well, Lisa said, her features pinching with confusion. I don't know. I normally just teach classes. I've never had anyone want to use the space themselves. For what, exactly? Oh, practice, Claire answered, the grin never leaving her face. Alone? Lisa asked, still completely stunned by the conversation. Claire bobbed her head. I don't need lessons. That statement intrigued our resident dance instructor, and she shot her eyebrows up. Really? Would you like to demonstrate? Claire smiled, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Sure, I'd love to. How about some ballet? Lisa nodded, gesturing toward the studio floor. I had to admit I was a little curious about her dance skills. I wondered if she'd end up earning a frown from Miss Lisa. Claire quickly slipped off her shoes, stepping onto the smooth floor in her socks. Turning her feet out, she sucked in a deep breath, straightening as she centered herself before she rose onto her toes, one foot pressed against her standing leg, as she spiraled around at an impressive speed. Her movements fluid and emotional, captivating both Lisa and me. Well, Lisa said with a half-chuckle as Claire finished, that's quite impressive. Thank you, Claire said with a grin. Is ballet your only style? No, I'm trained in all forms of ballroom, Latin, ballet, a little tap, and even some hip-hop. I blinked at the impressive list she rattled off, which also seemed to excite Lisa. Have you ever thought of teaching? Teaching? Claire asked. Yes, Lisa continued, her enthusiasm obvious. I think you'd make an excellent instructor. Would you be interested in teaching some classes? Claire's lips parted, her interest obvious before she glanced at me. Oh, well, it would depend. You should take it, I answered. I'll find another bartender. Bartender? Lisa coughed out. Oh, my dear, your talents are wasted tending bar. You simply must teach for me. Okay, Claire said. Lisa and Claire discussed the details of her start date and a few other things before we left the studio behind, with Claire to return tomorrow. As we strolled away from the studio heading for a celebratory dinner, I slid my eyes sideways to peer at the enigma that was Claire Bennett. I found myself unabashedly intrigued by her, but Hannah's early accusations niggled at my thoughts. Was Claire Bennett who she said she was? Or was I in for another broken heart? Chapter 6. Claire. As my eyes fluttered open, the early morning sun peeking through the slit in the too short curtains, excitement made my stomach flutter. Despite the sparse furnishings, the sight of my dance shoes neatly lined up on the floor brought a sense of comfort. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face as memories of pirouetting in the dance studio flooded back to me. I hadn't thought I'd dance again for a long while, and while it was a far cry from what I was used to, it would go a long way to fill the void I'd had from the moment I'd stepped onto the bus to Mystic Harbor. I tossed back my covers, my first thought to text Lucas when I realized I couldn't. The other complications that came from a life on the run filled my mind, dampening my sense of joy more than they should have. I traced the outline of the thin bedspread as I resigned myself to a life devoid of any of the personal contact I'd had in my former life. I'd expected to have at least one lifeline with Lucas, but when I'd tumbled into the icy waters of the Atlantic, that hope had died right along with my phone. With a deep sigh, I shoved the negative thoughts aside, trying to focus on the positive ones. I could dance again. Even if it was through teaching and not on stage, it was something. I had a few hours before I needed to be at the studio, so I perched on the rickety desk chair and pressed the pen to the paper again, forcing my mind to try to recall Lucas's number. With my eyes squeezed closed, I tried to recall the number that had appeared on my screen so many times when I'd called or texted him. I'd never paid any attention to it, never assuming I would be in the position to need it. How foolish I had been. The memory of my last moments with him fluttered through my mind, and though unbidden, I couldn't stop myself from indulging in them, no matter how bittersweet they were. The cool night breeze had tickled my skin as I'd stood on wobbly knees at the bus station. Tears had filled both of our eyes, but Lucas had been as reassuring as he could be. "We'll see each other again." I couldn't answer, my features pinching as I tried not to cry. "Claire, I know this is hard, but—" I flicked a tear away from my cheek. "I don't have many other choices." "I think you'll feel safer this way." The words only made me cry harder. "I'm not sure I'll feel safe again. My entire life, it's gone." Lucas hadn't responded in that moment verbally, but instead, he'd pulled me into his arms, squeezing me tightly before he kissed the top of my head and said, "Wait here." He disappeared into the bus station, leaving me sniffling outside of the bus, ready to whisk me away from the only life I'd ever known. When he reappeared, he held a phone in his hand. "I know it's a little risky, but here's a burner. I programmed my number into it, along with the playlist of the songs we've danced to together. Let me know when you're safe." I stared down at the bus ticket clutched in my hand, wrinkled from the pressure I'd put on it. "Okay." "And hey," he said, forcing a smile onto his boyishly handsome features, "look up some of those cool haunted sites you always wanted to visit." "Yeah," I said, giving him a fake smile. "Yeah, it'll be like a vacation." He bobbed his head as my mind added, "One I'll never come back from." Lucas rubbed my arm and I'd thrown mine around his neck, clinging to him before he finally pushed me back and motioned toward the bus. As the memory faded, I found myself fighting back tears one more time. Part of me wanted to purchase a bus ticket and return to Pinecrest, to the life I knew. But the other part of me still trembled in fear from what I'd faced there. If I could just remember your number, maybe I'd stop feeling so lost. I sat there for another few minutes, jotting down random numbers in the hopes of jogging my memory, before I gave up and headed for the shower. I couldn't stop myself from smiling as I pulled on the dance gear I'd packed because I couldn't bear to be without it. With a few sets of shoes clutched in my arms, I headed for the door just in time to hear a knock. I pulled the door open without managing to drop any of my precious dance shoes, finding Helen on the other side. "Helen," I greeted with a smile. "Hi." She eyed the shoes in my hands, her smile not fading. "That's quite a collection. Plan on doing some dancing?" I grinned at her as I nodded. "Yes, I got a job with Miss Lisa." "Oh, wow. That's impressive. Lisa doesn't trust many people with dance instruction. You must have really impressed her." "Oh, well, I hesitated, trying to explain without telling her any details that would expose me. "I'm very grateful to her." "Sounds like you're doing pretty well for yourself here," Helen said. "I just figured I'd stop by to see how you were doing. But it looks like you know how to take care of yourself. By the way, you should try the pastries at the coffee shop down the street. They make the best blueberry muffins." I offered her a smile. I really stumbled into this by luck, the same way I found you on my first day here. I really can't thank you enough for helping me. I shifted my weight, lifting one shoulder. And from what I understand, you helped me even more than I realized. I'm sorry. I don't remember even seeing you after I fell into the water. "Ah," Helen said with a curt nod. "So, Jake told you he called me." "He did. Thank you, again. So, are you the town doctor?" She threw back her head with a laugh. No, honey. I work with the dead ones, not the live ones." My eyes widened. I'm a coroner." My eyebrows knitted. Oh, I didn't think a small town like this would have a coroner. A lot of weird things happen around here, so they like to keep me on staff for emergencies. It doesn't pay much, but I'm basically retired, so it doesn't matter. Weird things? My mind struggled to make sense of her statement. Before I could ask further, she said, "Well, I suppose I should let you head over to the studio before I make you late on your first day. Hey, how about a celebratory coffee on the way? Make it a tea and you've got a deal, but only if it's my treat." "Oh, now that you got a job, you're going to throw your money around, huh?" "Big spender," I said with a giggle as I slung my purse over my shoulder and pulled my door closed behind me. "Now, where is the coffee shop the townies like best?" "Townies, huh?" Helen asked. I chuckled again. Yeah, Jake teases me about that. She stiffened a little at the mention of his name, and Jade's words flooded back to me. "Is he, I tried to formulate my statement in a way that made sense. "Single?" she filled in. "Yep." Heat rose into my cheeks as I shook my head. "No. Is he a nice guy?" Helen puckered her lips as we strolled down the sidewalk, her gaze trained on the horizon. "Depends on who you ask." "I'm asking you," I answered, my voice more tentative than I'd hoped. But I needed to know. I had to be safe, and what had happened in Pinecrest colored everything so darkly that I didn't know which way was up anymore. She finally flicked her gaze to me, studying my face. "I think Jake's a complicated guy. But for the right women, yeah, I think he'd be a nice guy." The answer left a little to be desired, but before I could follow up, she tugged open the door under a swinging coffee cup and hesitated. "You coming?" I offered her a fleeting smile as I nodded and climbed the few stairs into the sweet-smelling coffee shop. My mind still whirled with questions, but I shoved them all aside. The last thing I needed right now was a relationship, especially with a man who had been described as complicated. With our drinks in hand and my debt to Helen somewhat repaid, we parted ways and I hurried through the streets to the studio. Lisa was just opening the door as I arrived. "Good morning! Ready for your first day?" I grinned eagerly as she held the door for me. "Yes, I am. I wasn't sure what classes you wanted me to teach, so I brought all my shoes. As I mentioned, I have experience in a variety of things, but ballet, modern, and ballroom are my best." "Your dancing is absolutely superb," Lisa answered, "though I'm afraid you'll find our little studio a bit beneath your skill level." "Oh, I don't mind teaching beginners. I'm just thrilled to be able to dance. And if it's not too much to ask, could I come in before classes or stay late to practice?" Lisa held up a key. "The studio is yours whenever you would like it." I dumped the shoes on one of the chairs in the waiting area and snatched it, staring at it like it was the key to my entire life. "Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me." "So, I never got to ask you. Where did you train? You have such a natural grace." I couldn't admit my background to her. I was, after all, trying to hide out here, not put myself back in the spotlight. Lisa, can I be honest with you about something?" My voice wavered, betraying my nerves. Lisa offered me a blank stare. I licked my lips before plowing ahead with my sob story. I'm not comfortable sharing too many details about my past right now. I'm in a bit of a situation, and I'm trying to keep a low profile. Lisa's expression softened as she laid a soft hand on my arm. "I understand, and I'm sorry. You're safe here." "Thank you," I answered, relief washing over me. "That means a lot." Lisa didn't push the issue further, and our conversation turned to my schedule and my first class. Despite my nerves at being able to impart good advice and bring the best out in my dancers, I guided a delightful group of 4-year-olds through some basic ballet before I taught a group of older dancers how to cha-cha. The day flew by, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I couldn't stop smiling as I guided people through their lessons, offering tips and tricks. As I waved the last of my students away, and Lisa, I shuffled through the empty studio, changed my shoes, and turned on a song I knew had been on my phone before I'd fried it. My eyes closed as I instinctively moved to the music through the routine that had been one of Lucas and my most popular dances, one that would win international awards. The familiar steps flowed easily through me, but the lack of my partner to share the movements with sent a pang of longing and loss through me with every step. The music swelled, and tears pricked my eyes as I found myself unable to complete the movements without his support, both physical and beyond. My movements slowed, and I tried to blink my tears away, but they fell, tracing silent paths down my cheeks. Lost in the dance and my memories, my shoulders shook with silent sobs. I dropped to the floor in a heap, hugging my knees to my chest and burying my face in my hands, the tears flowing freely. A warm hand slipped around my shoulder, and I startled, snapping my gaze toward it. "Hey," Jake said softly. "You okay?" I quickly wiped at my cheeks, forcing a smile. Yes. "Bad first day on the job?" he asked. I shook my head as I brought my feet under me and rose with his help. He tugged me upward differently than Lucas did, and I misjudged his strength, falling into his arms. "Oh, sorry," I said, my eyes going wide. He didn't make a move to right me, tightening his grip on me just slightly. "It's okay." The way he stared at me, his dark eyes lingering on my lips, made my heart pound more than it should have. A mix of trepidation and yearning swirling in me. Desperate to shift the focus from my emotions and the lingering silence that seemed to be leading us toward a moment I didn't know if I was ready for, I said, "Would you like to learn a dance move?" He offered me a fleeting smile. "Sure, why not?" I licked my lips as I pushed back from his embrace with a nod. "Let's start with something simple. A cha-cha step." The tension between us remained as I slid his arm around my waist and slipped my hand into his, before I tapped his right foot with my left and instructed him on how to begin. Finally, after a few missteps, the strain between us eased, and light-hearted laughter replaced it. "I'm sorry. I'm terrible at this. I feel bad," Jake said. "You're not. You're doing well for your first time." "Really? You may want to check with your toes about that." I giggled as we broke apart. I have had my toes stepped on plenty of times when I was beginning. "Yeah?" He raised his eyebrows toward his hairline. "That many times?" I offered him an amused glance. "Uh-huh, and guess what?" He cocked his head. "I've even been dropped quite a bit." "Dropped?" I bobbed my head. "Like on the floor?" I saw his mind reaching to understand what I meant. With a slight wince, I explained. "There are a lot of lifts in partner work. You don't always get it right. Once, I was working with a new partner, and he dropped me from an overhead lift right on my tailbone. I was bruised for weeks." "Ouch," Jake said with a frown. I hadn't realized dancing was so dangerous.
You'd be surprised, I said with a slight laugh. As our gazes locked again, a strange noise echoed through the studio, like a distant whisper. The lights overhead flickered, drawing my attention up before they finally went out. A sudden chill ran down my spine, and the temperature seemed to drop rapidly. Jake moved closer to me, his arms snaking around my waist. I peered out the windows, trying to see if the studio was the only one with power problems. My heart stopped as I spotted ice forming on the glass, spreading rapidly and thickening until I could no longer see the sidewalk beyond them. "What is happening?" I whispered, taking a step toward them, but Jake held me back. I glanced down at his hand, my eyes going wide. His skin seemed to pulsate with a blue-white light. My breath turned ragged, and I snapped my gaze up to him, my eyes questioning. "Jake? What is happening?" As quickly as the issue started, everything faded away. The windows returned to normal, and the lights hummed to life. My heart, however, continued to hammer against my ribs as I stared at the mysterious man next to me. He pressed his lips together, his gaze lingering on the window.
"There's something I need to tell you."
I raised my eyebrows, holding my breath as I waited for the answer. What could possibly explain what I had just experienced?
Chapter 7. Jake. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as the presence of a nefarious form of magic snaked past me, wrapping its dark claws around Claire. Instinctively, I wrapped my arm around her waist, pulling her closer to me. She took a bold step toward the frosted windows, a side effect from the probing magic that swirled in the studio. But I tightened my grip around her, ready to defend her if necessary.
"What is happening?"
she whispered before she glanced down at my arm. I couldn't hide what I was from her. The aggressive magic, along with my deep desire to protect this woman, no matter the cost, brought out my Sentinel side. The energy pulsed just below my skin, and in the darkened room, Claire easily spotted it. Her breathing turned ragged, and she cut her gaze to me, silently demanding answers.
"Jake, what is happening?"
The magic receded, the room returning to normal, and the lights flickering back to life. With her pressed against me, I could feel the too-fast beat of her heart. This wasn't exactly how I hoped tonight would go when I showed up, spotting her in the throes of a beautiful dance routine that had devolved into tears. We'd shared a tender moment that I had thought may end with a kiss, until the magic had appeared. I pressed my lips together, flicking my gaze out the window. "There's something I need to tell you." She raised her eyebrows, prodding me without a word. I flicked my eyes to hers, my heart heavy with the weight of the truth I needed to share. This could be the beginning of the end for us, and the thought gnawed at my insides. "Claire." She stayed silent for a moment before she shook her head, her features pinching.
"Jake, you were glowing."
"Yeah," I said with a nod, my arm still around her waist. She pushed back against me, fighting to remove herself from my grip. But that was a mistake. The last thing I needed was for her to panic and run, not before I tried to explain.
"Let go of me," she cried, her voice filled with panic.
"Hey, easy," I said, my arm still tight around her. "I'm not going to hurt you." Her eyes were wide with fear, and I could feel the rejection looming, twisting my insides into a tight knot. The last thing I wanted was to scare her more, but I couldn't let her go without explaining. "Claire,
I'm not going to hurt you. Please just listen to me. Please, let go of me, she said through a sob, her tone pleading. I just need to explain, and I don't want you to run before I can do that. Okay, she agreed. Her voice quivered. Against my better judgment, I eased my grip on her, and she scurried back a few steps, some of the panic in her eyes easing. She ran her hands through her hair, mussing the perfect ponytail as she paced in front of me. Did I imagine that? No, I answered with a shake of my head, my hands falling to my hips. She stopped her ambling, her gaze fixed on me. Claire, there are things in Mystic Harbor that aren't natural. Her eyelashes fluttered. Not natural? Magic, Claire, I answered. There's magic here. Some of it is good, and some of it is bad. The questioning glance on her face twisted into one of disbelief. Magic. The tone of her voice suggested she didn't believe me, but I could show her. Are you magic? Yes and no, I answered. I'm a Sentinel. I guard the magic, and if someone misuses it, I take it. It gets stored in my body, and because of that, sometimes I glow. She stared at me with a straight face for a few seconds, before her eyes slid sideways. Is this a joke? Like a town initiation thing? No, I said with a shake of my head. I can prove it. Her eyebrow arched a quiet dare. You asked for it, I murmured as I stretched out my forearm, squeezing my fist as I forced some magic to the surface. The bluish glow pulsated in my hand before I opened my fingers and allowed some to slip free. A whirlwind of air circulated around us, lifting chairs and even Claire into the air. Her lips parted, her chest heaving as her breathing ramped up. I quickly stopped the effect, catching her before she could hit the ground. A lot of magic manipulates the elements. I can't believe this. Is this real? It's very real. And it's very dangerous if not handled properly. Her forehead creased as she pressed a palm against it. So, before she could finish her statement, my phone jangled in my pocket. I fished it out, glancing at the display. Hannah. I wanted to ignore it, to spend more time explaining things to Claire, but I knew she wouldn't let that happen. With a slight shake of my head, I swiped to take the call. Hannah. Jake, we have a problem. Yeah, I know. You know? Hannah asked. I flicked my gaze to the floor. Yeah, I just had a manifestation where I'm at. I'm assuming you did too? And then some, Hannah answered. We need you here. Okay, where are you? Near the school. Get here as soon as you can. Right. I ended the call, glancing up at Claire, who still wore a concerned and uncomfortable expression. I wasn't about to leave her, not after what I'd seen. Look, I need to... Go? She finished for me, wrapping her arms around herself. Okay. You're coming with me. Her gaze snapped up to meet mine, a touch of that panic rising in them again. I'm just going to close up here and go back to the motel. You're going to close up and come with me, I insisted, my voice firm. It's not safe. Her features pinched a little, her nose crinkling with defiance. Claire, I'm not asking. Her lower lip trembled, but she firmed her jaw, bending to unfasten her dance shoes and stow them in a cupboard. She tugged on her street shoes and grabbed a hoodie, slipping into it and zipping it tightly before she shoved her hands into the pockets. I motioned for her to precede me to the door, and she crossed to it, dousing the lights in the studio before she pushed into the cool night air. I waited as she locked the door and slid the keys into her purse before she adjusted the handle on her shoulder, offering me a dubious glance through her eyelashes. The cold night air sent a shiver down my spine. Claire glanced around, still processing what I had told her, and still looking uncertain. "My truck's at the docks," I said. Her eyes darted around the empty street as if searching for help. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her purse. "I just need some time," she said, her voice soft and wavering. "Claire, it's not safe. I need—" Before I could finish the statement, she bolted. Her footsteps echoed through the empty street, her breath visible against the cool air as she raced toward the corner. My heart sank, but I couldn't let her go. "Claire, wait!" I sprinted after her, my boots pounding the pavement. She glanced back, her eyes wide with fear, but she didn't slow. I pushed myself to run faster as she disappeared around the corner. When I swung around it, I saw her come to an abrupt stop, her chest heaving with panic. The streetlights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows on the pavement. 3 large, black dogs stood in her path, their eyes glowing a menacing red, and their teeth bared in a threatening growl. Claire spun to face me, terror etched across her features. "Don't come any closer," she cried, her voice trembling. "Claire," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "those dogs aren't normal. Look at their eyes." Her eyes flickered with fear as she glanced over her shoulder at them. "Are you doing it?" "No," I answered. "I'm not doing this. I'm trying to protect you." Her eyebrows pinched, her lips quivering as her resolve wavered. "You have to trust me," I said softly. "Running away isn't going to help you." I stopped before I reached her, giving her space to make her choice. To encourage her, I reached a hand toward her. "Will you let me protect you?" She stared at it for a moment before she slid her hand into mine. "Okay." Relief washed over me, but I knew we weren't out of the woods yet. We need to get to Hannah and Owen. I resisted the urge to slide my arm around her, afraid to see that fear reappear in her eyes. When we reached my truck, I opened the door for her, and she climbed into the passenger seat, still visibly shaken. I circled around the driver's side and slid behind the wheel, firing the engine. "You okay?" I asked, as I drove down the darkened waterfront street. I don't know," she replied, her voice shaky. "I'm trying to be, but everything feels surreal." "That's fair." I eyed her sideways, trying to be thankful that she was holding up as well as she was. "If you have any questions, you can ask." "I get panicked when I don't like feeling trapped or chased. It brings back memories I'd rather forget." I narrowed my eyes at the road ahead, wondering about those memories. "I get it. I'm sorry for coming on so strong. I just needed to keep you safe." "Right," she answered without looking at me. "It's your job." The way she said it seemed like she was trying to reassure herself, though much of the drive I felt to protect her came from the emotions I already felt toward her, then my duty as a sentinel. As I turned on the street housing the school, I ducked to stare out my windshield. What the hell? A massive wall of fog, more menacing than the one that had trapped Claire when she'd run from me, reached toward the heavens. Lightning pulsated inside of it as it stretched as far as the eye could see. I sped down the road until I spotted both Hannah and Owen's vehicles parked haphazardly near the fog wall. "Wait here," I said, as I threw my door open, and slid out of the truck. My lights bounced off the swirling mass of fog, not penetrating it at all. "What is this?" I asked, my hands stretched to the sides as I approached Hannah. She pulled herself away from her car door, slamming it shut. "That's a good question." I approached it, staring upward. "How far does it go?" "All the way to the outskirts of town," Owen answered. "It's completely blocking off one entire portion." "What do you mean blocking off?" I asked, glancing at him for an explanation. "I mean, Carter is on the other side of that wall and is now trapped." "Trapped? How thick is it? I'm sure with a little effort, Carter can drive through it." "No," Owen said with a shake of his head. "This is impenetrable." I scoffed at the statement. "Owen, it's fog. Thick, yes, but fog isn't impenetrable." "Try to go through it," Hannah said, crossing her arms. I rolled my eyes at her. "Fine, I'll go through it." I turned to face the fog wall and sucked in a deep breath before I lifted a foot and stepped into the thick soup. I continued forward, doing my best to keep a straight path, though it was impossible to see the road beneath my feet. After a few more steps, I stepped out of the fog bank. My features crinkled as I stared back at Hannah and Owen. I glanced behind me. "No, I didn't turn around." "That's what I'm saying," Owen answered. "Whatever side of this you're on, you're stuck there. Half of our town is trapped behind this fog, and there's nothing we can do." I twisted back toward it, searching for an answer when a soft voice called out, "Jake?" I glanced over my shoulder to find Claire clinging to my car door, her expression confused and questioning. Hannah's features pinched as she stared at her. "Are you serious, Jake? You brought her here?" "I had to," I defended. "Well, great," Hannah shouted, slapping a hand against her thigh. "Maybe she can undo whatever she's doing." "She's not doing this," I argued. "You don't know that. You're too busy babying your bruised ego with her attention to have thought this through." "Don't," I warned her with a wag of my finger. Hannah twisted toward her, taking an aggressive step forward. "Hey, Blondie, do you have anything to do with this?" "What?" "Leave her alone, Hannah," I retorted, crossing to Claire and placing myself between her and Hannah. "Not until she fixes what she did here." "I didn't do this," Claire answered, her voice shaky. "She didn't," I reiterated. Hannah searched my face, trying to decide if she believed me. "If she had nothing to do with this, why did you bring her here? You know better than that." "Because," I said, setting my hands on my hips, "whatever this thing is, it's coming after her, too." The words unsettled me more than I expected. But Claire was becoming more important to me than I could have ever imagined. And that scared me. Chapter 8. Claire. I fidgeted in the passenger seat of Jake's truck as I eyed the trio staring at the strange fog wall. I'd never seen anything like it. But then again, I'd never seen anything like most of the things I'd been exposed to in the last few hours of my life. From the icy windows, rogue whirlwind that Jake seemed to generate, and eerie black dogs, to the massive fog wall, there seemed to be no end to the strange things that happened in Mystic Harbor. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to find comfort. Jake's sudden aggressiveness at the studio had triggered memories of my past, of the fear and control I'd fled from in Pinecrest. It was hard to reconcile the protective man beside me with the one who had scared me just hours ago. But I'd reluctantly agreed to come with him, more frightened by the other things surrounding me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the so-called magic. Could it have been an illusion, or was this real? The dog's growls still echoed in my ears, and the fog wall loomed ominously ahead. Maybe the stories about this place weren't just stories. A shiver ran down my spine as the reality of the situation started to sink in. I glanced out the front windshield, focusing on the two people talking to Jake. I recognized the blonde from earlier at the bar. She seemed possessive of him. I wondered if she was a former flame, or even a current one. Jade's warning echoed in my mind. I rolled my eyes at myself. With my history and the sudden discovery of magic, the last thing I needed to be worried about was a relationship. My heart skipped a beat as Jake stepped inside the fog bank. I leaned forward, my lips parting as I waited to see what happened next. A minute later, he walked back out, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I slid out of the car just in time to hear the other man's words.
Whatever side of this you're on, you're stuck there. Half of our town is trapped behind this fog, and there's nothing we can do.
The statement both confused and frightened me as Jake stared at the massive bank of fog. "Jake?" I called, blood rushing through my ears. Hannah's features pinched as she eyed me before she shifted a glare toward Jake. "Are you serious, Jake? You brought her here?"
I had to,
he answered. "Well, great. Maybe she can undo whatever she's doing." The words smacked me in the face. Was she actually suggesting that I was the one who was doing all of this? Until I'd come to Mystic Harbor, I hadn't even realized magic existed. Why would she accuse me of this?
"She's not doing this,"
Jake said. "You don't know that," Hannah answered. "You're too busy babying your bruised ego with her attention to have thought this through."
"Don't,"
Jake said with a wag of his finger in warning. I struggled to keep up with the conversation. What was she trying to say was happening between me and Jake? Before I could make sense of it, Hannah took a step toward me with her eyes boring into me. "Hey, Blondie, do you have anything to do with this?" "What?" My features twisted with confusion.
"Leave her alone, Hannah,"
Jake retorted as he placed himself between us. "Not until she fixes what she did here." "I didn't do this," I cried.
"She didn't,"
Jake reiterated. Hannah searched his face, trying to decide if she believed him. "If she had nothing to do with this, why did you bring her here? You know better than that."
"Because,"
he said, setting his hands on his hips.
"Whatever this thing is, it's coming after her, too."
The words stunned me, making my knees wobble. "What?" Jake slid his eyes closed as he glanced at me, shaking his head.
"Claire, I'm sorry. That's not the way I wanted you to find out."
"What do you mean it's after me, too? What is it? What?" Jake held a hand up, trying to keep his features soft.
"Claire, it's okay. It's going to be okay."
"Wait, I'd like to know what you mean by that, too," Hannah said. "And I don't want some reassuring platitudes about how you're going to be her hero." Annoyance etched itself into Jake's face.
"Hannah, she's just found out about all this. The last thing any of us want is for her to panic."
Hannah offered him an unimpressed stare. "That doesn't answer my question."
"Look, Jake,
I just question that she suddenly has turned up just before all these things start to happen, and you just can't seem to stay away from her. Though that part I get." I furrowed my brow at the statement. Was Hannah one of those people who would say Jake wasn't a nice guy? Jake scrubbed his face.
Look, we were at the studio and... Miss Lisa's dance studio?
The man asked.
Yeah, Owen, Miss Lisa's.
What were you doing there? Hannah asked. I'm a dancer, I offered as I shuffled forward. I'm teaching some classes for her. Hannah shifted her gaze from me to Jake.
And? The lights went out. The windows froze up, and probing magic swirled past us. It wanted her. It went after her.
My features pinched. I hadn't seen any of that, just the frosted windows.
And Jake's glowing arm.
What does that mean?
It means we're not taking any chances with your safety. Whatever is happening here, it's interested in you.
Why? My heart thudded against my ribs. Did this dark magic somehow know something about my past? Was it latching on to the fear I felt every time I looked over my shoulder?
I don't know,
Jake said as he slid an arm around my shoulders.
But I'm going to keep you safe.
Hannah huffed out a sigh as she shook her head.
We need you figuring this out and containing it, not playing white knight, Jake. I'm not risking her life,
Jake argued. I'll be okay, I said.
Yeah, you will be,
Jake said with a nod.
Because you're staying with me.
What? That's ridiculous. I'll just go to work and go straight back to the motel.
No, you won't, Claire. We have no idea what's going on here, but this is concerning. You'll stay on the Storm Chaser with me.
I licked my lips, the awkward situation thrust upon me making me more uncomfortable than I had hoped. My instinct was to run again, pack up the few things I had and leave a town I'd barely been in for 2 days. But the very idea brought tears to my eyes. I'd given up my entire life once already, only days ago. I wasn't prepared to do it again. I wasn't ready to run away a second time.
This isn't a discussion,
Jake said before he turned to Hannah.
We'll figure this out, but I need to make sure she's safe. I'm a Sentinel.
Fine, Hannah answered with a nod. Jake wrapped a protective arm around me and guided me back to the truck. I climbed in, my mind still racing to take in everything that had been dropped on me in such a short time. He climbed behind the wheel and slammed his door shut.
We'll stop by the motel and you can grab your things.
Jake, I really can just stay there.
Claire, I told you this isn't a discussion. I saw that magic reach for you in the studio. It's interested in you. I'm not taking any chances.
Okay, I answered. Thank you, I murmured afterward. Silence stretched between us for the remainder of the short ride to the motel. Jake followed me from the truck into my room. I quickly packed the things I'd just set out in the bathroom before I emerged in the bedroom, finding him staring at the lists of numbers I had on the desk. Our eyes met and I licked my lips. I've been trying to remember the numbers I lost when my phone got fried.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Have you not heard from anyone? Maybe they could give you the numbers.
My eyebrows pinched as I shifted my weight and crossed to the rickety dresser to collect the few clothes I'd unpacked. They don't know the new number. I shoved the clothes into my bag and zipped it shut, hoping that was the end of the conversation as I raised my gaze to him.
You didn't get your number programmed into the new phone?
I sucked in a breath, not wanting to admit what I was about to say. I slid my eyes closed for a second. No, because that phone was a burner. I didn't know the number or any of my contacts off by heart. I pressed a palm against my forehead as I shifted my weight. Look, I know that probably sounds really bad, considering what your friend just said about me, but I can't really explain more than that. Jake stared at me for a moment, his features pinching a little before he said,
Hannah can be tougher than she should be. She just wants to solve this case.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Are all the cops aware of the magic?
Most of them, yeah, he answered. Hannah's a paranormal investigator, so she's an expert at this stuff.
Right, I said with a nod. Well, I'm ready.
Great,
he said with a nod as he motioned toward the door. I slung my bag over my shoulder and we headed to the storm chaser. I shifted my weight as I stood in the living room, recalling the last time I'd been here and the whirlwind my life had become since then.
Bedroom's through here,
he said as he motioned toward a door at the back of the room. Oh, I couldn't do that. I'll just sleep on the couch. He snickered a little as he shook his head.
I'm afraid it's going to be close quarters until we get this settled. We'll have to share the bed.
My eyebrows shot up at the words. Jade and Hannah's words ping-ponged around in my mind, and I wondered if this was a come-on. Did he do this often to trick women into bed? After my recent experience, I suddenly thought getting on a bus and leaving town may be my best option.
Make yourself comfortable,
he answered.
I'll start some dinner.
How was he so smooth about all of this? He skirted past me, but I stood frozen in the living room. My hands still clutched around the strap of my bag.
Claire?
I twisted to find Jake hovering at the door to the kitchen.
The magic. It can get to you anywhere and do some strange things. I don't want to be asleep and unable to get to you if something happens.
Right, I said with a nod. The clarification eased some of my nerves, though not nearly enough. But I shuffled into the bedroom and set my bag on the floor before I made my way to the kitchen. We shared a quiet meal together, the tension still thick after everything that had happened. I found myself overwhelmed by the situation and relieved when Jake suggested we turn in early. I changed into my nightshirt, returning to the bedroom, staring at the single bed. Do you have a side? After Jade's remark, I found myself wondering how long it'd been since someone else had slept there, before quickly pushing the thought away. It didn't matter. I wasn't romantically involved with Jake. This was about my safety.
Not really,
he answered. The way he said that made me wonder if we'd wake up in a tangle. Was that just what he wanted? I offered him a slight smile as I pulled back the covers and slid underneath them, settling into the bed. The mattress shifted as he slid in beside me, the closeness making my heart speed.
Good night, Claire,
he whispered, his voice gentle in the darkness. Good night, I said over my shoulder, facing away from him as the lights went out. I settled into my pillow, but my eyes wouldn't close. Instead, I stared into the darkness, searching for any sign of magic. I hadn't seen it at the studio, so I doubted I'd see it in the dark. I wondered if I should turn over and face Jake. If his arms started to glow, that would tip me off. With a slight sigh, I decided against it. The numbers on the clock glowing on the nightstand ticked by until I finally fell asleep over an hour after we'd laid down. As I slept, visions of being chased haunted me. I raced through the streets of Mystic Harbor, my heart pounding, gasping for breath as I shot a frightened glance over my shoulder. When I turned a corner, I found myself faced with a brick wall. The sense of entrapment was suffocating, and I screeched to a stop, my stomach twisting into a tight knot of panic. Footsteps echoed behind me, growing louder and closer. I was trapped, and the fear was paralyzing. Before I could seek another route of escape, a hand clasped over my lips, muffling any cry for help I could make. The hairs on my neck stood on end as a low voice whispered in my ear.
Found you.
I startled awake, bolting upright as I sucked in a shocked breath. With a trembling hand pressed over my lips, a panicked sob escaped me, especially when I didn't immediately recognize my surroundings.
"Claire?"
Jake whispered in the dark. The sound of his voice only fueled my fear-induced reaction. I practically tripped as I dashed from beneath the covers, my feet thudding gracelessly across the floor as I stumbled forward. The light bloomed to life, and I squinted against it as I wrapped my arms around my midriff.
"Claire, what's wrong?"
Jake tossed back the covers and sprang from the bed, concern etched in his handsome features. Just a bad dream." I blew out what I hoped would be a steadying breath, but the root of my fears was so deeply embedded that my emotions continued to run high.
"Hey, it's okay,"
he said, his voice a soothing balm to my frayed nerves as he closed the gap between us. His arms wrapped around me, warm and protective, grounding me in the present. I didn't bother to shrink away from him, my mind so focused on those chilling last words whispered in my ear before I'd awoken. Instead, I clung to him, seeking comfort in his steady presence.
"It's going to be okay, Claire,"
he whispered. I wanted to take solace in his words, but I knew he thought the current situation was the thing giving me nightmares. Far from it. And I wasn't certain Jake Hunter could protect me from what I was running from.
Chapter 9. Jake. The morning sun filtered through the porthole window across the room as I opened my eyes the next morning. The warmth beside me curled my lips into a smile. I glanced down to find Claire curled next to me, her soft, rhythmic breaths soothing. She'd been so frightened only a few hours ago, but she'd seemed to calm down after a few minutes. I hated to tear myself away from her, but I carefully shifted away, not wanting to disturb her peaceful sleep. I headed for the kitchen, sliding on a flannel shirt. I glanced at my phone, spotting a message from Hannah to meet them at the station later. Her name alone ruined the mood I'd awoken in. As I laid the strips of bacon in a pan, I desperately tried to regain the sublime feeling I'd had before I'd spotted her message. Claire had flown out of bed in the middle of the night with a shriek, startling me awake. After everything she'd learned, I wasn't surprised. What had stunned me, though, was when she'd melted into my arms, still trembling. I'd done my best to make her feel safe, and it had seemed to work. As I poked the crackling bacon with a fork, Helen's words to me ricocheted in my mind. "Careful before you get your heart broken again." "Probably right," I murmured. But I couldn't deny how it had felt to hold her in my arms. "Perfect," I whispered as I shook my head at myself. After what had happened with Hannah, I wasn't certain I wanted to open my heart to another woman. But things with Claire felt completely different. I couldn't deny the connection building between us. But the fear of getting hurt again gnawed at me. I laid a few cooked pieces of bacon on 2 plates before I pulled the eggs from the refrigerator. As I cracked 2 into the hot pan, Claire shuffled into the kitchen with a stifled yawn, her hair tousled from sleep.
"Good morning."
"Good morning," I said. I'd ask how you slept, but I kind of know. She winced, glancing down at her fingers as she stretched them against my countertop.
"Yeah, about that. I'm sorry."
"It's okay. It's more than understandable, given what happened yesterday." She bobbed her head, but she refused to meet my gaze. I wondered if she wasn't as keen on the connection we'd had last night as I was. Maybe Helen was right.
"About what happened yesterday?"
She slid onto the bar stool across from me, finally raising her blue eyes to meet my gaze.
I want to help."
"Help?" I asked, as I slid an egg onto the plate and pushed it toward her.
"Thanks. Yes, I want to help investigate.
As I slid my own breakfast onto my plate, I studied her, finding myself smiling at her pink cheeks. Well, that may be a good thing, because I really don't want to let you out of my sight. Her forehead creased at those words. It's okay, Claire. I'll make sure you're safe, I added. She offered me a fleeting smile, though the fear in her eyes didn't dissipate. Did she not trust me?
I'm not doing this, and I'd like to find out who is.
I know you're not. You don't need to prove anything to me. She bit into a piece of bacon as she shifted in her seat.
Well, I'm sort of interested. I mean, before I came here, I was pretty intrigued by the supernatural stuff.
So much so you were ghost hunting when I had to rescue you from the water. She giggled, the light sound lifting my heart.
Yes, that's right. Little did I know a different sort of supernatural lurked beneath the surface of this town.
So, did you move to Mystic Harbor for that reason specifically? I eyed her sideways, my brow furrowing at her response. She shifted again, staring at her plate.
Not exactly.
It seemed like she was avoiding something, but before I could ask her about it, my phone buzzed across the counter with Hannah's name on the display. I snatched it and answered the call before she showed up at the storm chaser and plowed into my business and my morning with Claire. Hannah, I answered.
Jake, glad you picked up. I was worried I'd need to come over there.
I heaved a sigh, shaking my head at the conversation already. Nope, we're just having some breakfast and then we'll be right over.
We, huh? Still sticking to the story that she has nothing to do with this?
She doesn't, I answered, tightening my fingers around the phone.
You sure about that? Because I'm not convinced. This girl just showed up in town, and how much do you know about her? What's her story?
The conversation with Claire about her burner phone flitted through my mind. She did have a backstory that left something to be desired. I slid my eyes sideways and she offered me a sweet smile. I couldn't help but wonder if her angel face was hiding something more sinister. Still, I'd seen the magic go after her, probing, searching. Unless she had set that up, she was in danger, and I was going to make sure she stayed safe. We'll be in as soon as we're finished here.
Try not to spend too much time staring into her eyes, Jake.
The line disconnected as she hung up. I struggled not to roll my eyes as I tossed the phone onto the counter. That was Hannah.
Oh,
Claire said, shifting uncomfortably. She was probably thinking of Hannah's accusation during their last conversation.
Any news?
I found myself picking apart her behavior, though my gut said I could trust her. I don't know. We can head into the station once we're finished here and see if they've come up with anything.
Okay,
she answered as she finished her last bite of egg.
I'm just going to shower and get ready.
Okay, I answered as she shuffled from the kitchen toward the bedroom. I rose and poured myself a coffee, taking a sip as I wondered about Claire Bennett's backstory. With another sip, I grabbed my phone from the counter and sent a text to Hannah. Her last name's Bennett. Run it if you want. I trust her. With a flexed jaw, I stared down at the message, hoping I wasn't pinning my hopes on a woman who was deceiving me. Hannah returned my message, indicating that she was on it, as Claire appeared, freshly showered and changed. There's coffee, I said.
No thanks,
she answered, perching on the stool to wait for me to get ready. No coffee? I asked, suspecting that she may be some sort of monster if she didn't need a morning cup of joe.
Nope,
she said with a coy smile.
Tea, but not coffee.
Tea, I repeated with a nod as I backed from the kitchen, making a mental note. Got it. I showered and changed, and within 20 minutes we were pulling into one of the parking spaces outside of the Mystic Harbor police station. I showed her to the situation room in the back, where Owen had a map spread out across the table in the center. A line of pencils marked the fog wall location, and a bobblehead sat on top of Miss Lisa's dance studio. Hannah eyed Claire warily as she stepped inside, clutching her purse tightly as she glanced to me for guidance. Have you found anything? We did a sweep of other locations where we had paranormal activity last night, Hannah said. We did find some clues. Has the fog wall dissipated at all? I asked. Owen shook his head. No, and we're getting disturbances on both sides. Electrical issues, sudden temperature drops, radio interference. Do we have any kind of communication through it? I'm still in touch with Carter, Owen answered. Has it changed size at all? Claire asked. Hannah offered her a narrow-eyed stare for a moment before she answered. Not as far as we can tell. If anything, it's gotten bigger. It seems to be creeping closer to the school. What did you find? I asked. Magical residue at both locations, but more at the studio. It's like nothing we've ever seen before, Hannah answered. She disappeared from the room, returning a moment later with a jar. Black globules floated around inside of it, seeming to defy all forms of gravity. What is that? I asked as she set it on the table. I leaned closer, peering at it as I tried to understand what it meant. Careful, it can be aggressive. Aggressive? Claire asked. The moment Claire spoke, the black globs raced toward the side of the jar, smacking against the glass as they tried to reach her. Interesting reaction, Hannah said. I knew what she was getting at. She assumed the residue was returning to its owner, but I saw it from the other perspective. The magic was intrigued with her last night, too. Hannah shifted her weight, and I could tell from the expression on her face and the glance she shared with Owen, she didn't agree. I straightened. Any signature traces on this? We're still waiting on an analysis from Helen, but I've never seen anything like this, Hannah answered. What's a signature trace? Claire asked. It's like a fingerprint. We can use it to tell who the magic belongs to, I explained. And they're unique? Like fingerprints? Yeah, I answered. But it's not always that straightforward. We've never seen a magic like this before, Hannah said. Which means we're dealing with a totally new entity. Claire let her gaze sink to the floor, and I knew she interpreted the weight of Hannah's stare as an accusation. Anything else? I asked. Nothing yet, Hannah said. Okay, we'll take a look around the sites again, see if we find anything else. Actually, Jake, do you mind if we had a word in private? I'll just wait outside for you, Claire offered, pointing a finger at the room beyond. With a nod, I said, I'll be right there. Hannah closed the door behind me as she stepped from the room. So, we checked her information. And? I asked. There are hundreds of Claire Bennetts, none of whom are her. Maybe you missed one, I said with a shrug. And maybe she's lying to you, Hannah suggested. I didn't want to argue about this, though I'd considered it myself. But the draw I felt to Claire was becoming undeniable. Look, Jake, I know things are rough between us right now, but I still care, okay? As difficult as that is for you to hear, I still care. We both do. And we just want the best for you. Then stop wasting your time trying to dig up dirt on Claire and start looking for who really did this. Do you think she'd confide anything in you that would help us rule her out? Because right now, she's looking like the prime suspect. She just came to town and suddenly new magic we've never seen before is popping up all over town. My mind spun through the odd conversations, the strange behavior, the fear I'd seen flashing in her eyes as I tried to think of a response when I heard Helen's voice. Hannah's eyebrows pinched as she stared through the glass panel inset in the door at Helen hugging Claire. I thumbed toward them. That enough for you? She shot me an annoyed glance before she ran a hand through her hair and tugged the door open. Hey, Helen, could you step in here for a minute? Take care, honey, Helen said as she slid into the room with Hannah closing the door behind them. I assume you told him about the weird residue? Hannah bobbed her head. We did. And I can't help but suspect the new girl who just appeared in town. But Jake has no information on her outside of a gut feeling to trust her. Helen's features pinched. Claire? Yeah, Hannah said with a nod. This all started right after she got to town. We tried to find something on her, but I can't find a Claire Bennett that looks like her. I'm pretty certain that's a fake name, Helen said unabashedly, making my heart nearly stop. Hannah's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, what? Oh, not for the reason you think, Helen answered with a shake of her head. Look at her. Come on, Owen, you're a cop. What do you see? Owen shifted his weight as our gazes fell on Claire through the inset. He shrugged. Mysterious new girl in town. Helen scoffed and shook her head. She's running from something. My guess, an abusive ex. Jake's right. She's not your gal. With that, Helen slipped from the room, leaving us alone again. Happy? I asked, my stomach churning as I wondered what sort of man would hurt that sweet woman. It certainly explained her behavior, the fear, the way she recoiled nervously when I chased her. It's Helen's opinion, Hannah said with a shrug. I'd still be careful, but we'll check other leads. Thank you, I answered. Now, if we find anything else, I'll let you know. Hannah nodded and I rejoined Claire, looking at her with new eyes after Helen's statement. Come on, I need to stop by the Anchor before we check out these spots again. Okay, she said with a nod. We climbed back into the Bronco, and I headed for the bar, pulling in a few moments later. Oh, nice of you to join us, Jade said to me from behind the bar as she filled a tray with beers and hauled it across the crowded space to the rowdy lunchtime crowd. Tell me one or both of you are here to help. We're not, I answered. I'm just checking in before I head out for the day. Jade rolled her eyes as a group of dock workers asked for another round of beers. I can take them, Claire offered. Thanks. Jade shot me a knowing glance. At least someone's helpful. She loaded the tray before she started on the mixed drinks for the party of ladies at table 2. Claire heaved it up onto her shoulder and carried it across the bar to deliver. I followed her with my eyes, wondering if Helen had been correct about her situation. Was that why she had a burner phone? My protective instincts surged beyond keeping her safe from magic. As my anger flared over someone putting their hands on her, one of the dock workers set his glassy eyes on her. Hey, beautiful. Why don't you join us for a drink? Oh, no thank you, she answered politely. She began to back away, but he reached for her, tugging her backward onto his lap. Come on, honey, just one drink. I promise I won't bite. My vision tunneled as I spotted the man put his hands on Claire. Blood pounded in my ears as I stormed across the room, my protective instincts roaring to life, overriding any reason. I whipped Claire away from him before I yanked him up by the collar, slamming him against the wall, my voice a low growl. She said no. Hey, whoa. Sorry, Jake. I didn't know she was spoken for. I was just having some fun. You ever put your hands on her again, and I'll make sure you can't. No problem, man, he said, his eyes wide as I let him go. He collapsed into the chair, a shaky hand reaching for his beer. I adjusted my shirt before I twisted, my heart stopping. The expression of fear in Claire's eyes as she stared at me didn't make my stomach drop. It made it plummet. I'd wanted to protect her, but she looked at me like I was just another threat. It broke my heart, and I wondered if I'd just cost myself any chance with her. Chapter 10. Claire. My heart pounded against my ribs as the man latched onto me, tugging me onto his lap. Terrifying memories of what had happened in Pinecrest,
The exact thing that had sent me to Mystic Harbor to begin with raced through my mind, sending my pulse racing faster. I tried to shove his hands away, but before I could, another set of strong hands wrapped around my arms and dragged me away from him. I stared in silence as Jake wrenched the man from his seat by his collar, his voice a menacing growl.
"She said no."
The man issued a quick apology before Jake threatened him again and dropped him in his seat. The outburst took me by surprise. He'd been so tender when taking care of me last night. I hadn't expected this violent response. Helen's words echoed in my mind when I'd asked about Jake being a nice guy. Depends on who you ask. I assumed the bar patron he just slammed against a wall wouldn't agree that he was. Jake twisted to face me, and I searched for words. While I'd been grateful for the assistance with the too friendly drunk, I'd also witnessed a red flag that I couldn't ignore. After everything that had happened to me in recent weeks, I suddenly wanted to be as far away from Jake Hunter as possible.
"Claire,"
he started, his features penitent. I fluttered my eyelashes, unable to force a smile onto my face as I struggled to close my jaw and swallow. Thanks," I managed.
"Claire,
He hesitated again, an apology dancing in his eyes as he pressed his lips together. "I need to go," I said without offering any further explanation. I spun on a heel and skirted around the packed tables, bursting into the fresh air beyond the propped open door.
"Claire."
Jake's voice called after me, but I didn't stop moving. I needed space and time. My life had fallen apart more times than I could count within the span of days, and I was reaching my breaking point. The cool Maine sea air brushed past my skin as I stormed across the gravel parking lot, trying to keep my footsteps firm as tears pooled in my eyes. I'd lost everything I'd known overnight, and I couldn't take it anymore.
"Claire!"
Jake shouted again. "I just need some time," I called back, without breaking my stride, trying to hide my distress.
"Claire, that's not a good idea."
I didn't care if it was or wasn't anymore. My careful life had unraveled like a cheaply made knit sweater, and I no longer cared what happened.
"Claire, please wait."
Jake's voice, closer than it was before, sounded almost pleading. A second later, fingers grazed my elbow. I reacted instinctively, yanking my arm away from him. "Please, just leave me alone." But that didn't work. He grabbed me by the shoulders, more roughly than I would have expected. It sent a shiver of panic snaking down my spine as frightening memories resurfaced.
"Claire, look, I'm sorry, okay? I saw him grab you and I reacted. I didn't mean to scare you. I don't ever want to do that, okay? I'm trying to protect you."
I squeezed my eyes closed, trying to banish the memories that twisted my stomach into a knot. "You're protecting me from magic, but..." My voice, breathy and weak, couldn't finish that statement. He cupped my face, his features pinching.
"I want to protect you from everything."
The words startled me. I wondered for a moment if he might kiss me. I'd spent lots of time creating a carefully crafted life, only to have it come crashing down around me. I couldn't handle something like this, something totally unexpected. Not right now. "I just need some time," I whispered. I could tell the words didn't sit right with him. He was disappointed with my statement, but I couldn't offer him anything more right now. I was lost at sea without a compass or a bearing or even a life ring.
"Claire, you're not safe. Please."
Images of the red-eyed dogs that threatened me only last night flashed in my mind again. Maybe I did need help. I just needed to be careful because the last thing I needed right now was another complication. I licked my lips as I flicked a tentative glance up to him. Okay, I relented. Sorry, things have been tough lately.
I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to scare you. I just saw him with his hands on you and reacted.
I wasn't certain if that explanation made things better or worse, but I'd accept it for now since I needed the help and the security.
Are you okay? Do you want to talk about this more?
I raised my head to his, noting the penitent expression etched into his features. I'm okay. He didn't look relieved, though my tense behavior probably didn't give him much reassurance. Really, I am, I said with a nod. Should we investigate those spots? I didn't miss the slight smile that curled his lips as I suggested it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go do that. Come on.
He motioned toward his truck. Is there anything you needed to do at the bar? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt things.
No, I'm good. Let's move on.
He pulled the passenger door open for me, and I climbed into the truck, slipping my seatbelt around me as I forced my heart rate to return to normal. I couldn't get startled at every turn. Still, I couldn't shake the residual fear lingering in me, triggered by his behavior, as he slipped behind the wheel.
Next stop, the dance studio. It's closed today, but we'll figure out a way inside.
I have a key, I answered, trying to force strength into my voice.
Oh, okay, great. We should also check the street where we saw the dogs.
I pressed my lips together, questions swirling in my mind that finally pushed the terrible memories away. So, what is this magical residue? Or what clues can we expect?
It varies, he answered. Every case is different. I'm just hoping we can find some lead that will send us closer to whoever is doing this.
And then what? I asked. His eyebrows flicked higher on his head.
Depends.
Why is that the answer to everything? I lamented. He chuckled at my question.
I'm sorry. It's the only way us townies operate.
The teasing joke brought a smile to my face, melting some of the tension between us. Well, in the city, we have very specific clues and responses to them.
Do you?
He answered, some of the stress in his voice lifting, replaced by amusement.
I see. Well, it seems you city folks have things all worked out.
Oh, we do, I said with a coy nod. We do. Everything is like clockwork there. I pushed aside the emotion gnawing at me, reminding me that my life had been exactly like this, like clockwork, and carefully created until it had all fallen apart. We arrived at the street nearby the studio, and Jake threw the shifter into park.
You know, sometimes it's fun not to play by the rules.
He grinned at me, and I couldn't help but feel his words were intended to mean more than a teasing joke. I offered him a fleeting smile, not willing to engage with the statement. Instead, I slid off my seatbelt and pushed my door open. Jake followed my lead, joining me as I strode toward the dance studio. So, will we find these magical clues just floating around? He chuckled at my naivete.
Not quite.
I tugged my keys from my purse and unlocked the dark studio. A shiver snaked down my spine as I stepped inside, memories of what had happened less than 24 hours ago, lingering. Jake skirted past me as I hovered in the doorway, heading for the windows that had frosted in front of our very eyes. I closed the distance between us, peering over his shoulder as he narrowed his eyes, reaching toward the glass. His arm glowed as his finger traced it. When he pulled his hand back, a dark globule, similar to the one I'd seen floating in the jar at the police station, danced on the top of his fingertip. Is that one of those magical signature thingies? I asked.
The residue, yeah.
He answered, his eyes never leaving it. After a second, his eyebrows pinched.
That's strange.
What is?
It's pulling away from me. I can feel it trying to leave my finger.
I leaned closer, trying to get a better look at it. But the moment I closed the gap, it flew off of Jake's finger, landing on my cheek. I gasped as a warming, tingling sensation spread across my skin. My vision blurred for a second, the room spinning around me. I clutched at my head as I squeezed my eyes closed.
Claire?
A warm hand wrapped around my shoulder, and I twisted, my heart stopping. A dreamy smile spread across my face as I stared at the figure in front of me. Lucas! Oh, Lucas, you came to find me. I threw my arms around his neck in a tight hug before I pulled back, cupping his face in my hands. He seemed stiff, his hands hovering uncertainly, before he gently pushed me back a step.
Claire, it's Jake, not Lucas.
I blinked in confusion, my head tilting as I tried to understand him. Lucas, what are you talking about?
Claire,
he answered again.
It's the magic. It's affecting your mind. Just stay still for a moment.
I froze, trying to understand what my dance partner was saying. What magic? Lucas rubbed a thumb against my cheek. When he pulled it away, it was covered in a black smudge that disappeared into his skin. My eyes went wide, but when I snapped my gaze up to his face, I found Jake instead. I sucked in a breath, glancing at his hand still wrapped tightly around my shoulder. What happened?
The magic residue. It went right for you,
he said, shaking his head.
It must have some sort of effect on you.
I don't remember anything. What effect?
You thought I was someone named Lucas.
My eyebrows shot up as my lips parted. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a hint of jealousy I detected in his voice when he mentioned Lucas's name? I brushed it off as he cleared his throat.
It's okay. We'll have to be careful, though. We don't want any more mishaps.
Right, I said with a nod. I won't get too close. Jake returned to the window, studying it again before he rose.
I don't see anything else helpful.
Should we try the street? My voice hitched a little.
You could wait in the truck,
he said. I wrapped my arms around my midriff. I'd rather not, if that's okay. I'm just a little nervous to see those dogs again.
I don't think we will. Just stick close to me.
I nodded as I allowed him to wrap a protective arm around me. After I locked up, we left the studio behind. As we walked down the sidewalk, memories of my frantic attempted escape last night raced through my mind, making me more uncomfortable. Jake kept a firm grip on me, a silent show of support. I held my breath as we rounded the corner, but thankfully no menacing black dogs blocked our path. Jake slipped his hand inside of mine as he led me closer to where they'd stood. My pulse raced as I worried I'd lose my mind again. After a second, Jake twisted back toward me.
Nothing. You up for trying the fog wall?
Sure, I answered with a nod. We retraced our steps to his Bronco, climbed inside, and made the short trip to the giant wall of swirling fog. It does look bigger, I said as I slid from the truck.
Yep,
he answered. In the daylight, it looked even more imposing, though there was another attribute more apparent in the light. Black nodules floated out of the fog wall, racing towards some unknown location in the nearby wooded area. Are you seeing that? I asked.
Yeah,
he answered, following their flight.
I'm going to follow them. You should wait here.
No, I said with a shake of my head. I want to go. He stared at me for a moment before he slipped his arm around me.
Just stay close.
I nodded in agreement, and we set off on foot, following the black dots into the trees. After a brief hike, We spotted them dive into the ground a few yards ahead of us. Jake released his grip on me.
"Stay here,"
he warned as he crept forward. I peered ahead as he crouched at what looked like a burn mark on the ground. His arm glowed with energy as he pressed his hand against the darkened soil. A second later, he rose, dusting his hands. "Well?" I asked.
"I've never seen anything like this, but that spot is pulsating with energy. I'm going to have Hannah and Owen follow up on it, grab some samples."
I nodded as he closed the distance between us and slid an arm around me, pressing his phone to his ear with his other hand. While he had a brief conversation with Hannah, I found myself pondering if they had a past. It wasn't my business if they did, but for some reason a hint of jealousy seemed to spark inside of me. I shoved it away as we reached the truck, and Jake ended the call.
"What do you say about some dinner out tonight?"
"Tired of cooking for me already?" I teased.
"Not at all. But I thought maybe you could use a night out in your new town."
I hadn't thought of it as my new town. I'd barely settled in, and a part of me desperately wanted to return to Pinecrest. But for now, Mystic Harbor was my life. I plastered a smile onto my face as I climbed into the Bronco. "Sounds good." He smiled. His smile seemed genuine. We left the fog wall behind, parking near the docks. As we headed into town, turning on Main Street to snake through to the restaurant popular with the locals, a voice called my name behind me.
"Claire!"
My heart stopped at the sound, and my feet came to a halt.
"Claire?"
Jake asked.
"Something wrong?"
I whirled around as the voice called to me again. Tears formed in my eyes, my lower lip trembling as I spotted the man a half a block away. "Lucas?" I cried. A grin spread across his face.
"Claire!"
I couldn't stop my feet from moving toward him in a desperate run. I feared that I'd reach him and he'd disappear into thin air. But he didn't. I flung myself at him and he caught me, just like he did every time we danced together. I wrapped my legs around him, squeezing him tight like he was a lifeline. And in a way, he was.
Chapter 11. Jake. As we strolled down the street, I slid my eyes sideways to the enigma of a woman under my arm. We'd run a gamut of issues today, from a moment that I thought held the power to ruin whatever was budding between us, to a collaborative effort to track down clues about the magic that rocked the town. But neither of those moments affected me as deeply as when the magical residue had latched onto Claire, causing her to lose sight of the real world for a moment. It wasn't just the mention of another man's name, but the way she'd looked at me, the way her face had changed when she thought I was Lucas. It had sparked an unexpected jealousy. I wasn't sure who Lucas was, but I disliked him already. I'd been part of a love triangle already, and it had ended badly, at least for me. I didn't need to go through it a second time, and definitely not with a woman who held as much sway over me as Claire. Whatever I'd felt for Hannah paled in comparison to the feelings welling inside of me for Claire Bennett. And I'd taken that loss hard. I wouldn't survive this one if I had to face it. I made a silent vow to myself that I wouldn't let that happen. The dinner out was a start to reconciling the image she had of me from the bar. We turned onto Main Street, and I casually slipped my arm around her. She didn't tense up this time, bringing a slight smile to my face. Just as I was about to ask her a casual question, hoping to learn more about her, a voice shouted from behind us. "Claire!" My brows knitted. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't Owen. Who else knew Claire in Mystic Harbor? Next to me, Claire froze, her lips parting as her brow furrowed. "Claire?" I asked, wondering if the expression was born of fear. Claire! The voice called again. Claire whipped around to face the voice. A man, lean yet muscular, clean-cut, traditionally handsome. Claire's eyes turned glassy, her lower lip trembling. Before I could ask her about him, she cried out, "Lucas?" As the words left her lips, she raced toward him and flung herself into the air. He caught her as though he'd done it 1,000 times before. She wrapped him in a tight embrace, her legs curling around him. I recalled the way she'd looked at me when she thought I was Lucas. My heart plummeted, along with any chance I had with Claire. I'd just walked right into the middle of another love triangle, and I'd likely be on the losing end again. My jaw clenched. Each moment they spent wrapped in each other's arms like a blow, a reminder that I may never fully earn her trust or affection. As I shuffled toward them, my hands shoved in my pockets, I braced myself for an admission from her that would wreck my world. How would I protect her from whatever this new magic was when my heart was breaking? The sounds of her frantic sobbing reached my ears as I closed the distance between us. His arms wrapped around her as he squeezed his eyes closed, one hand snaking up to cradle her head. "Oh, Claire." The simple words made my nose wrinkle, jealousy roiling inside of me as he held her close. She finally released him, letting her feet touch the ground again, but keeping him in her arms. "What are you doing here?" "I couldn't get a hold of you. I texted, but there was no answer. I got worried." She wiped at the tears staining her cheeks as she shook her head. "My phone, the one you got me, it fell into the water. It was fried. I had to get a new one and I couldn't remember your number. I'm sorry." He pulled her tight to him again as I stood by, my lips tugged into a tight frown. "It's okay, Claire. I'm just glad you're safe." She offered him a slight smile, not explaining that she wasn't. Lucas's eyes flicked to me, his expression questioning. I wanted to knock the look right off his face. Claire finally stepped back, as though she just remembered I existed. Another knife to my heart.
"Oh, Lucas, this is Jake Hunter. Jake, this is Lucas, my dance partner."
Dance partner. I wondered how much more they were to each other, considering the way she was clinging to him. Lucas thrust a hand forward. "Hello, Jake." I hated the way he said my name, like he was humoring me. Reluctantly, I shook his hand, the tension between us thick, as he stared at me like I didn't belong. I hated to tell the guy, but this was my town, not his. "Claire," I said, "we were heading to dinner." Maybe it was petty, but I made a desperate attempt to stake my claim. After all, no matter what was happening with Lucas, she was still in danger. Would I use being a sentinel to keep Claire close to me? Well, I wasn't that nice of a guy that I wouldn't. And I was known for my creative ways of solving problems. The words must have taken Lucas by surprise, because he shot Claire a surprised glance. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, her gaze dancing between us.
"Right. Lucas, are you staying?"
I flicked my gaze down the street, trying to mask the hurt at the pleading way she said the last word. Well, I wanted to talk to you about that," Lucas answered, his eyes sliding sideways toward me as though I was intruding. My nostrils flared and my jaw tightened, but I forced myself to say, "I'll give you a few minutes."
"Thanks,"
she said, as I backed a few steps away, my gaze still focused on them as I leaned against the wall. Claire took a step closer to Lucas, making me grit my teeth even more. I studied them, noting the way her fingers lingered around his, the intimate connection between them as they spoke, the comfort she seemed to find in him.
all of it sent my envy to new levels. I cursed myself for stepping far enough away that I couldn't catch at least snippets of their conversation. My mind replaced whatever was being said with nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario. I imagined her begging him to stay, confessing her love to him, telling him how I frightened her. After a few minutes, their conversation ended. I peeled myself off the wall as Claire approached, her fingers firmly entwined with Lucas's, and an unyielding grin on her features. "He's staying," she announced, the enthusiasm in her voice obvious. I tried to force out a response, but I found myself unable to speak. "Oh, is it okay if he joins us for dinner?" Claire asked. I focused on her, my features pinching slightly as I tried to understand her motives. "Sure." She grinned at me, the warmth in her eyes deflating some of my upset, though the deep-seated worry that I'd lose remained. I motioned down the sidewalk and we started walking. She still held on to Lucas like he was a life preserver, and she was lost at sea. My nose crinkled at the sight as we pushed into the warmth of the restaurant, a stark contrast to the cool sea air outside. "Table for 3, I found myself saying, choking on the last word. We were seated in a booth with a peeking view of the water. Claire slid in, followed by Lucas, as I took the seat across from them. Silence stretched as we stared at our menus, though I knew the place well enough not to even need one. The waitress wandered over with my brand of beer in hand and plopped it on the table in front of me with a grin.
"Hey, Jake. I haven't seen you in a while."
"Hey, Rachel," I answered, trying to keep my tone cool. My luck couldn't get much worse tonight. First, the reappearance of Lucas, a man who seemed to hold the key to Claire's happiness, and now I was faced with the reminder of a brief mistake from my past. Very brief, to be clear. Rachel and I had shared a couple of fleeting, impulsive nights that had ended in nothing more than a few makeout sessions. It had been clear she'd wanted more, and I'd wanted nothing but. I'd avoided her after that. "I thought you didn't work on Thursdays." She leaned against the table, her eyes lingering on me, dancing with mischief.
"I'm picking up a shift for a friend. Lucky me, huh?"
Her teasing tone made it obvious she was still after more from me. I caught Claire studying her out of the corner of my eye before she returned her gaze to the menu. I really couldn't catch a break. I knew exactly what Claire would assume given Rachel's low-cut ensemble, and the way she leaned further over the table toward me. She couldn't be further from the truth. I really wished I could tell her that. "I guess it depends on how you define lucky," I answered. She leaned closer to me, her perfume overwhelming.
"You really should come by more often."
"Well, I'm pretty busy." Rachel giggled as she pressed her pen to her notepad.
"Having your usual?"
"No," I answered, trying to prove that Rachel didn't know me well by changing my order. "I'll have the fish and chips."
"Got it, Jake."
she said with a wink.
"Trying something new is always fun."
Rachel twisted to face Claire and Lucas, her enthusiasm nowhere near as high as it had been with me. They placed their orders and Rachel headed off after what was too long of a conversation. I hoped we could forget about it, but Lucas stared after her for a second before he said, "You seem popular around here." I cleared my throat. Well, I'm a townie, so I'm well known everywhere. Claire didn't laugh. She barely broke a smile as she shifted in her seat, explaining the private joke to Lucas. "Oh," he said with a chuckle that seemed fake. "That's funny. Oh, Claire." He ruffled her hair playfully, making my nostrils flare again. Our dinner was filled with even more tense moments, many of them silent. a burst of conversation occurred when Claire announced she'd gotten a job at the local dance studio. Lucas expressed that he hadn't expected anything less given her talent. It was about the only thing I agreed with the man on. And then they quickly made plans for a dance session the next morning. If I didn't have to face Rachel again, I would have requested another beer. It was enough to see her again at the end of the meal as she delivered our bill. Lucas reached for it, but I quickly swiped it up and withdrew my wallet. "Oh, let me cover mine and Claire's meals," Lucas answered, also pulling his wallet out.
I can pay for my own,
Claire piped in. "I've got it," I answered as I tossed a few bills on the check, careful not to overtip Rachel. I didn't need her showing up at the storm chaser later in a misguided attempt to thank me. My town, my treat.
Really, Jake, you don't have to do that,
Claire answered. You can get the next one, I promised, hoping we never had to repeat this situation again. She offered me a grateful smile.
Thank you.
With the check paid, we left the restaurant behind. Claire danced back and forth between her feet outside, her gaze shifting back and forth between us.
So, if you want to stay in my room at the Seagull Inn, I can give you my key.
Well, could we just go there together? Lucas said, his voice a question. Claire shot me a pleading glance, though I couldn't tell if she was begging for help or hoping I'd stay out of it. Well, she said with a lift of her shoulders, we have a bit of a situation, and Claire's in a little bit of danger. I said, she's been staying with me. The concern etched in Lucas's preppy features was unmistakable as he grabbed Claire's hand, staring at her. She nodded.
It's not what you think. It's hard to explain.
Well, I'm not leaving you, he answered, squeezing her hand between his. Great. It was just what I needed to cap off my night. Lucas joining us on the chaser. Claire glanced at me, her features pleading. Yeah, you can stay with us. Me. I stopped short of kicking myself for saying it, but the pleased expression on Claire's features as I said it took some of the sting away. After picking up Lucas's things from his hotel, I led them back to the docks. Lucas's features pinched as we climbed aboard. You live on a boat? Technically, it's a ship, and yes, I do. I led them to the living quarters, motioning toward the couch. You can take the couch. Oh, I could sleep on the floor, he answered. It's fine. No one else is using it. He shifted his gaze back and forth between me and Claire, his gaze questioning.
It's safer if we're together,
she said, her voice quiet. He arched an eyebrow but nodded.
Actually, I'm exhausted. If no one minds, I think I'll head to bed.
Her gaze landed on Lucas.
We'll talk tomorrow.
You bet, he said with a grin. I really hated this guy. He was so perfect, like a man straight off of a television show. With a kiss on her cheek, he told Claire to have sweet dreams, and my fish and chips rose in my throat. She left us behind, heading into the bedroom. Well, I'll grab you a pillow and a blanket. Thanks, Lucas answered. I disappeared into the bedroom to retrieve them, hovering there as I stared at the bathroom door. I forced myself away from it, delivering the comfort items to Lucas. He accepted them with a nod. Without a word, I stepped away, but he stopped me. Hey, Jake, mind if we have a word? I swung around, unimpressed. About? Claire. Here came the claim on her. I braced for it, not wanting to back down. Look, I don't know what danger you're protecting Claire from, but judging by how the waitress behaved tonight, having a new woman in your bed is standard for you. But Claire, she's had a rough time lately, and I don't want to see her get hurt.
The words set anger rippling through me. I curled my fingers into fists. I'm not going to hurt her. I'm protecting her. If Claire wants to explain more, that's fine. But it's none of your business. Lucas scoffed. Claire is my business. Oh, really? I asked, my eyebrows shooting high as my fury crested higher. Why is that? Is it because you're the controlling, abusive ex she's running from? His features scrunched. Is that what she told you? She didn't have to tell me. It's obvious she's running from something that scared her. Lucas didn't answer, instead digging his phone from his pocket and tapping on it. A second later, he flashed his display toward me. I squinted at the screen, reading the headline from the Pinecrest Post. Pinecrest's Prima found safe after harrowing 48-hour ordeal. My features pinched as I spotted the picture of Claire, whose last name appeared to be Pierce. That's what she's running from. Not an ex. A stalker. A crazed fan who took her and kept her for 2 days. When we found her, she was safe, but traumatized. We're still not certain of everything that happened. My stomach twisted into a tight knot as I imagined the frightening experience and what Claire must have lived through. But it didn't change anything between me and Lucas. Duly noted, I said, the edge still in my voice. I'll make sure I'm gentle with her. Lucas's features twisted and he grabbed my arm as I took a step toward the bedroom. I glanced down at it, my nostrils flaring. Step off. I don't think so, he answered. Everything okay here? Claire's soft voice broke up the impending fight between us. We each took a step back from each other. Yeah, fine. Just making sure Lucas has everything he needs. Great, she answered. Good night, Lucas. Good night, Claire, he said. I shot him a warning glance before I spun on my heel and followed Claire into the bedroom, closing the door behind us. Tension still remained between the two of us, despite the way we'd hidden it from Claire, and I wouldn't be the one to ease it. My feelings for Claire were already too strong, and if I had to fight for her, I would.
Chapter 12. Claire. The music swelled to a new level, pushing my emotions higher as my body moved with fluid grace and muscle memory. From a routine that had been practiced so many times before, each precise step was designed to look effortless as I flung myself from one side to another courtesy of Lucas's arms, working perfectly together like a synchronized machine. As I leaned from one side to the other, appearing to be as limp as a rag doll before I reached an arm to the sky, I pivoted into a new move. With a crescendo, Lucas hoisted me high in the air in a series of choreographed lifts made to look like I was a ballerina in a music box. As the beat slowed, Lucas and I closed the gap between us, my hand gently caressing his face as the song faded. I stole a quick glance at Jake, noting the tightness in his jaw and the way his hands gripped the chair. As the music fell again, I leaned sideways in a daring move that could send me plummeting to the ground. But Lucas's hand met mine at just the right moment, supporting me as I pivoted, raising my legs in the air and spiraling over until my feet gently touched the ground again. I could feel Jake's eyes on us, a mix of admiration and something darker. Jealousy, perhaps, intensifying the moment. As the beat slowed, Lucas and I closed the gap between us, my hand gently caressing his face as the song ended. Joy danced in my eyes as I grinned at him, more than pleased that we'd been able to dance together again.
Lucas whipped me in the air as he squeezed me.
Ah, that felt good.
Applause came from across the room, reminding me that we weren't alone in the studio. The sound jolted me back to reality. I glanced over my shoulder at Jake, who had taken a seat near the door, intent on not leaving me alone. His eyes met mine, and I saw the flicker of doubt and protectiveness that mirrored my own uncertainty about the feelings blossoming between us. I curtsied as though I was on stage. It did really feel good, I agreed as I nodded at Lucas.
Well, it looked incredible, Jake said. Do you have time for another before your classes start?
Lucas asked. I glanced at the clock on the wall with a shake of my head. No, but we can practice all day tomorrow.
Right,
he answered.
What's up first?
A waltz class with Lisa.
Oh,
he said, wiggling his eyebrows as he bowed to me.
Madam.
I curtsied, and we joined hands as I lifted my imaginary skirt, and we floated around the room in what appeared to be a dizzying swirl. We ended in a cloud of laughter as I squeezed his hands. Okay, I need to change shoes.
And I need a shower. You okay here until your class starts? I'll be here,
Jake answered from across the room. Lucas shot him a glance before he returned his gaze to me, his eyes searching mine. I couldn't help but notice the tension still between them. I'd noticed it just before we'd gone to bed. With Lucas's white-knuckled grip on Jake's arm and the tension tightening Jake's jaw, the scene I'd walked in on had been unmistakable. It hadn't diminished this morning. There had been no sizzling bacon today. Instead, I'd found Jake sipping on coffee, as Lucas suggested we head to a diner for breakfast. Jake had insisted on accompanying us, earning a glare from Lucas. And our arrival at the studio hadn't been much better. I licked my lips, forcing a smile onto my face as I nodded. I'm good, thanks. You'll be back after? The question stemmed from my desperate fear of losing him. I'd just gotten a piece of my life back, and I was terrified to lose it.
Of course, Claire,
Lucas said with a grin before he kissed my cheek. My fingers lingered on his arm as he stepped away, taking a piece of my heart and sanity with him. Dancing had always been an outlet for me, and for what seemed like forever, dancing with Lucas had been the way my dancing had taken shape. Dancing alone had felt like a piece of me was missing, but I had it back, and I was determined not to lose it. Lucas slung his duffel bag over his shoulder before he downed half a bottle of water. With a grin, he backed toward the door.
Have a great class.
Thanks. I waited until he left to cross and pull on my ballroom shoes and add a flowing skirt to my ensemble, as Lisa entered the studio.
Well, good morning.
She eyed Jake with an arched eyebrow.
Are we having a private lesson? No, he answered. Claire was practicing.
And you were watching? Lisa's features looked unsettled.
Yes, no. There's been a little trouble lately. Just making sure Claire is all right.
Trouble, Lisa said.
That's so.
Jake nodded.
Yeah, that's so.
Well, I'm glad you were able to help. She turned her attention to me. All ready for our waltz class? I am, I answered, as I flicked my skirt. My partner and I took first in a waltz competition, so I'm prepared. Out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn that Jake's jaw flexed as I said the words. I'm not surprised with the grace you have. Lisa changed from street shoes to ballroom shoes and joined me. Well, get prepared. We have a full class today. Lots of people taking this class to be better wedding dancers. Wedding dancers? I asked. Do they waltz at weddings here? Lisa threw her head back with a laugh.
No, but plenty of couples will book with us for private lessons for that first dance at their wedding. I lifted my chin, understanding the idea. I see. That makes sense. Well, let's give them a great class. Lisa squeezed my hands as the first of the group filtered into the studio. We ended up with 20 couples, filling the space quickly as Lisa greeted them.
Oh, hey, Jake,
A blonde woman said with a grin.
I'm surprised to see you here. Don't tell me you're tying the knot, too.
Not quite, he answered, his eyes flicking to me before he spoke. Just observing. I heard you got engaged. That's great.
I did, yes. You kicking me to the curb may have been the best thing that ever happened to me,
she said with a chuckle. He laughed, though it sounded forced. I wondered if he still had feelings for her, and how many more women in Mystic Harbor he'd dated. It had been more than obvious he'd had a fling with the waitress from our dinner. It seemed Jake was the cad Jade made him out to be. I pulled my eyes away from him as Lisa clapped her hands and called the class to order. Now, we're going to do some basic waltz steps today in our waltz preview class. Fortunately, all of you come with a built-in partner. A few chuckles went up as the happy couples glanced at each other. And we have our lovely new addition, Claire, who will demonstrate for us as I make sure to give each of you tips. Now, normally I'd ask for a volunteer to help the lovely Claire demonstrate. But since that's usually unpopular with you ladies, we'll need another participant. She flicked her gaze across the room. Jake, will you help us? Jake's eyebrows shot up as he poked a finger to his chest. Me? I don't think that's a good idea. Well, it's a perfect idea, Lisa said. Jake is a complete beginner, and I'm certain Claire has the talent to whip him into a dancer before the end of this class. Just like we can do with you in a private lesson. It was an excellent segue to sell her private lessons. I pressed my lips together so I didn't chuckle at it as a chant broke out to encourage Jake to join us. He dragged himself from the chair with a groan. Okay, all right. But please, do not use my poor skills to judge Claire's abilities. I smiled up at him as he joined me on the dance floor. Well, those boots aren't exactly the ballroom shoes I would recommend, but we'll forgive you, Lisa answered with a grin. Now, I'm going to put them in their closed form hold, Lisa answered. I lifted my arms, my posture perfect. Lovely, Claire. Ladies, as you can see, Claire has a beautiful closed form posture. Now, Jake, you'll just take her hand gently. You are not dragging her, just guiding her. And other hand here. That's it. Stand straight. I held back a chuckle as she smacked his slouched shoulders. I'm sorry, he whispered as she pushed us closer. You'll be okay, I promised. I'm an excellent teacher. You're an excellent dancer, too, he mentioned as Lisa adjusted a few postures around the room. Thank you, I answered with a grin. Now, Claire, if you'll demonstrate a box step for us. Oh no, we have to move? Jake asked. Uh-huh. Easy step. I tapped his right foot with mine. Right foot forward. I stepped back as he moved toward me. Left foot to the side. I glanced down at his footwork. Good. Yep. Now close. Close. Okay. I detected a note of nervousness in his voice as he stared down at his feet. Now, same thing, backward. He snapped his gaze up to me, a panicked expression etched into his features. It's okay. I'll walk you through it.
I gave him step-by-step instructions to complete the backward half box, and we arrived in our starting position. "Good," I said with a grin. "Now, do it again." "Wasn't once enough?" he whispered. I shook my head, feeling his hand turn clammy. "You're okay. You can do it." We practiced a few more times, his eyes trained on his feet as he worked to keep them moving. "Good," I said, after a few rounds. "Now, try a few without staring at your feet." He snapped his gaze up to me again, his eyes still registering uncertainty.
"This isn't as easy as you made it look with what's-his-name."
Jake puffed out. "Lucas. And you're doing well. Just keep counting in your head."
"I'm supposed to be counting?"
He choked out. I chuckled at the words as I nodded. Waltz are 3 beats. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So far, I've been counting for you. But if you were leading, like at your wedding dance...
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay?
"Okay," I answered with a grin. His steps faltered, though I managed to step out of the way in time to save my toes.
"Sorry."
"It's fine," I said as music filled the air. "Now, try to match the music, everyone," Lisa called. "Okay, we're a bit too slow, so we need to go a little faster." I gave him the count out loud, my feet moving to match the pace, but his didn't make it to the correct speed before making another misstep.
"Wow, sorry."
I pulled him to a stop. "It's okay. Let's just start over." He pulled me a little too close, his posture slumped. "Watch your posture," I said as I stepped back. "Shoulders up, chest out." "Good. Now the feet." We managed to get into a rhythm of a few good steps. "Excellent," I said with a grin.
"I bet you're really wishing Lucas hadn't left."
"Not at all," I answered. "I told you. Partner work is very tricky. It just takes lots of practice, that's all."
"It doesn't look tricky with Lucas,"
he said, his tone betraying a hint of jealousy. "Ah," I said, as we continued our box steps. "Lucas and I have been partners for years. We know each other's movements instinctively."
"Years?"
"Uh-huh. Over a decade, actually." His eyes went wide and he lost his place in the steps again.
"A decade?"
"Easy. Let's start again," I said as we reset, waiting until we got into a rhythm to add. "Yes, we started dancing together at 15.
"That's a long time. And you certainly seem to have chemistry together."
"Well, there is a lot of emotion in dance. But I think it's more in the hours and hours of practice." Jake risked a glance at me as Lisa killed the music, and we ground to a halt, ready for the next step after a drink break.
"So, you two must spend an awful lot of time together."
"Oh, hours and hours," I said with a chuckle.
"Must be pretty close then, after all that time spent together. Does your partnership extend to beyond the dance floor, or?"
He left the unfinished question hanging between us. Lisa announced the next step, and I pulled Jake back into closed position, instructing him on how to move his feet to pull it off. As we hit our stride, I finally answered. "To answer your question, no. We're very close, obviously. But there's no romance between us. Lucas and I are just dance partners." His muscles seemed to relax a little as I said the words.
"I see. Just curious. It seems like it would be a natural extension."
I chuckled. It might, especially given how intimate dance can look from the outside. But dancing is actually demanding. It doesn't leave a lot of time for romance when you're focused on being the best, winning championships.
"Have you?"
"Yes, many. We have a lot of trophies on our mantle."
"I'm not surprised."
His brows furrowed.
I bet that draws a lot of attention, too.
I shifted my weight, stiffening at the words as memories of my experience with unwanted attention floated through my mind. Jake focused on me.
Lucas told me what happened in Pinecrest. Why you left?
I swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze. Oh. My voice quivered as I struggled to focus. I failed to pay enough attention to his steps, and he moved forward too quickly, knocking me off balance and sending me tumbling to the floor. Gasps rang out as Jake winced.
Claire, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
Pick her up, Lisa said calmly, directing Jake to do what every male partner had been instructed to do when learning to dance. Falls were inevitable, but the male is always encouraged to offer assistance to his partner. I slid my feet together and reached my hands out. With a nervous glance, he slid his hands around mine and tugged me up to stand, an apology dancing in his eyes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Falls happen quite a bit. Professionals just keep going. And that one was my fault. I wasn't paying attention.
It was my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you know. It's hard for me to talk about. It's so fresh. We resumed our dancing as Lisa turned on the music again.
Claire, I want you to know that I'm going to protect you. Not just from the magic, but from him too, if it comes to that.
I offered him a small, faltering smile. I appreciate that.
I mean it,
he said.
I'll never let anyone hurt you.
The warmth and sincerity behind his voice made my heart swell, but a pang of fear also shot through me. It wasn't just from the ordeal I'd been through. My life in Pinecrest had been dictated by strict schedules and my dedication to my craft. Relationships were secondary and practically non-existent. I'd focused so much on my dance. I'd rarely entertained any. The early mornings, the late nights. Constant pushing and practicing didn't allow for much else. I glanced up at Jake. I couldn't deny the draw I felt toward him. Given his track record, though, a man like Jake Hunter could be a distraction I couldn't afford.
Chapter 13. Jake. My muscles had just finally started to relax as I shifted in the seat, watching Claire give Lisa some demonstrations on perfecting a few Latin dance steps. Each graceful movement she made stirred a mix of admiration and jealousy within me. I couldn't help but feel the pang of inadequacy, knowing how effortlessly she danced with Lucas earlier.
You know, I just never can get that step down in the timing, Lisa admitted. Latin is not my thing, though you look like you won an award in that too. We did, Claire admitted with a laugh.
I didn't doubt it. Her dancing was a work of art. Even when she danced with Lucas, I couldn't take my eyes off of her. Though my heart ached a little every time he wrapped her in his arms, and especially when he'd held her close to him. It'd been like a sucker punch to the gut when she'd caressed his face at the end of the dance. Each touch felt like a reminder of the walls between us, a barrier I wasn't sure I could breach. I heaved a sigh as the two ladies continued their practice across the room. Claire's words replayed in my mind as I followed her expert moves.
There's no romance between us.
I clung to those words like they were a lifeline, though I'd witnessed the connection between them firsthand. The way Lucas held her, the way she smiled at him, it all made me question how true those words were. My mind couldn't help but ponder the what-ifs. What if she did have feelings for Lucas? Their movement together was effortless, almost perfect. It must take a tremendous amount of trust. When I had told her I knew about her past, she'd reacted poorly, and despite my vow to protect her, she didn't seem relieved. That didn't sit well with me. I wanted her trust, too. Would I ever earn it? Ugh! Lisa groaned from across the studio as she shook free from a pose.
I just can't look as flawless as you.
Claire waved the praise away, immediately jumping in to adjust Lisa's posture.
Oh,
Lisa said.
I see. Oh, you are fantastic. Of course, I knew that.
Claire grinned at her.
Thank you. Well, anyone who can get Jake Hunter looking half-decent on the dance floor certainly knows their stuff. You are a miracle worker.
Lisa turned her eyes to me, and I shifted uncomfortably, certain I'd made a complete fool of myself earlier when I'd tried to waltz. I hadn't minded the time with Claire, but the dancing had made me feel completely uncomfortable. I felt like an outsider in her world, clumsy and out of place. She must have been highly disappointed in my performance. And then I had knocked her down, adding to my sense of inadequacy. I shook my head. I think the only half that looked decent was her.
You'll get no argument from me there,
Lisa answered.
Well, I've taken up enough of your time. I'll let you go, and, of course, no lessons tomorrow.
Right, but you wouldn't mind if I used the studio, right?
No, of course not. Use away, Claire.
Thank you, and I'll see you Monday. Claire changed her shoes and grabbed her bag as I rose from my seat, awaiting her.
Good night,
Lisa called as we stepped outside into the late afternoon air. I shoved my hands in my pockets as we strolled away from the studio. Sorry about earlier. I didn't think Lisa would actually be dumb enough to press me into service. She giggled at the statement, the sound lifting my heart.
Nothing to be sorry about. You did really well. You would have made a good dancer.
A sharp laugh escaped me. Okay, now I know you're lying.
No, I'm being serious, she said with a grin. You caught on pretty quick for a beginner. And plus, you're pretty strong. So lifts would be easy once you learned how to do them.
Lifts? I asked.
Uh-huh,
she said with a nod before she glanced at me, noting the questioning expression on my features.
Oh, like when Lucas lifted me into the air?
My eyebrows rose to my hairline. Like on the one foot? Can I be honest?
Sure,
she said as we meandered along. I really thought you were going to fall when you leaned to the side. If that was me, you probably would have.
That is just lots of practice on timing, she said. Believe me, I fell tons of times when we were perfecting that entire sequence.
Really? I asked. Isn't that dangerous?
It can be. We practice with mats, and Lucas is pretty good at pivoting to break my fall.
I think you may be braver than me, I said with a shake of my head. I'd seen a lot of adventure in my life, particularly as a Sentinel, but I wasn't certain I would love her job.
Says the man who dove into icy cold water after me.
I wasn't thinking.
Oh, yeah?
She offered me a coy grin.
Do you do that a lot? Act before thinking?
I shrugged. Sometimes.
Well, I am very glad you did.
She wrapped her arms around herself with a shiver. You cold? I asked, slowing to a stop as I pulled my jacket off and wrapped it around her.
Thanks. I think just a memory of that cold water.
I glanced down at her as she offered me a sweet smile. Her vulnerability in that moment made me want to reach out and caress her cheek, to offer some comfort, but I wasn't certain she'd appreciate that. I held back, my hand lingering just inches from her skin. Before I could do anything, my phone interrupted our moment. I dug into my pocket and pulled it out, glancing at the display. It's Hannah.
Maybe she has an update,
Claire suggested. I swiped to accept the call, putting Hannah on speakerphone. Hey, Hannah, what's up?
We have the diagnostics back on the soil from the site you and what's-her-name found.
Claire pressed her lips together at the subtle dig. Claire, I reminded her, annoyance creeping into my voice. And we'll be right there. I ended the call and shoved the phone in my pocket. The police station's a couple of blocks from here. Are you okay to walk it? She laughed as she started down the sidewalk.
Of course. I'm from the city, remember? This town is tiny.
I caught up to her, matching her pace. I'll try not to take that as an insult.
It's not. It's just a fact. The shopping district in Pinecrest was bigger than Mystic Harbor, so I'm always fine to walk.
It is a pretty small town. I slid my eyes sideways to her. Do you hate it?
No,
she said, her answer sounding genuine and given without hesitation.
Not at all. It's kind of charming, actually. I could see myself living here.
The words bolstered me a little. I had expected her to be looking for an out, and there was no way I'd like living in a city. But I was getting ahead of myself, although being with Claire tended to do that to me.
You've lived here all your life, right?
Born and raised, I answered. Generations of hunters have lived in this town.
Protecting it,
she said with a smile.
I like that.
I liked that she liked it, matching her expression.
Seems like you're really well known here.
My stomach plummeted at the sudden turn in the conversation. I knew what she was getting at. The number of women who had mentioned their involvement with me already, and I was certain Jade had probably told her a tale or two about my bad boy ways. I had a reputation in this town, and until now, it had never bothered me. In fact, it had helped me avoid messy entanglements. But I'd never wanted to entangle myself more with a woman than with Claire Pierce. Yeah, I guess, I answered, trying to be casual. To be fair, I'm sure you were pretty well known in Pinecrest, huh?
I guess. Mostly from a distance, though.
Aw, I bet if we were walking through the streets there, we'd be tripping over your boyfriends.
No,
she said with a shake of her head. I didn't believe that, and she must have read it on my face as I glanced at her.
Dancing is very demanding. We eat, sleep, and breathe dance. That doesn't leave much time for anything else.
I licked my lips as we rounded the corner, the police station coming into sight.
Seems like we're tripping over yours, though.
The words sliced at me, no matter how much levity was in her voice. Well, it's a small town. Look, Claire.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to sound like an accusation. It wasn't. It's not my business.
With that, she climbed the stairs to the station and pulled the door open. I hesitated at the bottom of the stairs, desperately wanting my dating life to be her business. She glanced over her shoulder as she held the door open.
Coming?
Yeah, I murmured as I took the steps in twos and grabbed hold of the door. We slipped into the building, the offices quiet on a Saturday afternoon, finding Owen emerging from his office. Hey, Jake, did Hannah call you? She did. She said she had some news. Yeah, we're back in the Situation Room. His eyes fell to Claire before he flicked his gaze back at me. Maybe she should wait outside. That's not necessary, I answered, snaking an arm around her shoulders.
Look, I haven't been very forthcoming, and I'm sorry. I would be more than happy to tell you my real name, and why I'm here, if it helps,
Claire said, an apology in her eyes. You really don't have to do that, I answered for her. She stays with me, period. Owen seemed to consider it, but the unflinching stare I gave him seemed to do the trick, and he waved us back.
I can tell them,
Claire whispered as we skirted past quiet desks, abandoned for this shift. You don't need to relive that, I assured her, my protective instincts surging again. We stepped into the room, Hannah's eyes immediately falling onto Claire as we did. I kept my arm firmly around her, a silent signal to Hannah. You have results? As I asked the question, Helen slipped into the room behind us. We do. She waved a folder in the air before she tossed it on the table. What is it? Chemicals? Ashes? What? I asked. Nothing, Helen answered. My eyebrows shot up as I tried to make sense of her answer. What? It's nothing we've ever seen before. It's nothing from this earth. I let out a laugh. What? Come on, Helen. It's just dirt. It's not, though, Helen answered. You look at that report. I couldn't find a single mineral indicative of typical Maine soil. What does that mean? Claire asked. You tell us, Hannah said, her tone accusatory. Claire offered her a confused look that bordered on hurt. I don't know anything. I'm sorry. Spare me the sweet innocent act. You blow into town right as these strange things start happening, and you immediately latch on to Jake. I didn't, she began. Hannah, I said, my tone a warning. No, don't defend her, Jake. I mean, was she even here for one day before she ended up clinging to you like a barnacle to a boat? Think. I know you're still a little thrown after what happened between us, but come on. You're smarter than this. I could have lunged at her and killed her for that as I spotted the surprise on Claire's features. Yet another woman in the long line of them that paraded through the streets of Mystic Harbor. The little thing that happened between us hasn't affected my ability to critically think, I said, my voice raised. Little? Hannah scoffed, shaking her head. Come on, Jake. This feels like a reaction to me picking Owen over you. Except it's not, Hannah. Don't flatter yourself. Hey, whoa, Helen said, holding her hands up. We're all on the same side here. Are we? I'm a little concerned about Claire. Claire shifted her weight, shooting me a guilty glance. I can explain. I'd love to hear it. No, I said with a shake of my head. Claire, you don't have to do this. It's fine, she said, her jaw tensing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I just don't want it to be public knowledge, okay? It's too painful. You can trust us, Owen answered as Hannah crossed her arms, cocking a hip. I arched an eyebrow at her. Hannah? Yeah, fine, she said with a shrug. Talk. Claire licked her lips, her features pinched with the recent trauma she'd faced. My real name isn't Claire Bennett. I knew it! Hannah exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. Owen held a hand up, quieting her. I tightened my grip on Claire, offering her silent support as she continued. It's Claire Pierce. I'm from a city called Pinecrest. I was a dancer there, and She had a crazed fan, a stalker. I finished for her as her voice turned shaky. You can look it up, verify it. I don't think you need to put her through anything else. Hannah tugged her phone from her pocket and typed it in, scrolling before she glanced up, her jaw tight. All right, so that explains who you are. But it doesn't mean you didn't do this. Maybe the experience brought your magic out.
No,
Claire answered.
No, I don't have any magic.
She was wrong about that. She was magic to me, though not the kind we were searching for. Hannah stared at Claire for a moment.
Well, either way, our clue is somewhat of a dead end. We have no idea what is happening at that location, so we have nothing to pursue.
Well, we'll have to keep looking, I answered. Hannah offered a weak nod as Owen said, We'll keep at it. Let us know if you come up with anything on your end. We will, I answered. We broke up our meeting, heading back into the dusky outside air to make our way back to the chaser. As we walked, Claire shrugged my jacket tighter around her, licking her lips as she stole a glance at me.
Hey, thank you for giving them my history. It's still hard for me to talk about.
No problem, I answered. I wished you didn't have to tell them at all.
Well, she had a point. She was concerned, and I could set those concerns at ease.
But you didn't need to relive something so fresh. She stopped, her gaze on the sidewalk before she finally glanced up at me, her features soft.
Your telling them was very helpful, mainly so I didn't have to.
This time I couldn't stop myself from cupping her face in my hands, my thumb caressing her cheek. I will always protect you, Claire, I said, my voice quiet. She didn't look away, her lips parting as our eyes locked. In an impulsive moment, I leaned closer, my heart pounding in my chest. I snaked an arm around her waist and pulled her close, feeling the electricity between us. When our lips met, warmth and a flood of emotions rushed through me, overwhelming in their intensity. The kiss was soft, yet charged with everything I'd been holding back. When I finally pulled away, I studied her face, searching for a sign, a reaction that matched the whirlwind of feelings inside me. Her features pinched, and she pressed her fingers to her lips.
Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that.
My heart plummeted at the words. What I'd thought had been a mutual connection between us had been shut down faster than I could blink. She wanted no parts of me. But that kiss had confirmed for me that this was something I couldn't ignore.
Chapter 14. Claire. I pulled Jake's jacket tight around me, sneaking a sideways glance at him as we left the police station. The uncomfortable meeting had revealed some truths, a few of which I'd wished had stayed buried. When I'd come to Mystic Harbor, I hadn't planned on revealing any of the messy details about my past. I hadn't planned on anything, actually, but I had suddenly been caught up in a whirlwind of events that I was still attempting to wrap my head around. Hannah's constant accusations had to be quieted, though, so I'd told them about what had sent me running from my own hometown. Actually, Jake had told them when I struggled to find the strength. I appreciated that from him, and I'd told him as much as we walked back to the storm chaser. But what happened next startled and unsettled me. After telling me he'd always protect me, he'd pulled me closer and pressed a soft kiss against my lips. Electricity raced through my body, but so did 1,000 alarm bells. He'd vowed to protect me from everything, from the magic chasing me to the stalker who'd been the force behind the most harrowing 48 hours of my life. But the one thing he couldn't protect me from was himself. We parted, and I stood there, stunned. My fingers found their way to my lips to confirm that I'd just been kissed by Jake. Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. I said, my voice a breathy whisper. For a second, I stood in stunned silence, my heart still racing. Then I turned and stormed away from him, confusion and fear overwhelming any attraction I might have felt. I hadn't had a romantic relationship in a while. With my busy schedule and drive, most of them flickered and faded, until I'd stopped trying, focusing entirely on my dance career. But my lack of romantic experience wasn't the real reason I'd raced away from Jake after the kiss. He wasn't the kind of man I'd place my romantic hopes on, or even a bet. Jake's chiseled features and easy charm made relationships come effortlessly for him. And it was pretty clear he had plenty. Everywhere I turned in Mystic Harbor, I seemed to trip over an ex-girlfriend, one-night stand, or romantic fling of Jake Hunter's. Jade had warned me, Helen had subtly hinted, and then I'd seen it myself. The waitress at the restaurant had made it clear that she'd shared something with Jake, something she hoped to repeat. One of the couples in my waltz class had been born of a brief relationship with Jake, followed by a rejection. And then at the police station, Hannah had mentioned their involvement. I started to wonder if Jake's interest in me lay in the fact that I was the only woman in Mystic Harbor he hadn't been romantically involved with.
Claire,
Jake called after me, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Despite the warning signs, I couldn't deny I was attracted to him, or that a part of me wanted him to kiss me. But now my head was a mess of conflicting emotions, and all I could focus on was the urgent need to get away.
Claire,
He shouted again, the sound of his boots slapping the pavement as he closed the distance. I tried to walk faster, but he caught up with me easily.
Hey, Claire, wait.
No, I said, with a shake of my head, refusing to look at him. He gently grabbed my arm, but the touch, so reminiscent of my experience in Pinecrest, made me wrench my arm away. He held up his hands in quiet defeat.
Sorry. I'm sorry, okay? But please don't walk away.
I glanced up at him before I wrapped my arms around my midriff, wanting to be anywhere but here. I need some time. One glance at him made it obvious that he didn't care for that answer. But I wasn't certain I cared for what was happening between us. What I assumed had happened between him and dozens of other women before.
Claire,
He shook his head, his features pinching.
we need to talk about this.
No, I said with a vehement shake of my head. That shouldn't have happened.
Why?
He asked.
Come on, I think you can tell that I have feelings for you, that there's something between us.
I remained silent, pinching my lips together.
And I'm sorry if the kiss took you by surprise. Given everything you've gone through, I can see how it might have bothered you. But Claire, I'm not going to hurt you.
He reached for me again, his touch tentative and tender. I can't do this, I said.
Look, I understand that this may be difficult after what happened.
No, it's not that, I said, as I hurried to wipe away a tear that had escaped onto my cheek.
Then what?
I snapped my gaze to him. Are you serious? His eyebrows shot up, a surprised expression on his face.
Apparently, yes. I don't know what the problem is here, other than maybe you're afraid of your feelings, but we can work through that together.
Afraid of my feelings? I questioned, following my statement with a scoff.
Then what?
Jake. I hesitated, as I searched for a nice way of putting it. I can't turn a corner here without finding someone you've been involved with. That kiss, that line, it all feels like something you've done so many times before that it's just the way you operate. His features registered hurt, and he swallowed hard, flicking his gaze to his boots.
I don't have the cleanest history, Claire. But that doesn't mean...
Doesn't mean what? I interrupted. Doesn't mean you're not trustworthy? Doesn't mean I'm not just another in a long line of women you've claimed to have feelings for?
I do have feelings for you,
he answered, his voice turning sharp. And I'm sure you did for every other woman you've kissed, too. His nostrils flared at the statement, betraying his unhappiness with my response.
So what? That's it? I'm not good enough for the princess?
My jaw unhinged at the statement. That was uncalled for. Just because I have standards.
Standards? Really? Is that what you call setting the bar so high no one can ever measure up?
That isn't it at all. It's hardly too high to expect someone who hasn't dated the entire town, I said with a shake of my head. And I'm not going to stand here and defend myself to you. I don't have to. I pushed past him, my features pinched with the anger that swirled inside of me. I walked alone for a minute before his footsteps pounded behind me.
Claire,
leave me alone, I said.
Well, that's going to be kind of tricky, he answered. Since I need to protect you from...
No, I held a hand up. I've had just about as much as I can take of your version of protection. I'm packing my things and going back to my motel room.
Like hell you are,
he spat out.
Claire, have you forgotten what happened a few nights ago at the dance studio?
No, I haven't. And I still haven't ruled out that you could have set up that entire thing.
I did not,
he said, his voice filled with incredulousness.
I can't believe you're accusing me of that.
If something else happens, I'll call you first.
It could be too late by then.
Don't worry, I'll have Lucas with me. The mention of Lucas's name made his jaw tighten, and he took an extra second before he answered.
He can't protect you like I can.
He can't hurt me either, I shot back as we reached the ship. I scrambled aboard, dashing to the living quarters as he followed behind me.
Claire,
he began as I tore through the living room. Claire? Lucas asked, leaping from the sofa. I didn't answer either of them, plowing straight into the bedroom where I grabbed my bag and shoved the pajamas I'd neatly folded and placed on my pillow into it before I crossed to retrieve a set of clothes I'd left on the dresser. Pack your stuff, we're leaving, I said to Lucas. His eyebrows knitted as he hesitated a moment, his gaze flicking to Jake, who removed what I'd just packed from my bag. I dumped my clothes inside and ripped my nightshirt from his hands, shoving it into the bag before I headed for the bathroom.
Claire,
Jake said, grabbing hold of my arm.
You don't? Get your hands off of her,
Lucas shouted. I twisted to find him yanking Jake's arm away from me.
Don't get yourself in the middle of something you don't understand,
Jake warned, his voice a low growl.
I think I understand all too well,
Lucas answered, his chest puffing as he took a step toward Jake.
You don't want to pick this fight,
Jake said, unflinching. Stop it, I shouted. That's enough out of both of you. My decision is made. I'm going back to the motel. I entered the bathroom and grabbed the few things I'd set out before I carried them out to my duffel bag and unloaded them into the top before I zipped it shut and hoisted it onto my shoulder. Let's go.
Claire, don't do this,
Jake said, a hint of apprehension now surfacing in his voice. I left the bedroom behind without a word. Lucas followed me, hurrying to grab a pair of shoes, his phone charger and phone, and stuffing it all into his bag.
Claire,
Jake warned, as Lucas rose.
I'm ready,
he said. He glared at Jake as he slid an arm around me and guided me toward the door.
Don't walk out that door. It's not safe.
I licked my lips as the night air caressed my skin, and we left the storm chaser behind. Lucas kept a firm hold of me as we walked up the docks to the town and made our way silently to the Seagull Inn. I unlocked the door to my room and pushed inside, flicking on a light. After dumping my bag on the dresser, I collapsed on the edge of the bed.
You want to talk about it?
Lucas asked tentatively. I blew out a long breath. My head started to bob. I needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. My life had spiraled out of control in the last few days, and I could barely keep up. Yeah, and I'd also like something to eat. I was so focused on getting here, I didn't think of it.
I'll go and grab something,
Lucas said. No, I answered quickly, shaking my head. No, I don't want to be alone.
Okay,
he said with a soft smile.
We'll order takeout. I'll have it delivered.
I eased onto the edge of the mattress again, pulling my legs underneath me as Lucas placed an online order for takeout. He crossed to me, taking my hands in his as he sat down in front of me.
What happened, Claire?
My eyes turned glassy and I sucked in a shaky breath, flicking my gaze sideways. Jake kissed me. I glanced at Lucas, noting his neutral expression. It's not that... I hesitated, searching for the right words. There's so much to say.
It's okay, Claire. Take your time.
It's not just the kiss. It's...
His reputation?
Lucas ventured. I glanced up at him, surprised that he was able to easily read my mind. He offered me a soft chuckle.
Claire, it was pretty obvious with that waitress last night, and the way he blew her off completely kind of made me suspicious.
I nodded. His bartender told me he's got a reputation for going through women. And not just the waitress. One of my students at the studio mentioned him, kicking her to the curb. And then Hannah, the paranormal investigator, mentioned a relationship between them that had ended. I sucked in a shaky breath. It's like everywhere I turn, there's someone else he's dated or whatever, and then...
Go on,
Lucas prodded. I just don't trust that this isn't all a come-on. I feel like this is what he does with women, and I'm his latest mark. So when he kissed me, I told him that. My gaze went to the bedspread beneath me, and we got into a huge argument over it.
Oh, Claire, you have every right to have your own opinion and express it.
He got really angry about it.
Angry? He kissed you. I'm guessing you didn't invite it. He has no right to be angry.
I slid my eyes closed, my shoulders slumping. Maybe I did invite it. Lucas's features squashed. I pressed my lips together as I shook my head. We've had a few close moments, and I maybe sent him some signals.
Close moments that I'm sure he'd manipulated you into. Claire, come on. This guy has bad news written all over him. He's probably an expert at getting women to believe what he wants them to.
I pressed my lips together as I nodded. Right.
I mean, this craziness with the magic.
I did see that. And the fog wall. And apparently whatever we saw in the woods isn't even identifiable.
Okay, fine. The magic is real. That doesn't mean everything he told you is real.
He's been manipulating you. I called him on this very thing last night. I raised my gaze to him, my eyebrows pinched. You did? Lucas nodded.
I did. I wanted to make sure he didn't hurt you. He thought you were running from a controlling ex, and that's how your past came up. But it started with me calling him on his past, and how he may be using your trauma to manipulate you into his bed.
My lips parted as I studied him, a mix of gratitude and awe coursing through me.
And you know what he answered me with after I told him about what happened in Pinecrest?
Lucas paused. He told me he'd be gentle with you.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. No, like I said, I'm certain he's done this before, with many, many women. But you're too special a woman to be used like this.
My features squashed as tears filled my eyes. I feel so stupid.
Why, Claire? You've been through hell and back. And then he used you.
I sank my head into my hands. Because, for half a second, maybe I wanted him to kiss me. Lucas wrapped his arms around me.
Oh, Claire, you didn't do anything wrong. Even if you wanted to kiss him, that doesn't mean you have to agree to a relationship with him.
I bobbed my head as a knock sounded on our door. I sniffled, wiping away the few tears that had fallen to my cheeks in the rush of emotions as Lucas rose and crossed to the door, tugging it open.
You're kidding,
Lucas said. I glanced at the door, finding Jake leaning against the jamb, our to-go order dangling from his fingers. Lucas grabbed the bag from him. Tip was on the card.
Claire, we need to talk,
Jake said as he blocked Lucas from closing the door.
She's not interested. Leave her alone,
Lucas answered.
Claire.
I raced from the bed, disappearing into the bathroom and grabbing a fistful of tissues, pressing them to my face.
I said no.
Lucas's voice boomed from the bedroom.
I want to hear that from her,
Jake answered.
You don't have any right to demand that. She made it very clear that she wanted you to stay away from her when she left the boat.
Ship, Jake shot back, his voice tense.
And I'm not demanding. I'm asking her for a conversation.
Okay, I said, as I hovered in the doorway leading to the bathroom.
Claire, you don't have to do this,
Lucas said. It's fine. He's not going to leave until I do this. I won't be long. Wait for me to eat? I squeezed his hand as I passed him, lingering for a second as I waited for his response.
Of course, Claire. And I'll be right here if you need me. You just shout.
I smiled and nodded at him before I stepped into the night air with Jake, a sigh escaping him after the tense confrontation.
Thanks for calling off your guard dog.
I crossed my arms. He's not my guard dog.
Did you just come here to argue?
No, he answered, with a shake of his head, his gaze falling to his feet.
No, I came here to...
His features pinched, and for a moment, I spotted what looked like a genuine upset flashing in his eyes.
Claire.
Movement caught my eye over Jake's shoulder. I snapped my gaze to a figure hovering at the edge of the building. Dark hair blew in the wind from under a hood as she turned and hurried away. On the back of her black jacket, a large silver pentagram. I'd seen that jacket before, just before I'd fallen into the ocean, and once again when we'd arrived at the docks when I'd agreed to stay with Jake. Who was this woman? Just another of Jake's conquests? Or something more sinister?
Chapter 15. Jake. My heart tore in two as I stared after Claire's disappearing form. My warnings hadn't worked, and neither had admitting the truth about my feelings. The kiss I'd given her, a promise, a hope whispered in the dark. It had backfired and blown up into a massive argument. I'd said things I shouldn't have, but her words had stung more than I'd expected. My past had finally caught up to me. The years I'd spent avoiding commitment. Not because I didn't want it, but because I didn't want it with any of the women I'd been involved with. Maybe I should have avoided them entirely, but I hadn't. And my past actions had cost me Claire. I sank onto the couch and pounded my fists against the coffee table before I flung the contents of it to the side.
My remote, a bevy of nautical maps, and a model ship went tumbling to the floor, clattering across it. I leapt to my feet, pacing the floor, a mix of anger, hurt, and disappointment brewing inside me. Claire's words continued to echo in my brain. I was below her standards, and I couldn't deny that insinuation gutted me. But what did I expect? She wasn't even dating Lucas, aka Mr. Perfect. The man, basically a male model, also played nice. He wouldn't act on an impulse if it kicked him in the pants. It turned my stomach that she left with him. Whether or not she had feelings for him, she'd chosen him. I'd lost in another love triangle. My fingers curled into fists as I paced the floor. With a shake of my head, I decided that I couldn't stay here anymore. I needed to get away and clear my head. I left my ship behind, shoving my hands into my pockets as I strolled up the docks toward the twinkling lights of town. I bypassed a few restaurants before I slipped into one with a bar, sadly the same one I'd visited with Claire and Lucas. "Beer," I said with a slap of my hand against the bar as my eyes lingered on the booth we'd sat at the night before. The bartender set a frosty bottle in front of me, and I sank onto the bar stool, wrapping my fingers around it and downing half the bottle in one shot. "Set me up with another. I'll have this finished in no time," I said as I slammed the beer onto the bar. The heavy scent of perfume filled my nostrils, and I slid my eyes closed.
"Hey, you,"
Rachel said as she sidled up to me.
"Back for more?"
"Leave me alone, Rachel," I said before I took another sip of my beer. The coyness in her expression faded, and she shifted her weight.
"Something wrong, Jake?"
"Yes, something is wrong. You. Nothing happened between us, and nothing ever will. Back off." Her jaw unhinged. I closed my eyes again and shook my head. "Look, Rachel, I'm sorry. It's just been a rough day, and I want to wallow in my beer in peace, okay?"
"Whatever,"
she said with a huff, before she grabbed what remained in my beer bottle and dumped it all over me. I wiped the moisture away from my face with a sigh as the bartender set a fresh drink down and offered me a towel. I did my best to mop up the mess before I scrubbed my face with my hands. "Tough day?" Helen asked from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder before I grabbed my beer. "You could say that." She climbed onto the bar stool next to me. "I'll have what he's having." "Fair warning, Helen. I'm not very good company right now." "So what else is new?" she retorted. The comment earned a slight chuckle from me before I took another long drag from the bottle. "So, what happened?" she asked. I shook my head, staring at the bottles behind the bar. "I don't want to talk about it." "No? All right, fine. Where's Claire?" I sucked in a deep breath. I said, "I don't want to talk about it." "So, it does have to do with her. I figured. What did you do?" I hung my head as she naturally assumed I'd done something. You know, it's that attitude right there that makes me not want to talk about it. "All right. What did she do?" I stared into the amber bottle, my finger tapping the condensation on the side. "You were right the first time. I kissed her." "I'm going to assume that didn't go the way you'd hoped," Helen answered. "Not exactly," I said. "That would explain why you're sitting here wallowing in your beer like an idiot." I heaved a sigh. "Look, Helen, I've already been insulted enough tonight. I don't need it from you, too." "I can't help it. I call a spade a spade."
Silence stretched between us for a moment. So what happened? We got into a huge argument, and she basically told me I wasn't up to her standards. Helen pressed her lips together as she raised her beer to her mouth. Somehow, I don't see Claire saying that. Maybe not in those exact words, but pretty much that. She comes from a different world, Jake. Yeah, I interrupted. One where men have no histories, apparently. To be fair, you don't have the best reputation around here. And it's bitten me in the butt this time. My thumbnail picked at the label on the bottle, tearing it off piece by piece. And instead of fixing it, you're sitting here getting drunk. Probably about to make another huge mistake, like take that snippy waitress home. I'm not going to do either of those things. And there is no fixing it. I tried to fix it. She wants no parts of me. Helen shot me a raised eyebrow glance. Okay, I'm not going to do the second of those things, but there's still no fixing this. Why? Because you kissed her, and when she reacted, you tried to explain? And she didn't fall into your arms? Come on, Jake. You're tougher than that. She rejected me, Helen. Flat. So, show her she was wrong about you. I let my head fall back between my shoulder blades. Right. Sure. I'll just pretend I haven't dated half the town. That's not what I mean, Helen said with a shake of her head. Then what, huh? Because I can't change the fact that I'm a salty sailor from a little seaside town, and that I've had a string of bad relationships that haven't worked out. None of that is why she's rejected you. I think it is, I retorted. Helen heaved a sigh before she spun to face me. She's rejecting you because she's unsure of you. Your reputation isn't helping, and your behavior right now definitely isn't. You're feeding into exactly what she thinks of you. You didn't get your way, so you'll slink to the closest bar, find the first pretty girl who looks your way, and use her to drown your sorrows. I gritted my teeth, my nostrils flaring. Helen just didn't understand the dynamics at play here. Don't you flare those nostrils at me, she said with a wag of her finger. Show her you care. More about her than you. What do you want me to do, Helen? Tie her to a chair and force her to like me? Well, it'd sure beat what you're doing right now, she answered as she grabbed her beer and took a sip. But I don't think you need to be that extreme. Just go to her. Talk to her. I tried to talk to her. She left. So go after her. Right. I'll just show up at her motel room like a complete stalker, which, by the way, she's running from, and force her to talk to me. Or you could sit here, nurse that beer, feel sorry for yourself, and wonder what her kids with that cute dance partner she's got will look like. The statement hit me like a physical slap, and I shook my head. Yeah, I looked them up after what happened at the station. He's cute. If you think that's gonna light a fire under me, you're wrong. I'm just going to agree with you. They're from the same world. They're probably far better off together than she'd be with me. If you really believed that, you wouldn't be sitting here trying to drown your sorrows in a beer. I huffed out of breath, Helen's words weighing on me. You know, I'm going to go over there just so you'll stop badgering me. That'll work, she said with a shrug and a sip of her beer. I hung my head, the decision now pressing down around me. I can't do that. I have no reason to go over there. I'm sure Lucas won't let me see her. No, I don't know, the bartender said, interrupting my thoughts. No, I need you here. I have an order that needs to go out. Seagull Inn. No, I can't ask one of the waitresses. No. The man slammed the phone down on the bar, his knuckles white around it. Hey, Simon, Helen called. I think I have a solution to your problem. A few minutes later, I was walking to the Seagull Inn, carrying Lucas and Claire's takeout order, and crossing my fingers that I wouldn't get the door slammed in my face. Or worse. If I did, I consoled myself with the fact that I could lord it over Helen, that for the first time in her life, she'd been wrong. Although, for the first time in my life, I was hoping to be wrong. The motel came into sight, and my heart ramped up, beating hard against my ribs. I strode to room number 1 and rapped my knuckles against the door. A second later, Lucas pulled it open, his features twisting with annoyance as he spotted me leaning against the jamb. Claire glanced at me, and I felt a pang when I noticed the red rimming her eyes. You're kidding. Lucas snatched the bag from my fingers. Tip was on the card. I jammed my boot in the door. Claire, we need to talk. She's not interested. Leave her alone. Lucas answered. Claire, I began when she launched off the bed and raced to the bathroom. I said no. Lucas growled back at me. I want to hear that from her, I retorted. I wasn't going to let this punk back me down. You don't have any right to demand that. She made it very clear that she wanted you to stay away from her when she left the boat. Ship, I corrected. And I'm not demanding. I'm asking her for a conversation. Okay, Claire's voice said as she hovered in the bathroom doorway. Claire, you don't have to do this, Lucas said, and I could have smashed him in the face. It's fine. He's not going to leave until I do this. I won't be long. Wait for me to eat? She grabbed his hand, squeezing it. Of course, Claire. And I'll be right here if you need me. You just shout. Another nauseating comment. As she stepped outside with me, I sighed. Thanks for calling off your guard dog. He's not my guard dog. Did you just come here to argue? No, I answered with a shake of my head, remembering Helen's words. I let my gaze fall to my feet. Being vulnerable wasn't going to be as easy as it sounded when Helen had suggested it. My features pinched as I prepared to make my best attempt at honesty. Claire. I hesitated, searching for the right words. This was my chance to set things right. When I finally raised my eyes to meet hers, I found her staring over my shoulder. Her features pinched. Doubt gnawed at me, but I pushed forward, knowing I couldn't back down now. I flicked a gaze over my shoulder before I faced her again. Claire. Who is that? She asked. What? No one. Who cares? Look, about what happened earlier. No, that woman. Who is she? My shoulders slumped as I huffed out of breath. Honestly, Claire, I don't know. Contrary to what you think, I haven't dated the entire town, okay? I've had a lot of bad... No, she insisted with a shake of her head as she stepped around me. No, I've seen that woman before. My annoyance grew at her avoidance. Right before I fell into the ocean. And then again on the docks after you took me to the storm chaser after the incident at the dance studio. My eyebrows pinched as she related the information, my Sentinel senses kicking in, and killing my self-pity and desperation to win her back. What did she look like? I asked, my interest piqued. Dark hair, pale skin. It's hard to see her face because she's always wearing a hood with a silver pentagram on the back. Silver pentagram? I shook my head. Not familiar. We need to find this woman. I think so too. she said with a nod, her hand curling around mine as she stared into the growing darkness after the woman. Warmth spread through me at the simple gesture. It had far more impact than she may have realized. My mind returned to what I'd come here for, shoving away the impulse to pull her closer to me. My jaw tightened as I forced myself to return to the painful subject I'd come here to discuss. Claire, I still think we need to talk. She returned her focus to me.
We should try to find her.
I bobbed my head. Yeah, and we will, but this is important.
Jake,
No, Claire, please, just listen. I held a shaky hand between us before I squeezed my fingers into a tight fist. She pressed her lips together, her blue eyes fixed on me, making me even more nervous. I let my gaze fall to my feet, my pulse thundering. I meant what I said about how I feel. Claire, I swear I've never felt anything like this before. She shifted her weight, her lips pressing together. And I get it. I'm not the most trustworthy guy. But I'm not trying to lure you into something. I'm really just trying to protect you. She nodded, avoiding my gaze. And I waited for the brush-off to come. I imagined slumping onto the bar stool next to Helen and telling her she was wrong.
I appreciate that, Jake.
I spotted the hesitance dancing in her eyes as well as her voice. Look, I understand. Just let me earn your trust. Let me prove to you that I'm not my past. She raised her gaze to me, uncertainty still clouding her eyes. But she offered a curt nod. Okay. A glimmer of hope ignited within me as the tension released in my jaw. Okay. Silence stretched between us. Helen hadn't told me how to handle things after she agreed, and I'd never thought that far ahead, to be honest. I leaned closer, figuring we could seal the deal with a kiss. She pressed a hand to my lips.
We're not there yet.
I let out a slight chuckle. Fair enough. Now, let's focus on finding this woman. She nodded.
Yes, I think she might be tied to what's happening. She may even be the force behind it.
The words reminded me of the looming threats and the battle we faced. I had 2 missions now. Keep Claire safe and win her heart. Failure wasn't an option this time. I couldn't let my past define my future, especially not with Claire.
Chapter 16. Claire. I stared into the darkness where the woman had once stood. She was now long gone, but we had to find her. When I twisted back, I found Jake's eyes still on me. My heart was still torn in two, warring between trusting him and becoming his next victim. Well, I should get back in there with Lucas.
Wait,
Jake said, grabbing hold of my hand.
Claire, you're still in danger. I know this is going to come across as a come-on again.
I get it, I answered, desperately trying to place my trust in him. The appearance of the woman added a little credence to his story. No matter how much I wanted to discount everything he said because of his history, I needed to try to separate the two. He wrapped his fingers around mine, his touch firm yet gentle.
I really do want to protect you. I need you to believe that, no matter what you've heard about me.
I bobbed my head, feeling the weight of his gaze. It seemed like he wanted to say more, his eyes searching mine for a sign of trust. The conflict within me twisted tighter, making it hard to breathe. I couldn't handle any more of this discussion right now. I did, however, appreciate his effort to make things right. I appreciate that, Jake, and you coming over here to clear the air between us. His features pinched as he eased a lock of hair away from my face. Why don't you come in? I can order something else.
I'm not that hungry, he answered. But I will come in, because you still need protection.
I offered him a tight-lipped smile as I nodded. Let's just focus on that for now. Hurt danced across his eyes, but he agreed. I twisted the knob and pushed into the motel room, with Jake following me, our hands intertwined. Lucas sat perched on the rickety desk chair, his leg bobbing up and down. He leapt up as he spotted Jake.
Claire?
The question in his voice was obvious. I licked my lips, attempting to ease the palpable tension in the room. Jake crossed to the bed and collapsed onto it. Lucas followed him with his eyes before he shot his gaze back to me. I struggled to explain to him what I could barely accept myself. We've agreed to focus on solving whatever is happening here. The words sent Jake's gaze down to his boots, his jaw clenching as Lucas's nostrils flared.
Okay, if that's what you're comfortable with.
I nodded, thinking the word comfortable was a stretch.
The fact remains that Claire is still in a serious amount of danger,
Jake answered, his voice sharp.
And I can protect her. Of course you can.
Lucas shot back, charging a few steps toward him.
At least that's what you'll tell her. I'm sure you're really well-versed in this, though. I'm well-versed in guarding magic, yes,
Jake answered.
I'll bet,
Lucas said with a scoff. Stop, I answered as I wrapped my fingers around Lucas's arm.
I'm sorry, Claire. I just want you to be safe and happy.
Jake rolled his eyes at the statement.
If you really want her to be safe, you should be welcoming me.
Lucas shot him a glare before he took my hands in his.
Whatever you want, Claire. That's what I'm good with. Why don't you two sit down and eat so we can move on to discussing how we plan to find this woman? What woman?
Lucas asked as I tugged our meals from the paper bag.
Claire saw someone outside. She's seen her before a few times. Once before a rogue gust of wind blew her into the ocean. What?
Lucas whipped around to face me. I shrugged, my features scrunching at the memory. Yeah. Jake saved me. He jumped into the water and pulled me out. Lucas's eyebrows knitted. And, I continued, I saw her again when Jake took me to the storm chaser after I was attacked by magic at the studio. And now, tonight.
So you think she has something to do with this?
He asked.
Maybe,
I answered as I sat down on the bed with my plastic fork in hand to eat my salad. Lucas settled next to me, leaving Jake to pace at the end of the bed. I stabbed at a few pieces of lettuce, noticing that the tension hadn't really dissipated.
What is that smell?
Lucas said, his nose wrinkling. I sniffed in the air, not detecting anything when Lucas snapped his gaze to Jake.
Have you been drinking?
Jake slid his eyes closed.
I had 1 beer. Really? Smells like you've had a dozen.
Jake ran a hand through his hair.
I may have had one spilled on me.
My eyebrows shot up at the words.
On purpose?
Lucas asked.
Does it matter?
Jake shot back. Lucas shrugged.
I mean, you don't have to explain. We can just come up with our own story.
Jake set his hands on his hips, his gaze falling on me before he flicked it to the floor.
Rachel dumped it on me when I turned her down.
I stared at my salad as I shifted on the bed and pushed the leafy greens around in the container. I really didn't want to deal with this conversation again. There were too many things going on for me to sort through my emotions. Next to me, Lucas scoffed before he said,
So what's the deal with this mystery woman?
Like I said, I answered, pleased for the change of subject. I've seen her 3 times now. I just think it's worth following up on.
It is.
Jake assured me.
We should talk to Owen and Hannah. They may be able to help us. I already sent her a message. She said to stop by the station.
I set my fork down, closing my container. Oh, we should go now.
No, finish eating.
Jake answered as he eased onto the bed in front of me with a warm smile. I have another shirt if you'd like to change, Lucas offered.
I'm fine.
We're not, Lucas answered. I leapt from my seat holding my hand out. Give me the shirt.
What?
Jake asked. The shirt. Give it to me. He started to shake his head, but I raised my eyebrows, silently prodding him. He unbuttoned the flannel and slid it off, dumping it in my hand. I took it to the bathroom and rinsed it, using a little soap to remove the smell. With the blow dryer, I quickly dried the wet spot and returned it to him. There, it's fixed. Now let's go to the police station.
You didn't finish eating, Claire,
Lucas said. I'm not very hungry. I'll eat it later.
Take it with us, because you're not coming back here,
Jake said as he pulled the shirt over his well-defined muscles and buttoned it.
I don't think she agreed to that,
Lucas said as he rose. Lucas is right. I'd still be more comfortable staying here right now. Jake's dark eyes bore into me.
Claire, we discussed this. I need to keep you safe.
I shifted my weight from foot to foot, trying to decide on an answer when Lucas chimed in for me.
You can do that without her living at your place.
Jake heaved a sigh, his head shaking. Let's just go to the station and talk about this later, okay? Jake scrubbed at the stubble on his face, his features clearly disagreeing.
Okay, that's fine.
Lucas closed his takeout container, collected mine, and shoved them both in the bag.
Okay, let's go. Whoa, no one invited you,
Jake said. I'm going to protect Claire, too. I'm not staying here. We can all go, I said. Jake chewed the inside of his lip, but seemed to assent, silently motioning toward the door. Guilt roiled in me. Was he giving in to me for the sake of keeping me happy? Do you have some reason he shouldn't go?
Yeah, he does,
Lucas said. And it has to do with having an easier time manipulating you.
No,
Jake said, shooting him a glare.
But there are dangerous things happening here. You don't need to be exposed to them.
But it may be just as dangerous for him to stay here, right? I questioned.
Like I said, he can go. We'll all go.
Great, Lucas said, tugging the door open. Let's go. We left the motel room behind, walking the streets of the town toward the police station. As we pushed into the station, we met Hannah, biting into a stale donut as she balanced a cup of coffee in her other hand. Want one? She mumbled with her mouth full. No thanks, I answered. Come on back, she said, wiping powdered sugar from her mouth. So, you think you have something?
Claire saw someone lurking on a few occasions. She doesn't sound familiar to me, but I think this is worth looking into,
Jake said as we walked back to the Situation Room. Hannah motioned for me to sit, and I eased into a chair across from Owen.
Can you describe her?
He asked. I didn't get a good look at her face, but it looks like she has dark hair, pale skin. Most of her face is covered by a dark hoodie with a giant silver pentagram on her back. And you recognize the symbol? Hannah asked. Yes, I saw her just before I fell into the ocean, and then again at the docks, then tonight outside of my motel room. Hannah bobbed her head. Okay, it's worth a look. Any idea where she was heading tonight? She went toward the docks again. I'm not sure outside of that, I answered. Do you think you'd recognize her if you saw a picture? I shrugged. I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't get a great look at her face. Hannah crossed to a shelf and tugged a book down, paging through it before she tossed it in front of me. I glanced down at the pictures spread in front of me. Mugshots of what I assumed to be magical offenders.
Take your time,
Jake said as he rubbed my shoulder. I bit into my lower lip, studying each picture as I desperately searched for some feature that I would recognize. After a minute, I shook my head. No, I don't think so. I'm not sure, though.
It's okay, Claire,
Jake said as Hannah flipped to a new page. We went through several before I heaved a sigh. I'm sorry, I don't recognize anything.
Okay, that's okay,
Owen said.
Why don't we just have a look around town, see if any of us spot her? That sounds like a good idea. Claire and I will check the anchor and surrounding areas. We'll check the outskirts of town, and I'll radio Carter to check on that side of the fog barrier. That's a start,
Jake said as he slipped his hand around mine, and I rose from my seat. Lucas took a step closer to me, his insistence on going with us clear.
I think you should stay here, Junior,
Jake said.
I'm going with Claire,
he insisted. Jake shook his head but didn't push the issue any further.
Fine. We'll also look at the docks while we're grabbing the Bronco. Let's go.
Without another word, we left the police station behind and headed to pick up Jake's Bronco for the short ride to the rusty anchor. We spotted nothing at the docks. I rode next to Jake, my fingers in tight fists on my lap. When we pulled into the packed bar, memories of the last time I'd been here floated through my mind.
We'll check inside. Maybe we'll get lucky and find her having a beer,
Jake said as we climbed from the car. Lucas wrapped a protective arm around me as we strolled toward the bar, with Jake in the lead. Warmth smacked me in the face as we entered the crowded space. Music and chattering filled the air. I scanned the place for anyone with a dark hoodie.
Claire,
Lucas hissed in my ear as Jake crossed to the bar, leaning over to speak with the bartender.
We need to talk.
I glanced at him, my features pinching. He nodded toward the outside, and I followed him through the door into the cool night air.
Hey, I've been thinking. You said you saw this woman a few times, right?
Yeah, I answered with a nod.
Okay, and who else has always been there every time you saw her?
What do you mean? I asked.
Jake, he answered.
Every time you've seen her, you've been with him or he's been close by.
Do you think it could be him?
What? With the dark magic? I shook my head. No, he protects the town from it, not uses it.
Says him.
Doubts began to resurface in my mind as Lucas pointed out a fact I couldn't dispute. My mind searched for a response, but before I could find one, thunder boomed in the sky over us and lightning flickered. I glanced up at it, my heart stopping as a funnel cloud formed from it, its tail stretching toward me. My eyes went wide as I latched onto Lucas.
We have to run.
He nodded, but before we could take a step, the funnel surrounded us. The wind clawed at me, feeling like fingers grabbing at me. Jake raced from the bar, diving into the magical tornado and grabbing hold of me. The cyclone morphed, trying to hold on to me, but a shield glowed around Jake as he covered me, pressing me close to him. The wind bounced off of it as his power glowed around us. "Lucas!" I cried as the wind tunnel continued its assault on us. The wind finally died down, retreating back into the dark clouds that sailed through the sky. Lucas dropped down to the ground, his eyes closed, his body unnaturally still. A strange, eerie glow lingered around him for a moment before fading, leaving him looking pallid and lifeless. "Lucas!" I shouted as the shield lowered around us. I raced closer, but Jake grabbed hold of me, tugging me backward.
No, Claire.
"No! Lucas! Let me go!" I thrashed against him, desperate to get to Lucas to help him.
Claire, you can't touch him. He's laced with some sort of magic. You need to stay back.
Tears ran down my face. "We need to help him."
I'll help him,"
he promised.
but I need you to promise to stay back."
"Okay," I said with a sob. Jake skirted around me, keeping me behind him as he knelt next to Lucas. "Is he okay?" I asked.
"He's alive," Jake answered before he reached out, his forearm glowing, and pressed it against Lucas's skin.
"What are you doing?"
"Pulling the magic off of him. Just stay back, okay?"
"Will he be okay?" I asked, my voice breaking.
"He needs to recover."
Jake rose and glanced up at the top level of the bar.
"I'll take him to Hannah's. She lives upstairs."
"Shouldn't we take him to a hospital?" I couldn't stop my tears from flowing down my cheeks. Jake heaved Lucas over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and climbed the stairs. I followed after him. "Jake?"
"The hospital can't do anything for him."
Jake pulled his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door, carrying Lucas over the threshold and dumping him on the couch before he crossed to the kitchen counter to leave a note for Hannah. "We can't leave him here."
"We have to,"
Jake answered.
"There's nothing we can do for him."
"No," I said as I crept closer to Lucas, staring down at his pale features. "No, we have to help him." Jake crossed to me and tugged me back. "No," I insisted. "We need to help him."
"Claire."
"No, Jake," I said, my mind running through possibilities. Even that Jake was allowing him to die to end the tension between them. I broke free of his grasp and raced to Lucas's side. My features went slack as I dropped to my knees next to him, my lower lip trembling as tears filled my eyes. "Jake, he's not breathing."
Chapter 17. Jake. I leaned closer to the night bartender, shouting over the din in the bar. "Have you seen a woman with a pentagram hoodie?" She offered me a head shake as she set up 2 shot glasses in front of a couple and filled them. "Thanks." I twisted to scan the crowd again, my stomach dropping as I didn't find Claire among them. Panic bubbled up inside me, the fear of losing her, again, overwhelming my thoughts. Where was she? My jaw clenched, realizing that idiot of a dance partner had likely convinced her to leave the bar behind. Claire still looked at me with distrust in her eyes. I couldn't blame her. I didn't have the best reputation in the world. And it had caught up to me. With a jittery stomach, I snaked through the crowded bar and headed outside, my heart stopping. A massive wind tunnel stretched from the sky, its roaring winds clawing at Claire, threatening to rip her from the earth. My heart pounded as adrenaline surged through me. No, not again. My magic glowed to life, and I dove into the tornado, the fierce wind tearing at my clothes and stinging my skin. I grabbed hold of her, feeling her trembling against me as I pulled her to safety, wrapping her in my arms and projecting a shield to keep her safe from the raging magic. Within another minute, the tornado receded into the sky, unable to complete its mission to harm Claire. Instead, it left a limp Lucas in its wake, crawling with magic. Claire tried to run to him, but I stopped her, holding her back until I could suck up the magic on him before I moved him upstairs to Hannah's apartment. I scribbled a note to Hannah, prepared to leave him behind as we continued our search for this mystery woman. After a brief argument with Claire over it, she broke free from my grasp and dropped to her knees next to Lucas. Her posture stiffened before she shot me a glassy-eyed look over her shoulder.
"Jake, he's not breathing,"
she said, panic in her voice. My eyebrows knitted as I crossed to him, eyeing his chest before I pressed my fingers against his nose. No air seemed to move. With a sigh, I shook my head. It could be the effects of the magic. She stared at me with wide eyes, her lower lip trembling.
"What if it's not?"
"Claire,
There isn't much we can do.
No, there has to be something. There has to be something we can do.
I shook my head, my hands falling onto my hips. A pained groan escaped her.
We have to do CPR.
No, you can't touch him. He may still have magic within him, I said, holding my hands up to stop her.
I don't care.
Claire, I do. I need to keep you safe.
I don't want you to keep me safe. I want to help Lucas. There has to be something we can do.
I licked my lips, flicking my gaze away from her as every instinct in me wanted to pull her closer and comfort her.
Please, Jake,
she said, her voice frantic as she stepped closer to me.
Please, you have to help him.
Her hands cupped my face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stared up at me.
Please, help him. I know we had a fight, but please don't let him die because of that.
Her desperation pierced through me, the raw emotion in her eyes making my resolve waver. She didn't trust me, but in this moment she needed me. And I needed to prove her wrong. Claire, I'm not, I said, easily reading the desperation in her eyes and the genuine fear in her pleading voice. Against my better judgment, I found myself nodding. Okay, I soothed, wrapping my hand around hers. I'll try. No promises, okay? I can't work miracles.
Please just try,
she begged. I will, but I need you to stay back, okay? Promise me. Her head bobbed over and over as she sniffled and backed up. I sucked in a deep breath, casting my gaze over the sick man on Hannah's couch before I crouched next to him. With a stretch of my neck, I placed a hand onto him, the familiar tingle and glow rising in my forearm as I prepared to unleash bottled magic. It may not work, but I had a spell that could counteract deadly magic. My eyes clouded over as the magic released into Lucas.
Did it work?
Claire's shaky voice asked from behind me. Before I could answer, Lucas gasped in a breath, his eyes shooting open before they slid closed again and his head lolled to the side. But now his chest rose and fell rhythmically. I pressed a finger against his throat, feeling a steady pulse thrumming against it. My head hung to my chest in relief. He's okay. I rose with a relieved sigh as she crossed to me and threw her arms around me.
Thank you.
I wrapped my hands around her, holding her close. Guilt roiling inside me as I enjoyed the moment.
He's going to be okay, right?
She leaned back, searching my face for answers. He should be. He just needs to rest. She nodded, still clinging to me. Hey, you can't disappear like you did, I said, keeping my voice soft.
I'm sorry,
she squeaked. This magic, it's powerful. And if it gets a hold of you... I let the statement linger between us as she blinked away a fresh set of tears. We need to find the source of this. We need to keep searching for the woman.
I'll stay with Lucas,
she answered. I shook my head. No, you won't. Claire, did you learn nothing after what just happened?
Did you? Lucas is vulnerable. He could die.
He is not a target, I argued, my voice rising a little. She broke from my grasp, stalking a few steps away with her palm pressed against her forehead. Claire, you are my priority.
We need to keep Lucas safe.
No, I need to keep you safe, I answered, poking a finger at her. I know you don't want to hear this, but I care about you, Claire. She sank her head into her hands.
No, I can't do this right now.
I chewed the inside of my lower lip, my nostrils flaring with frustration. I'm sorry if it's inconvenient that I care about you, but I do, and I need to keep you safe.
That means we need to get out of here and find the source of this. Not that we need to sit at Lucas's side. He needs protection too. The magic isn't after him, I answered. It's after you. Why? She asked. Why is it? I don't know, Claire. I don't know. But if what just happened outside of the bar didn't prove it to you, nothing will. Her features fell as she considered it before she raised her gaze to mine. How do I know you're not the one doing this? I threw my arms in the air as I spun away from her, my frustration reaching new heights. Oh, this again. Yes, this again, she said, her annoyance also clear. I'm not doing this, Claire. What do I need to do to prove that to you? She stared at me for a moment before she shook her head. You can't. My jaw tightened as I set my hands on my hips. Why would I want to hurt you? She shrugged. To manipulate me? I slid my eyes closed, my nostrils flaring. You wouldn't save Lucas until I practically begged you. You could have done it the entire time, but you wouldn't. I pressed my lips together. Claire. No, she shouted before she lowered her voice. No. You want me to trust you, but at every turn you do something to make it impossible. I'm sorry, Claire, but that's not how I intended this to look. I'll bet, she answered. I stared at my boots, wondering how things had gone terribly wrong again between us. My eyes fell to Lucas's sleeping form, now breathing steadily. Most of the trouble had started when he'd arrived. I'd been plunged into another love triangle and I was on the losing end again. But could I really blame him? Did she ever trust me even before Lucas's arrival? I scrubbed my face, silence stretching between us. I suppose we were at least on speaking terms, though that didn't seem to be going so well either. With a sigh, I closed the distance between us, reaching for her. She pulled away with a shake of her head. No, I'm staying with Lucas. If you want to track her down, go ahead. With a sniffle, she plopped down next to Lucas. Don't touch him, I warned. She held her hands up in the air, her features tense. I plopped onto a stool at the kitchen bar, my eyes focused on her. She was a frustrating woman, but my feelings wouldn't go away. I considered sending a text to Helen and asking her how she expected me to deal with this. As Claire sniffled across the room, I dug my phone from my pocket and sent Helen a message. I can't believe what you got me into. She sent a message back. What's the matter, lover boy? Things not going your way? With a grumble, my thumbs hammered against the virtual keyboard. Do they ever? I did what you said. She sent a single word as a response. And? I glanced at Claire, her back to me, before I typed a new message. And we were on speaking terms until we got into another fight. I can't do anything right for her. My fingers tapped the phone, my heart speeding a little as I waited for the words of wisdom that I hoped would solve all my problems. You two need to communicate. Be honest with her. I wrinkled my nose, my frustration bubbling. I was. She doesn't buy it. She doesn't trust me. She thinks I'm using her because of my past. Helen's response was quick. Then show her you're different. Actions speak louder than words. I glanced up from my phone, finding Claire wiping at her tears, her shoulders shaking. My phone buzzed in my hands as Helen sent another message. Don't let your pride get in the way. I frowned. Though mostly because Helen was right, as usual. She always seemed to know the right thing to say, and it was maddening. But she had a point. Pride had no place here. I needed to show Claire that I was different, that I genuinely cared. I slipped my phone back into my pocket as I rose and crossed to Claire, crouching down to be closer to her. I rubbed her back gently as she sniffled.
Claire, he'll be okay. She nodded, squeezing her eyes closed as she tried to gulp down her sobs. I know you don't trust me, but I promise you he'll be okay. You have to trust me on this. She twisted and threw her arms around me.
I'm scared for him. I feel so helpless.
It's okay, I said as I settled onto the floor and wrapped her in a tight embrace, one hand stroking her hair. Her sobs quieted after a few moments, followed only by the occasional sniffle. You okay? I asked.
Yeah,
she whispered. I pulled back to eye her. You sure? She sat up, breaking out of my grasp as she nodded, stifling a yawn.
Yeah.
You're exhausted. You need to get some sleep.
I'm okay. I want to stay with him.
I settled against the couch, waving her over. Just put your head down. You can stay right next to him, okay?
Wake me if anything changes?
Of course, I promised. She stared at my chest for a moment before she relented, snuggling against me. I grabbed one of Hannah's many blankets from a basket under her coffee table and draped it over Claire. The toll the magic had taken on her would have been enormous. I was surprised she lasted this long without crashing. Within minutes, she felt heavy in my arms. I leaned forward to kiss the top of her head. Oh, Claire, I really wish you believed me, because I've never felt this way about anyone. She didn't budge, oblivious to anything I said, fast asleep. I knew it was sheer exhaustion driving much of her emotions, including her clinginess right now. But I still couldn't stop myself from pretending she trusted me, that she wanted me to hold her. It was all a lie, and I was certain we'd revisit our earlier arguments. But for now, I couldn't complain. I pulled her tighter to me, letting my chin rest on her head as I closed my eyes. When I woke in the darkened apartment, I rubbed at my sore neck before I glanced at Lucas. His chest still rose and fell, and he had more color in his face. My fingers found the blanket I'd wrapped around Claire, and I lifted it, expecting to find her passed out on the floor next to me. Instead, I found nothing. Claire? With a sleepy groan, I forced myself to my feet. Claire? No one answered. Claire? I tried again, shuffling through the apartment in search of her. I checked the bedroom, bathroom, and even searched the living room again, but there was no Claire. My heart pounded against my ribs as I tugged the door open, hoping to find her on the deck. But I didn't. I patted my pocket, a sinking feeling of dread filling me. My keys were gone. I shifted my gaze to the parking lot below me. My Bronco was gone, too. Claire was missing, and I had no idea where to find her.
Chapter 18. Claire. Tears blurred my vision as I stared at Lucas's limp form on the couch. Guilt and fear twisted in my stomach. Knowing the magic that had almost taken me had left him fighting for his life. I sniffled, stuffing my hands into my pockets. Jake had warned me not to touch him, concerned about the magic that had been crawling all over him when the tornado had dropped him. I chewed my lower lip so I wouldn't tremble. Lucas had very nearly died, and if I hadn't begged Jake to save him, he may well have. I sneaked a glance over my shoulder at Jake. He typed on his phone as he sat on one of the kitchen stools, keeping his distance after bitter arguments. Was he talking to Hannah? It didn't matter. I couldn't trust him. But I almost seemed stuck with him. The situation was becoming trickier and trickier to navigate. My heart wanted to believe him, but my brain couldn't wrap around that. Inside and outside forces reminded me at every turn that Jake Hunter wasn't a man to give your heart to. Yet here I was, contemplating just that as my best friend lay fighting for his life after a magical attack. More tears rolled down my cheeks as I sank my forehead into my palm, blowing out a breath. A warm hand gently rubbed my back, and Jake's familiar voice whispered,
"Claire, he'll be okay."
His soft words only brought more emotions to the surface, and I squeezed my eyes closed as I tried to bite back the sobs rising in me.
"I know you don't trust me, but I promise you, he'll be okay. You have to trust me on this."
I desperately wanted to trust him, needed to trust him. Before I could stop myself, I scrambled around to throw my arms around his neck. I'm scared for him. I feel so helpless. His arms snaked around me, holding me close and stroking my hair. As his quiet affirmation slowly began to sink in, my tears slowed, and my shoulders finally stopped shaking.
"You okay?"
he asked. I whispered a positive response, but it must not have sounded convincing since he asked if I was sure. I pushed away from him as I stifled a yawn. Whatever energy had coursed through me after the attack had waned, left me completely exhausted. I needed to find a way to keep myself awake so I could monitor Lucas.
"You're exhausted,"
Jake said.
"You need to get some sleep."
"It's okay," I argued. "I want to stay with him." Jake shifted to lean against the couch, reaching for me.
"Just put your head down. You can stay right next to him, okay?"
My eyes, stingy and puffy from crying, struggled to stay open. "Wake me if anything changes?"
"Of course,"
he said. I stared down at the plaid pattern on his shirt, trying to focus, though I found it impossible. I gave in, crawling closer and laying my head on his shoulder. He wrapped me in a blanket. The warmth and closeness providing both safety and security had me asleep in seconds. When I awoke, I found the room dark and quiet. I snapped my gaze to Lucas, finding him sleeping peacefully. He looked better, with more color in his cheeks. I reached for him, rubbing his hand before I shifted to glance at Jake. He slept soundly too, his arms still draped around me. An icy breeze snaked past me, and I snuggled the blanket closer. I was still tired, but I wasn't certain I could sleep anymore. I rubbed my sore eyes before I tried to find a comfortable position that didn't involve snuggling closer to Jake. I'd fallen asleep in his arms earlier, but I couldn't stop myself then. Now, I found myself doubting everything that had driven me to seek comfort with him. As I shifted again, my eyes going to the ceiling with frustration, the chilly breeze whispered past me again. I twisted in search of the source, wondering if Hannah had left a window open. A soft, ethereal glow caught my eye, and I spotted a glowing butterfly flitting around the room, its wings shimmering with a surreal blue-green hue under the moonlight. My eyebrows knitted as I stared at it, following its journey around the room. It fluttered closer, buzzing around my head before it took off, flying toward the window and landing on the sill. Its blue-green wings glowed with the moonlight streaming in, slowly opening and closing. I eased out from under Jake's arm and shed the blanket before I rose. With my eyes trained on the butterfly, I skirted the coffee table and crept closer to the window. The butterfly's wings continued their slow rise and fall as my trembling fingers reached toward it. "Hi," I said instinctively. As my fingertips caressed the wing, a tingling sensation shooting through me, the butterfly took to the air again, fluttering away as I swung around to follow it. I raised a hand into the air, my fingers outstretched. The butterfly flitted closer, landing in my palm. I lowered it closer to me. "Hello. I've never seen a butterfly like you before." An image suddenly formed in my head. The woods near the fog wall. Why had that popped into my mind suddenly? The butterfly flexed its wings up and down again. I tilted my head, one finger caressing its soft wings. "Yes, I understand," I murmured. I lifted my hand and it flew away, disappearing into the darkness of the room. Without understanding how or why, I suddenly knew what I had to do. I tiptoed across the room and knelt next to Jake, leaning close enough that his aftershave filled my nostrils. My eyes fell onto his pocket. I slowly inched my fingers into it until they hit metal. Raising my gaze to his face, I slid his keys from inside, raising them in the air as my lips curled into a smile. On autopilot, I rose and shambled to the door, twisting the knob and stepping into the cool night air. I shrugged my hoodie tighter as I descended the stairs and crossed to the parking lot. After climbing into Jake's Bronco, I slid the keys into the ignition and fired the engine. Dust kicked up from the gravel as I pulled away from the rusty anchor. One destination burning in my mind. I snaked through the streets of Mystic Harbor. Finally, the fog wall rose in front of me. I eased the truck to a stop, killed the engine, and slid to the pavement. With my eyes trained on the fog, I walked closer to it with my arm extended. The fog swirled around, a tendril reaching out to me. Electricity crackled as I made contact with it. The magic wanted me for some reason. It needed me, but I didn't know why. I turned on a heel and stalked into the woods. Black globules floated past me, racing toward the odd spot Jake and I had found earlier. That's where the magic wanted me to go. The butterfly had told me earlier that I needed to come here, alone. I found the clearing, eyeing the tarry dots of magic as they slammed into the earth, creating a black hole. "I'm here," I said as I reached the spot. I twisted, my heart pounding, searching for the reason I'd been summoned to this eerie spot. Shadows danced around me and my breath quickened as I sensed a presence. "Touch the magic." The words tickled my eardrums, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I turned back to stare at the black hole. "Touch the magic." I bobbed my head. "Yes," I said with a nod. "I will touch the magic." Creeping closer, I crouched down, the black hole shimmering as I got closer. My lips parted as I reached out toward it. My fingers grazed the black particles. I expected it to feel grainy like dirt, but instead it was smooth and silky like water. The contact sent waves of tingling sensations through my body, forcing my eyes to close. When I opened them, I found myself still in the clearing, though it shimmered in a way I'd never seen before. I straightened, glancing across the black hole that glowed with a rainbow reflection wherever I was. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I wasn't alone. On the other side of the magic, the woman we'd searched for stood, her back to me and the pentagram on the back of her hoodie glowing. She twisted to face me, removing her hood. Her lips curled into a smirk.
"I think you've been looking for me."
My heart pounded a frenetic rhythm against my ribs. "Who are you?"
"An enigma,"
she answered. "Why are you following me?"
"So many questions,"
she said, her voice smooth and taunting. I licked my lips, my fingers curling into fists. "Was it you who sent the tornado?" She didn't answer, twirling a lock of her dark hair around her finger. "Why are you doing this?" My voice broke as I searched for answers from the elusive woman
who seemed to hold them. "Do you really not know, Claire?" My eyebrows pinched as my head slowly shook. "No." She shoved her hands into the dark hoodie as she stalked around the rim of the magical hole. I followed her, slowly spiraling to face her as she approached me. She extended a hand to me, caressing a lock of my hair before she flicked her gaze to meet mine. Her fingers tracing my jawline. Her touch made my skin tingle, peppering my flesh with goosebumps. Her gray eyes searched mine. "You are the key to everything." "What?" I asked. My mind searched for the meaning behind the mysterious words. How was I the key to anything? She offered me a soft chuckle. "You are going to bring me everything I need, Claire. Everything." "I don't understand. What are you asking me to do?" She grinned, her features teasing. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." "I don't understand." I pressed my hands to my temples, massaging them. "You don't need to," she whispered with another playful grin. I struggled to wrap my mind around the cryptic conversation, squeezing my eyes closed. But I opened my eyes again, finding myself alone. I searched the clearing, but she was gone. "Hello?" When I returned my focus to the magic in front of me, it began to rise from the hole. My lower lip trembled as my gaze rose with it. It crested high in the air before it bowed toward me. With my pulse racing, I tried to back away, but the black goo devoured me faster than I could get away, pulling me into the void. "No, no!" I screamed as I dug my fingernails into the dirt around me, but within seconds I lost my battle, consumed wholly by the black magic. I shrieked, pinching my eyes closed before I could no longer hear my own screams. When I opened my eyes again, I was engulfed in damp coldness. The earthy scent of the underground chamber filled my nostrils, and I pressed my hands against the cold, unforgiving dirt beneath me. Panic clawed at my chest as I wondered where I was. My eyes adjusted to the darkness surrounding me, lit only from above. I scrambled to my feet and peered up at the glowing moon above me. Only something other than trees obscured it. My chest constricted as I murmured, "No." A tear slid down my cheek as I stared up, realizing I was trapped in an underground chamber. The exit, several feet above me, was well beyond my reach. I was stuck, and no one would ever find me.
Chapter 19. Jake. Panic surged through me, my heart pounding, so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. I ran a shaky hand through my hair, my mind racing. How had she managed to steal my keys and walk out of the apartment without me knowing? "Real great job protecting her, Jake," I whispered to myself, my voice shaky. I wrapped my fingers around the weathered wooden railing and squeezed as I growled. With a shake of my head, I twisted around to peer through the door, my brows knitting. My eyes narrowed at Lucas, still asleep on the couch. My stomach twisted into a tight knot. She wouldn't have left him. She'd been devastated by what the magic had done to him. She wouldn't have walked out on him while he hadn't woken up. I chewed the inside of my cheek again as I realized something more sinister may be afoot. Had someone taken her? The magic? Or the person behind it? I dug my phone from my pocket, scrolling to Hannah's name and pressing the call icon. The line trilled a few times before Hannah finally picked up, sleep in her voice. "Jake?" "Hannah, where are you?" She groaned. "At the station. I fell asleep here." "Did you find Pentagram Woman?" "No. I came back here to regroup. Laid down for a minute and must have nodded off." "Well, wake up. We have a serious problem." "What is it?" she asked. "It's Claire. She's gone. I think someone took her." A rustling sounded on the other end of the line before Hannah, now sounding more awake, answered me. "Slow down. What do you mean?" "I mean, I woke up and she's gone."
Well, that's not the first time in your life that's happened. It doesn't constitute an emergency.
I didn't miss the sarcasm in her voice. "Funny, Hannah. Really funny. I'm worried sick and you're cracking jokes." My stomach twisted with guilt, remembering how I'd promised Claire that I would protect her. And now I'd failed. She clicked her tongue. "Jake, it's the middle of the night. Just because she decided to bolt on you doesn't make it an emergency." The magic came after her again, a tornado out of the sky. It nearly took her, and it almost killed her friend Lucas. He's still recovering. He hasn't even woken up yet. She wouldn't have taken off. Hannah sighed. "Okay, well, maybe she just needed a minute. I mean, you've been smothering her a little bit." "I haven't been smothering her. I'm not going to apologize for trying to keep her safe." "Okay, if she's not back by morning, give me a call and I'll—" "No, Hannah. We need to look for her now." With another sigh, Hannah hesitated. "Well, okay, look. I'm reporting a crime." "Broken hearts aren't crimes," she answered. "No, she stole my Bronco." "What?" Hannah asked, her voice sharper. "She took my keys and took the Bronco. She stole my truck. That's a crime, right? Now you have to do something." "Fine," Hannah answered flatly. "We'll put out an APB for the truck. I'll call Owen and we'll take a look." "Pick me up. I'm going with you." "You at the docks?" "No, I'm at the Anchor. I had to take Lucas to your place to recover." "All right, I'll be there in a few." I ended the call, scrolling to another contact and pressing the call button. The line trilled a few times before I got voicemail. My nostrils flared as I ended the call and dialed again. This time, my target picked up. "Jake?" Helen's confused voice said. "This had better be important." "It is," I answered. "I've got a problem and I need your help." "Oh, please don't tell me you got into another argument with Claire and you don't know what to say to her." "No," I answered. "She's missing. And I have a sick Lucas at Hannah's place. I don't want to leave him alone while I search for her." "Gone?" The sleep left her voice, as covers rustled on her end of the line. "She took off again?" "I don't think she took off. I think someone or something took her. I need to find her. She was fine when we went to sleep. When I woke up, she was gone. Something's wrong. I need to find her." "Yeah, I'll be right over." I ended the call, striding back inside to check Lucas's condition. His pulse remained strong and his breathing steady. I paced the floor, scrubbing my face. "Where did you go, Claire?" After what seemed like an eternity, the sound of gravel crunching under tires pierced the silence. I raced to the window, heart pounding, spotting Helen's car rolling up to the now-closed bar. She climbed from within and hurried up the stairs. I pulled the door open as she reached the apartment. "Thanks for coming." "Yeah, of course," Helen said as she stepped inside and eyed Lucas. "What happened to him?" My stomach twisted into a knot as I recalled the frightening event. The magic came after Claire again. It got him instead. He barely made it. Helen pressed her fingers against his neck. Pulse is strong. It wasn't, I answered with a shake of my head. Which is why I know something bad happened to Claire. She wouldn't have left him. Helen flicked her gaze to me. You two make up? More or less. Helen arched an eyebrow. Any chance she took off because she's still mad at you? She wouldn't have left Lucas. The statement made my jaw tense. And she didn't seem mad. She fell asleep with her head on my shoulder. Aw, look at you, winning her over. It wouldn't go that far. We were on speaking terms, and she was exhausted from the magic. Oh, Helen said with a chuckle as she rose from her perch on the couch. I see. She wasn't thinking straight. My eyebrows knitted. No, and I wonder if she still wasn't when she woke up. Jake, I'm kidding. I'm not. She took my keys and the Bronco. Why would she do that? Helen narrowed her eyes as the gravel announced another visitor. I glanced out the window, spotting Owen's pickup trundling down the parking lot. That's Owen and Hannah. Go, Helen said. We'll be fine. I raced to the door as Helen called after me. Bring her back safe. I plan on it, I said, as I rushed into the night air, hammering down the steps as Owen's brakes squealed. I tugged the door open as Hannah slid over next to Owen and leapt into the passenger seat. Any word on the Bronco? Nothing yet. I've got the on-duty officers canvassing the area, Owen answered as he whipped the truck around and headed away from the bar. Did you check the Seagull? That's where she was staying. No answer at her place, Hannah said. I called Morty. Dance studio? I fired next. Dark, Owen said. I heaved a sigh, flicking my gaze into the dark night sky. I don't know where else to check. You don't know her inside and out by now? Hannah asked. My nostrils flared as my annoyance rose up. It's not a joke, Hannah. This magic is after her, and she's out there somewhere alone. My voice broke. I'd never felt anything like what I felt for Claire. The terror ripped my insides apart. A warm hand fell on my arm. Sorry, Jake. We'll find her. I glanced at her, swallowing hard before I forced myself to nod. Okay. We drove through the streets of Mystic Harbor, not spotting Claire or my Bronco. With each second that passed, my heart sank further. Where was she? As we turned onto another empty street, Owen's radio crackled to life. Owen? He snatched the receiver from the dash and spoke into it. Yeah? We got the Bronco. My heart lifted at the words. No sign of the girl, but we found the Bronco at the fog wall. Got it. We'll be right there. My breathing turned shallow as Owen's tires squealed when he made a sharp turn to aim for the fog wall. I gripped the armrest, wishing I was the one driving so I could control the speed. Every second that ticked past could mean Claire's life. We finally reached the fog wall and spotted my truck ahead. I threw open my door before Owen brought his truck to a stop, bailing out onto the pavement before I raced to the truck. Hey, Jake, the officer said. No sign of her, but your keys are inside, and the Bronco seems intact. Yeah, I could care less about that. Have you found Claire? No sign of her. The Bronco was like this when I found it. He motioned to the open driver door, the light still shining into the swirling fog in front of it. I cursed under my breath as I spun in search of her. Claire? Owen and Hannah joined me, flashlights in hand. Have you searched the woods? Not yet, he answered. I was waiting for backup. Why the hell would you wait? I asked, lunging at him, my voice filled with upset. "Hey, easy," Owen said, pushing against my chest. "You did the right thing, Frank." The officer nodded at him. "You stay with the Bronco. We'll search the woods," Owen added. "Right." Frank glared at me. "Give me a flashlight. Let's go," I said, tension wearing on me. "Okay," Hannah said with a nod as she handed hers over. "Easy, Jake. We'll find her." I strode to the woods, glancing over my shoulder. Before or after she's hurt, or worse. Hannah and Owen trailed behind me as I pushed into the woods, sweeping my flashlight back and forth. "Claire? Could she be near the magic buildup?" Hannah asked. "That's what I'm worried about," I said as I trudged through the woods, batting back limbs and leaves. Her proximity to the magic could be a disaster. "Claire!" "Easy, Jake. We'll find her," Owen said. "Would you feel that way if it was Hannah?" I snapped. "Let's just get there and check," Hannah said, picking up the pace. We followed the magic leaking from the fog wall to the black circle in the clearing. "Claire!" I shouted as we reached it. I swung the flashlight beam around, searching the woods. My heart sank as I exposed only leaves and branches. "Claire!" "Claire?" Hannah shouted as she stepped toward the trees again. "Jake?" I barely heard the response. It was so soft. I thought maybe I imagined it. "Claire?" "Jake!" My heart skipped a beat, and I spiraled wildly in search of her. "Claire, where are you?" She called out again, and I twisted toward her voice. Hannah turned too, aiming her flashlight at the hole. Her forehead creased as she took a step closer. "Careful," I warned, before I called out again. "Claire!" "Jake, I'm down here." Her voice sounded steady but shrill. I inched closer to the edge of the blackness, finding a hole in the center. "Was that hole there before?" Owen asked. I shook my head as I aimed the flashlight down, my heart hammering at what I'd find. "Claire!" The flashlight bounced off of pale skin. Claire shielded her eyes from the bright light from the bottom of the hole. I dropped to my knees, my eyes wide. "Claire!" "Jake!" she said, her features pinching. "I'm sorry." "It's okay. We're going to get you out of there." Hannah knelt next to me, peering into the cavern below us. "Hey, how did you get down there?" "I don't know," she answered. "1 second I was at your place with Jake and Lucas. Lucas! How is Lucas?" My jaw tensed as she ignored her own situation in favor of asking about Lucas. "He's fine. Claire, we need to worry about you right now." She nodded. "Right. 1 second I was there, and then I was here. I don't know how I got here. I have no idea." Tears filled her eyes as her voice wavered. "I have no idea how I got here." "Okay, it's okay," I said to her, trying to keep her calm. "We're going to get you out, okay?" She wrapped her arms around her midriff and nodded. "Okay, thank you." Owen peered into the hole, his features scrunching. "How far down do you think she is?" "I don't know, but I have climbing gear in the truck. I'm going in to get her." "Wait a minute," Hannah said as I leapt to my feet. "We have no idea if that's safe, Jake." "I don't care," I shouted over my shoulder as I strode back toward the road. "We need to think this through." "I need to get her out of there. Stay with her. I'll be right back." Hannah stopped following me, and I jogged the rest of the way to my Bronco. I found the gear and hurried back to the clearing. "She okay?" I asked as I began to secure the rope to a nearby tree. "She seems fine. She's not reporting any pain or anything." I bobbed my head as I focused on my work. The second I had her out of that hole and in my arms, I'd start to relax. Not a second before. Jake, we have no idea how she got in there. We may need to rethink this, Owen told me as I tugged the knot tight and unfurled the rope as I approached the hole. I'm going after her. You're not talking me out of it, I said. I reached the edge of the hole, testing the rope before I tugged on a climbing harness and attached it. Jake? Hannah began, her voice a warning. I didn't care, though. I needed to get to Claire. Claire, I'm coming. I stood on the edge of the hole before I leapt back, prepared to descend through the hole. But instead of dropping through it, I hit an invisible barrier, stopping my leap abruptly. What the? My eyebrows knitted as I glanced down. What happened? Hannah asked as she stepped closer. I can't get through. I stamped a foot against the top of the hole, but it was impenetrable. My heart stopped as I snapped my gaze up to Hannah and Owen. I can't get to her.
Chapter 20. Claire. My features pinched with concern, my hands twisting around each other as I spotted Jake above me. He hovered over the hole, his fingers desperately trying to break through the invisible barrier. Panic surged through me, tightening my chest. "Jake?" I called, my voice quivering.
It's okay, Claire,
he answered, his tone steady, despite the worry etched on his face.
We're going to figure this out, I promise.
"What's wrong?" I asked. "Jake can't get through the hole. The magic must be preventing him from passing through," Hannah called. "What does that mean?" I squeaked, trying to keep my voice steady but failing.
Nothing. We'll figure it out, I promise,
Jake called as he hovered over the hole. He reached a hand toward me, his fingers unable to break the barrier at the ground. He slammed his fist against the invisible wall separating us, his frustration evident. My stomach twisted into a tight knot, tears filling my eyes. I had no memory of how I got here. And now I may have no way out. The darkness seemed to close in on me, each passing second making my breaths more ragged. I pressed my back against the cold, damp wall, my thoughts spiraling. What if I never get out? What if Jake can't save me? A lump formed in my throat as Hannah tried to reach toward me, but was also prevented from piercing the barrier. Not even Owen could do it. As each attempt failed, my heart sank a little further and my panic ramped up. "Okay, we need to try something else," Hannah said.
What?
Jake shouted, his voice sharp.
What, Hannah? We've never seen anything like this before, and she's stuck behind it. She's trapped.
Hannah shook her head. "We're going to have to research this and find a way to defeat it."
How?
His voice turned shrill.
We have no idea what this is.
Hannah tugged Jake away from the hole. Distant voices floated to me, but I couldn't make out what they said. I shifted my weight from foot to foot as I waited for them to return. After a few minutes, Jake's worried features hovered above me again.
Claire, we're going to get you out of there, okay? I promise. But we need to go figure this out, okay? We need to figure out how to get through this barrier to you.
My breathing turned ragged as I tried to remain calm but failed. "Okay."
I promise.
His voice cracked, and he hesitated, pressing his lips together before he continued.
I promise we will find a way, okay? I will be back.
I nodded, my stomach turning as I tried to staunch my rising panic. "Okay, I'll be okay," I forced myself to say.
Claire,
Jake called. I forced my strength into my voice, Jake, I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. I offered him a weak smile at the joke. His features pinched as he stared down at me.
I won't be long.
I nodded. His face hovered over the hole for another second before it disappeared. A few tears fell to my cheeks once I was alone. As brave as I'd been moments ago, fear bubbled inside of me. I settled on the cold, damp floor, leaning against the stone wall of my prison. As more time passed, I began to wonder if I'd dreamt the entire thing. I had no idea how I'd gotten here. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Had Jake even been here? I slid down to lay in the fetal position, a shiver shaking me as tears continued to fall. My eyes slid closed, shutting out the world around me. A breeze rustled my hair as I sobbed, drawing my attention. "Claire," a voice whispered. I sat up, glancing around at the dark space. "Who's there?" A woman laughed, her chuckling devilish. A second later, a woman's form emerged from the darkness. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding as I pressed against the wall. The woman wearing the pentagram stalked toward me. "Who are you? Did you put me here?" She grinned at me. "No, Claire. You put you here. You followed the magic, and you did it perfectly. You're going to be such a big help to me." I don't understand. My breath caught in my throat. "You don't have to. I've already told you that. But I do need you to do something for me right now." I swallowed hard, my eyes wide as I stared at her. "I need you to escape." "I can't get out of here. The opening is too high." She snorted a chuckle. "Crawl." My eyebrows knitted as I tried to understand the single word. Before I could ask about it, she backed away from me, vanishing into thin air. "Wait!" I called, but she was already gone. A second later, I opened my eyes, finding myself still laying on the cold earth. I pushed up to sit. I must have imagined the entire thing. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. With no answer, I drew my legs to my chest, hugging them closer. I couldn't shake the strange dream I'd had. I shifted my weight, glancing up at the hole in search of Jake, but he wasn't there. I buried my face in my hands when another breeze rustled my hair. I pulled my head up, glancing in its direction. The woman's words echoed in my head. "Crawl." I leaned forward on my hands and knees, creeping forward toward what seemed to be a rock wall. But I never hit it. With ragged breathing, I continued forward, brushing past roots and sharp rocks, but still moving forward. A pinhole of light bloomed in front of me, growing larger and larger as I crawled forward. When I reached it, I found a hole, large enough for me to claw my way out past a fallen tree, its roots exposed to the brightening sky. With deep gulps, I freed myself, flopping onto my back to stare at the early morning sky. Tears flowed, and I slapped my hands over my face as I celebrated my freedom. After a moment, I sucked in a sharp breath, scrambling my feet with the sudden urge of getting to safety, driving my feet to move forward. I pushed myself to snake through the trees until I reached the road and the town's outskirts. A desperate urge to reach the police station kept me moving forward until it finally came into sight. I climbed the stairs and pushed through the doors, gasping for breath with every muscle aching.
"Are you okay?"
an officer asked as I stood trembling just inside the door.
"Hey, we need some help here."
Jake, Hannah, and Owen raced from the Situation Room, Jake's eyes going wide as he spotted me.
"Claire."
He raced toward me, but my knees no longer held my weight. As he reached me, I felt myself falling to the floor before my vision went black. When I opened my eyes again, bright light seared them. I sucked in a sharp breath, raising a hand to shield them. The stark contrast from the darkness of the cave made me wince.
"Easy, Claire,"
Jake's voice said as a warm hand wrapped around mine.
"You're okay, honey,"
Helen added.
"You're at the police station."
My temples thudded dully as I tried to orient myself. With a groan, I noticed the freezer doors on the wall and the massive light above me. Am I in the morgue?
"Sorry, kiddo,"
Helen said.
"It was the best place for me to assess you while you were passed out."
Jake stroked my hair as Helen pressed a stethoscope to my chest. Footsteps sounded in the hallway outside before the door creaked open. I glanced at my feet to find Hannah and Owen in the room.
"How is she?"
Hannah asked.
"A little worse for the wear, but okay,"
Helen answered. Hannah nodded before turning her focus to me. "Can you tell us how you got here?" I said, searching my memory.
"Take your time,"
Jake said. I had this weird dream. The woman with the pentagram. She said I had to escape. She told me to crawl out. I shook my head. When I woke up, I felt a breeze. I crawled toward it, and the passage just kept going and going until finally I was outside. Then I walked here.
"That's a pretty incredible story, Claire,"
Hannah said.
"Leave her alone, Hannah,"
Jake snapped.
"I'm not saying I don't believe her, it's kind of odd, don't you think?"
Owen glanced up from his phone.
"Even odder? I sent Frank to check on the clearing. The hole is closed."
"What?" Hannah asked, her forehead wrinkling.
"Completely sealed off again, like there was never an opening."
"What the hell is happening here?" Hannah asked, her voice turning pensive.
"I don't know, but I think Claire needs some rest,"
Jake said. I didn't disagree. I was exhausted. And, by the looks of my hands and clothes, filthy. I wanted nothing more than a hot shower and to stretch out for a nap.
"Just a minute,"
Helen said with a shake of her head.
"She can't go anywhere."
"Why not?" I asked.
"I said you were okay, but not great. You're severely dehydrated. Enough that I think you ought to be in the hospital for observation."
"What?" My heart sank at the words. "No."
"You've been through quite a trauma. We have no idea how you got into that cave. Then you crawled out after hours inside and dragged yourself to the station."
Helen crossed her arms.
"You need care."
"No, I don't want to go to the hospital, please."
"We can put you under Jane Doe,"
Hannah said.
"No one will find you."
"It's not just that," I answered with a shake of my head as I struggled to sit up. "I don't want to go to the hospital."
"Claire, you really can't be on your own for at least 24 hours.
Helen said. My features pinched, but Jake interjected.
"I'll take care of her. No problem."
Helen shifted her weight, her gaze flicking between me and him.
"It's not ideal, but Claire, if you prefer it, that's fine. As long as you call me if she has any signs of distress."
"Done," he said. I shifted my weight on the cold metal table, licking my lips. I didn't want to go to the hospital, but I wasn't certain I wanted to be tied to Jake Hunter for an entire day. Despite being on speaking terms again, tension still existed between us. Helen raised her eyebrows as I failed to answer.
"Claire?"
Yes, that's better than the hospital," I said with a nod, shooting a fleeting glance at Jake. "Thanks."
"Of course, Claire. Come on, Let's get you back to the chaser.
My things are at the motel. We can go there, I said. He nodded with a slight smile.
All right, whatever you want.
Keep her fluid intake high, get some food into her, and make sure she rests, Helen said, wagging a finger at him.
Got it,
he said. I winced as my muscles protested my movements when I slid off the table.
You okay?
Jake asked. Yeah, I lied, hoping I could make it to the motel. At least it wasn't far. After a few more orders from Helen, we left the station behind. Jake wrapped an arm around me as we headed for the Seagull.
Are you sure?
Just tired, I answered, my gaze on the sidewalk ahead of us. I can't wait to shower. How is Lucas? His jaw tightened at the mention of my dance partner.
He's okay. There's an officer with him now. He's weak, but recovering.
I swallowed hard, opening my mouth to ask about going to see him.
We're not going there. You need to rest and take care of yourself.
But,
Claire, I said no,
he answered before I could protest. My shoulders slumped as the motel came into sight. To be fair, I wasn't certain I would have the energy to make it to see Lucas anyway. We reached the parking lot and Jake collected a spare key from Morty at the desk before we circled around to my room. You know, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just going to take a shower and stretch out in bed. You don't have to stay, I said.
Claire, I'm not going anywhere, so you can stop trying to get rid of me.
I'm not, you really wanted to find that woman. You're busy. I slid the key into the lock and pushed my door open.
I'm not too busy to make sure you're okay,
he said as he closed the door behind us. I nodded before I crossed to my bag and pulled a fresh set of clothes from it. Right, I'm just going to shower.
Okay,
he said as he sank into the desk chair. I disappeared into the bathroom and peeled off my filthy clothes. Every muscle hurt as I stepped under the warm water, letting it soothe me as much as possible as I washed off the dirt. After shutting off the water, I toweled off and pulled on my clothes before I emerged into the bedroom. I'm feeling much better now.
And I'm still not leaving, nor are we going to see Lucas.
He poked a finger at the bed.
Get in bed.
I frowned as I pulled back the covers and slid under them as a knock sounded at the door. Jake crossed to it and opened it, collecting a bag and several bottles of water from someone outside. He handed a bottle to me before he plopped onto the bed next to me.
You need to drink all of that.
You're bossy all of a sudden, I said with a giggle as I twisted off the cap.
Yes, I am.
He pulled a takeout container from the bag and set it on my lap.
The last time I wasn't, you stole my Bronco and ended up stuck in a hole.
My jaw dropped open as I stared at him. Did I? He narrowed his eyes at me.
You don't remember any of that?
I shook my head.
Well, you did. I woke up to find you gone with my truck. I'm not letting that happen again.
I'm sorry, I answered, guilt roiling inside me. Did I damage it? He glanced at me as he popped open his own takeout container before he chuckled.
No, Claire, but I was worried sick about you. I had no idea where you were.
I settled back in the pillows, the words surprising despite all the confessions he'd already made. Could it be that he genuinely cared?
I promised to protect you, and I've done a pretty poor job of it so far,
he said as he eased a damp lock of hair from my face. I poked at the salad in front of me. I guess I haven't made it easy. He chuckled.
You haven't, that's for sure.
I chewed my lower lip, recalling the panic in his face when he couldn't reach me in the cave. I'm sorry.
It's okay,
he answered.
I get it. I'm not your kind of guy.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because it's true, he said. I think we've established that.
You've established that. I never said that.
Really?
He asked, his voice incredulous.
So I'm just your type, huh?
I shifted on the mattress next to him with a sigh. You don't get to decide what my type is. You don't know everything about me. He raised his eyebrows.
No, I don't. I don't know that much, to be honest. Because you don't want to share anything with me.
I've shared plenty with you.
Really? Like what?
He shifted to stare at me.
Lucas told me about your past. Outside of that, you're closed.
I am not. Things just aren't that simple. I glanced down at the ground, the questions hitting too close to home.
Why not?
It's complicated. You're complicated. His jaw flexed at the words.
I'm not that complicated.
Okay, maybe you're not. Maybe you're fairly straightforward. Maybe it's as simple as another notch on your belt. He tossed his fork into the takeout container, his frustration obvious.
You know, you keep saying that, but you have no idea about my past. You're just assuming.
So you're not a serial dater, like Jade said?
I'm not,
he answered.
People think I am because I don't really commit.
And why is that? I prodded, seeking the confession I thought I'd hear about how he was a free spirit, didn't want to be tied down, needed his space.
Because I've never been in love until now.
The words stunned me, sending my heart racing as I struggled to respond.
You don't have to believe me,
he said with a shake of his head.
But the truth is, I've been waiting my entire life for you, Claire. And you can choose to think I tell every woman that, but I've never said those words until now.
His voice was raw, the vulnerability in his eyes piercing through my doubts. It wasn't just words. It was a plea, a hope, a promise. My lips parted as I traced the edge of my takeout container. That's
too much honesty?
He asked. Maybe, I said, offering him a slight grin before I winced.
Yeah,
he answered, not responding to my subtle way of breaking the tension. I bit my lower lip. Do you at least understand why it may be difficult for me to trust you?
I'm just asking for the chance to prove it to you. Can you give me that?
I glanced at him, noting the vulnerability in his eyes. I'd seen it there before when I'd been stuck in the cave. Could he be genuine? I pressed my lips together before I nodded. Okay. A slight smile tugged at his lips.
Really?
I bobbed my head again and he grinned, the tension between us easing as he wrapped an arm around me and kissed the top of my head.
I'm going to prove it to you, Claire.
I found myself smiling too, a glimmer of hope nesting in my heart. Maybe we could find our way through this. Together.
Chapter 21. Jake. My eyes fluttered open as the first rays of morning light filtered through the thin motel curtains, doing little to keep the room dim. Next to me, Claire's warmth pressed against me, her head resting on my shoulder. I shifted slightly, careful not to wake her, and wrapped my other arm around her, savoring the closeness. A soft smile spread across my lips as I replayed our conversation from the night before. Never had a simple "okay" felt so life-changing. Those 2 syllables had filled me with a hope I'd never known. I'm going to prove it to you, Claire, I whispered into the quiet room. I would protect her from whatever magic sought her. And from everything else, too. Her smile last night had been magical, a beacon of light in our dark world. After we'd placed a call to Hannah to check on Lucas, we settled in to watch a movie together as she continued to hydrate. She'd fallen asleep halfway through, but I'd finished the sappy romance, hoping I had the same happy ending the on-screen couple had. For the first time in my life, I thought I might, and I couldn't stop smiling about that. Helen sent a message before I fell asleep, checking in on Claire. I was happy to report she was still with me, safe and sound. The memory of that nearly perfect night warmed me still. I basked in it for another few minutes before I forced my mind to consider what steps I needed to take to keep Claire safe. We still needed to find the pentagram-wearing woman, if she existed. Claire had been haunted by her, and she seemed real enough, but a part of me wondered if she was only visible to Claire as part of the magic tracking her. It would explain why no one else had found any trace of this woman. But that would make tracking her much more difficult. I settled my eyes on Claire, my mind racing with a mix of fear and determination. Could I really use magic on her? The thought unsettled me, but I would do anything to keep her safe. Anything. Before I could vet through a list of options, my cell phone rang, the shrill noise cutting through the silence in the room. I cursed under my breath as I hurried to grab it before it woke Claire. Her eyes fluttered open as I silenced it, and I cursed whoever had called me at this hour and disturbed her. She shifted next to me before she lifted her head from my shoulder.
Sorry.
It's okay, I whispered. Go back to sleep. Her head settled on my shoulder again, her eyes sliding closed. But they opened a minute later, and she stretched.
What time is it?
Too early for you to be awake. She chuckled at the statement.
I doubt that. Sometimes I was in the studio at 6 when we were training for Worlds.
That should be illegal, I answered. She shot me a coy glance.
Really? You've never been up early to sail or whatever?
I chuckled at her lack of nautical jargon. I can't say I've ever done a sunrise cruise, but I would love to do one with you. She pushed up to sit, and I already missed the feeling of having her close. But at least we were speaking to each other, and she wasn't pushing me away.
I've never been sailing before.
I sat up, my jaw unhinging. Really? Never?
Pinecrest is sort of landlocked,
she answered as she pulled her hair into a ponytail. Right, I said with a nod. So I could teach you to sail.
You could, and I guess I should try it since you were such a good sport about the dancing.
I grinned at her. Yeah, I'm certain you'll be better at sailing than I was at dancing.
You weren't that bad,
she answered before she sat straighter.
Speaking of, I should go to the studio.
No, I answered, with a shake of my head. You were supposed to be resting for 24 hours.
I didn't think she was serious,
Claire answered as she stood up and stretched.
I figured you let me off the hook with a good night's sleep.
I will not. She shot me a disappointed glance over her shoulder. Sorry, Claire, I don't want anything to happen to you. And you've really been through it. That magic takes a lot out of you. She plopped on the edge of the bed, grabbing her phone.
I'm not that tired.
You should eat, I said as I grabbed my phone from my pocket, noting the missed call from Hannah.
We could go...
Claire, I said, my voice tinged with frustration. You're not going to talk your way out of the fact that you collapsed yesterday, after being trapped for hours in a magical cavern.
When you put it that way, Claire said, I'll take pancakes.
I grinned at her as I placed the order on the app to be delivered to the motel room before I tossed the phone to the side. You fell asleep in the middle of the movie last night. You want to try it again? She shifted next to me, shaking her head.
We should check on Lucas.
His name still didn't conjure up warm, fuzzy feelings for me. But at the moment, at least I wasn't ready to punch a wall. We can do that, but we need to worry about you first.
I'm fine, Jake,
she said. Yeah? Let's see how you do with some food and water.
It won't hurt you to make a phone call,
she argued. Anybody ever tell you you're persistent? I reached for my phone. She grinned at me.
A lot of people. That's how Lucas and I won the International Latin competition.
I sent Hannah a text to check on Lucas's condition this morning, then turned on the television. I patted the pillow next to me. Get comfy. She pulled her legs underneath her and stretched her hands overhead.
I'm just going to do a little practice here until breakfast comes.
Or not, I suggested. She backed from the bed, climbing to stand.
Nothing taxing, just stretching my muscles.
Claire, when Helen said to rest, she meant rest, not dance in your room less than a day after you passed out. Do you want Helen to murder me? She rose onto her toes, stretching her arms in the air.
I won't tell if you don't.
Oh, it's like that, huh? She grinned at me as she lowered into a wide-legged squat.
I'm trusting you now, remember?
Wow, I said, raising my eyebrows. Claire Pierce is a manipulator.
I am not,
she answered, balancing on one leg. You are so. Look at you trying to make sure I lie for you. She straightened to a normal posture.
I'm not going to overdo it.
Do you promise? She bobbed her head.
Come on, help me.
I think we've already established me doing any sort of dancing is a terrible idea. I've dropped you twice now.
Do you want to know how many times Lucas dropped me over the years?
Will the number make me feel better or worse?
Better,
she said, as she lowered into the squat again.
I've lost count. Yours I still have a count of.
So you keep track, huh? She grinned at my statement, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling back. This morning, the ease of the conversation, the teasing, flirting, it all had my heart swelling with hope for our relationship. All right, I'll help you, if you promise to rest after.
I promise,
she answered as she slipped off her hoodie, leaving only the tank top underneath.
Okay, do you want to see how much you remember from your waltz lessons?
My features crinkled. Yeah, I'm not really sure waltzing is my dance.
No? How about that cha-cha? Okay, just balance me while I stretch through this lift.
Lift? I don't think I should be lifting you at all, Claire. I don't want you passing out.
I'm not leaving the floor,
she said with a shake of her head.
I just need you to lean this way to counter my weight, okay?
She demonstrated what I needed to do, and it seemed simple enough. She was light. I'd carried her a few times, so I could easily do this. I slid my hand around hers as she braced a foot against my foot.
Ready?
She asked. Lean away, I said. The minute her weight pulled against me, I lost my balance that I'd been so confident about keeping and sent her tumbling to the floor. With a wince, I raced over to her, concern etched into my features. Claire, I'm sorry, are you okay? She laughed as she reached for my hand.
Yep, I'm fine.
I pulled her up to stand, our faces coming inches from each other. I wanted to lean closer and kiss her, but I held back, afraid of scaring her away by moving too fast. You sure? Because I'm still a little worried about you after what happened.
I'm fine,
she said,
really, I feel fine. Now, come on, let's try that cha-cha.
We spent the next 20 minutes with her trying to teach me to do anything but move awkwardly until I silently thanked my lucky stars when the food arrived. We settled on the bed with our breakfast.
So, when do you want to teach me to sail?
I grinned at her. After today? Yeah, right away. I'd love to be better than you at something.
I'm sure you're better than me at a lot of things. I'm just good at dance.
I think you're probably good at a lot more than dance, I answered playfully. But I have a proposal. She arched an eyebrow as she studied me.
What is it?
Well, I thought we could do a sunrise cruise, but instead of me teaching you how to sail, how about if you just enjoy sailing for the first time? She hesitated, her features pinching a little.
You're afraid I'm going to break something, aren't you?
What? I laughed as I poked at my eggs with my plastic fork. No.
Yes, you are. You think I'm going to break your boat.
You can't break my boat. She tugged her lips back in a wince, and for a second my heart stopped as I wondered if this easiness would give way to her feeling uncomfortable.
It's not the one that you live on, right?
I burst into laughter at her words.
It wasn't that funny,
she said with a wrinkled nose. Claire, that's a cargo ship, not a sailboat.
So that one doesn't have sails?
I couldn't stop from chuckling at her. I tried to hide it, but I couldn't. She playfully batted at me, and I cleared my throat, trying desperately to stop laughing. No, that one doesn't have sails. My words melted into laughter again as I thought of the storm chaser with sails on it. She heaved a sigh as my laughter finally died down.
Are you finished?
Maybe, I said, a few leftover laughs escaping.
See how funny you think it is when I ask you the difference between a box step and a cha-cha step.
I reached for her hand, caressing it as I stared into her eyes. I'm really going to enjoy teaching you the difference between a sailboat and a ship.
And I'm going to enjoy the sunrise while we sail on a boat, not a ship.
She gave me a grin that I couldn't resist, and I leaned closer, hesitating a moment before I let my lips brush hers. When I pulled back tentatively, I raised my gaze to meet hers. I hope that was okay. Her soft smile told me it was, and she shifted closer, sending my heart racing with anticipation of a deeper kiss with her. My ringing cell phone interrupted us, and she pulled away, returning to her breakfast with the moment broken. I cursed the thing as I glanced at the display. Hannah. Of course it would be Hannah. I swiped to accept the call with a heavy sigh. Hannah, what can I do for you?
Oh, good. You're finally awake. This is my second try.
I heaved a sigh as I rubbed my eyes. I'm sorry I wasn't at your beck and call. What do you need?
Just thought you might like to know we have a few leads on Pentagram, lady.
My heart skipped a beat, my fingers tightening on the phone. What?
Yeah, so if you're done playing house with the ballerina, maybe you could hustle on over to my place and actually help us with this investigation.
I held back from rolling my eyes at her. Yeah, sure.
Great,
Hannah said, her tone taunting.
By the way, the kid's up and around, so you can bring the dancer by to visit, unless you'd prefer she didn't see him.
Will do, I answered before I ended the call. Claire shifted on the mattress next to me.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Lucas is up and about, and they may have a lead on the Pentagram woman. She straightened.
Really? We should go then.
When you're done with your breakfast. She closed the takeout container.
I'm done.
I shook my head, popping it open again. No, you're not. Eat your breakfast, Claire. She shot me an unimpressed glance, but she poked at her pancakes again.
So,
My palms turned sweaty as I read the unspoken tension between us. Look, Claire, I know you probably picked up on what Hannah said, and I just wanted to let you know that there really wasn't anything between us. She licked her lips before she nodded, giving me a slight smile.
okay.
I mean it. We shared a kiss, and she very quickly decided Owen was the better choice for her. And I wasn't happy, but I wasn't in love with her either. She eyed me for a second before she sucked in a breath.
I really don't want you to feel like you constantly have to explain every past relationship.
And I appreciate that, but I thought this needed to be explained. And also, I'm just trying to show you how different you are, how different I feel about you. She smiled at me as she slid her hand into mine. I squeezed it as I stole another soft kiss before we finished our breakfast. After a quick check that she was okay, and a water bottle in hand, we left her motel room behind and headed to Hannah's. She pulled open the door, signaling for us to head inside. Claire nearly tripped over herself racing to Lucas, and he easily scooped her up in his arms. I tried not to let the scene bother me. Claire and I were moving forward together, and I had to stop getting jealous every time she smiled at someone else. So, you have something on the pentagram, lady?
Maybe. Frank saw a car near the weird magic hole thing near the fog wall. We're tracking it now, hopefully have something soon.
Good, I said, with a nod of my head as I eyed Claire with Lucas. She kissed him on the cheek, twisting the knot of jealousy tighter in my stomach. She was so unrestrained with him.
And Owen called. We have another problem.
Before she could tell me what it was, Claire bounded over to us.
We're just going to head downstairs and get Lucas something to eat.
Hey, I said, as I grabbed her elbow. You're not supposed to be alone.
I'm not. I'm with Lucas.
You know what I mean, I said.
Jake, I'll be right downstairs. Just come down as soon as you're finished talking to Hannah.
I heaved a sigh, realizing I couldn't keep an eye on her every second of the day. All right. As she left Hannah's apartment, Hannah arched an eyebrow at me.
Things seem improved there.
Yeah, I said with a nod. Yeah, they are. She offered me a coy grin.
That's good, because I know you don't believe this, but I want you to be happy, Jake.
I matched her expression, marking the first time we'd had a non-tense moment since the weird love triangle thing. Anyway, I should get down there with her. What problem did Owen have?
Route 2. Main road leading out of here?
Yeah, I know what Route 2 is. I've lived here all my life, remember?
There's a chunk missing. No one's getting in or out of Mystic Harbor anytime soon.
The words struck me. We were being cut off for some reason. But what?
Chapter 22. Claire. A slight smile spread across my face as I stole a gaze at Jake sitting beside me, driving us to the rusty anchor. A part of me wanted to slide my hand across the seat and reach for him. We'd somehow navigated through the distrust and difficulties that had stood between us. Each moment with him made me believe more and more that he wasn't the person everyone claimed he was. I desperately wanted to believe him, but a tiny piece of me held back. The part that knew if I gave my heart to him and he broke it, I'd be devastated. I shifted my hand onto my lap, deciding to be cautious for just a little bit longer. The gray skies outside reminded me of the fog wall on the opposite side of town. My forehead pinched as I recalled the tense moments when I'd been trapped in the cave. The worry etched on Jake's face had been burned into my mind, along with the care he took of me when I needed it after. I found myself sliding my hand toward him, my fingers finding his. His lips curled at the corners before I glanced at him. He grinned at me, kissing my hand before he squeezed it. "So, do you think we'll find this woman?" I asked.
"We'll find her. And when we do, hopefully all of this will come to an end."
I knitted my brows. I still don't think I understand the whole thing. What do? Hold her down and suck the magic out of her? He chuckled at me as he kissed my fingers again.
"It's not quite that simple. First, we have to identify the dark magic, establish that she's using it for nefarious purposes, and then, I'll just suck it right out of her."
Somehow, I think you might be making that sound easier than it is.
"Oh, it's pretty easy. It's as easy as hoisting the sail on the chaser."
I offered him a tight-lipped smile. Ha ha. Is it as easy as an overhead lift?
"No, you have me there."
He grinned at me. I slid a little closer to him. I'm honestly glad there's a lead, because I was starting to wonder if I was imagining her.
"I wondered that too, but not the way you think."
What do you mean?
"I mean, I didn't think you were making her up, Claire. I knew she existed. But I wondered if she was projecting her image to you rather than actually being present here."
Can someone do that?
"Yeah, some people can do that."
I shifted in my seat, trying to wrap my head around the extent of the magic in this town. What else can people do?
Owen can heal, for example, and he can shield."
My mind flitted back to the blue aura that had surrounded me when Jake had pulled me out of the tornado. Shield?
"Yeah, like create a protective barrier to shield against magic."
That's what you did when you pulled me away from that cyclone.
"I did, yes,"
he said with a nod.
"And I would do it again. Claire, I will always protect you."
I hope soon I don't need you to. He raised his eyebrows at me, shooting me a fleeting glance before focusing on the road again.
"Why? You planning on leaving Mystic Harbor?"
No, but surely it's not always this crazy, is it? He laughed, and for the first time, I noticed that some of the worry and upset that had been apparent in every line of his face had ebbed away.
"It's not, no. But it does get a little crazy. And I will always protect you as my first priority."
I smiled at him, pulling my hand from his and wrapping my arm around his. I kind of wish you had been in Pinecrest.
"Pass,"
he answered, as he shifted to wrap an arm around me.
"I'm a townie, remember?"
I giggled. I do. It would have been nice to have someone stop that maniac. He kissed me on the top of my head.
"I wish I would have, but that maniac brought you to me."
I groaned. Please don't tell me you'd thank him if you met him.
"I'd punch him in the face if I met him,"
he answered. Good answer, I said, as his tires crunched the gravel of the parking lot. He swung into his usual spot before we slid out of the truck. He slid a protective arm around me as we crossed to the stairs and climbed to Hannah's apartment above the bar. She tugged the door open and my heart lifted as I spotted Lucas, alive and well, standing and grinning at me. As we entered the apartment, I raced to Lucas, throwing myself into the air for him to catch me. He did easily, and I squeezed him tight. "Oh, Lucas, I'm so glad to see you looking this well."
"I'm fine, Claire, but I am worried about you. Hannah said you were really sick."
He set me down, pushing me back to study me, his features etched with concern. "No, I'm fine. I just had a little mishap." I shook my head. "Lucas, you were the one who was really sick." Tears welled in my eyes. "I didn't think you were going to make it."
"I did, Claire. I'm fine. I don't even remember anything, though."
The grin slid from my features. replaced with a frown as I recalled that night. It was awful. This tornado kept reaching for us. Jake saved me, but it almost took you. And when it dropped you, I shifted my glassy eyes toward him. I didn't think you were going to make it. But I did, Claire, he said as he pulled me into a tight hug. Thanks to Jake. His features twisted into an uncomfortable pout. Hey, I know you two don't get along, but he's really been proving himself, Lucas. He's gone above and beyond. Lucas shifted his gaze to Jake as he talked to Hannah. I'm grateful to whatever he did to save me and protect you, but, Claire, that doesn't mean you should trust him. You had some serious reservations about him. I know I did, I said with a nod. But I don't know, we talked, and I think he's genuine. Lucas bit his lower lip. I really hope so, for your sake. I can see that you like him. I kissed his cheek with a grin. I kind of do. If he breaks your heart. I know, I said. You can tell me I told you so over and over. He slid an arm around me, kissing the top of my head. No, I won't. I'll just nurse your broken heart. And we'll do some really emotionally impactful dancing to clear it all out. Right, I said with a nod and a grin. So how are you really, Claire? What was the mishap? Sort of hard to explain. Mind trying? Maybe over a sandwich from the bar downstairs? Hannah made me breakfast, but I'm still starving. You got it. I actually worked there for like 5 seconds, so I can totally get you a sandwich. You worked there? Lucas asked. Briefly. Jake offered me a job when I first got here, and I took it. I figured I'd need the money while I laid low. I see. Seems like he's handy in a crisis. I could tell by the tone of his voice that he was being sarcastic. Ignoring it, I slipped my arm through Lucas's and tugged him closer to Jake and Hannah, explaining that we were headed downstairs to the bar for food. He gently grabbed my elbow. Hey, you're not supposed to be alone. I'm not. I'm with Lucas. You know what I mean, he answered. I grinned at him. Jake, I'll be right downstairs. Just come down as soon as you're finished talking to Hannah. He heaved a sigh but nodded. All right. We left Hannah's apartment behind, entering the gray day and heading down the wooden stairs. So, Jake owns this bar and the apartment? Lucas asked. Yeah, and apparently a sailboat that he's promised to take me out on. Lucas arched an eyebrow. Don't? I said with a wag of my finger and a teasing grin. I'm really trying to trust him. Maybe you were right the first time, Claire. And maybe I was wrong. We hovered outside the door to the bar, and I twisted to face him. Look, Lucas, while you were recovering, apparently the magic came for me again, just in a different way. I woke up in this hole in the ground. Magic prevented anyone from getting to me. Jake, he was beside himself trying to rescue me. How'd they get you out? I sucked in a breath, still trying to comprehend what had happened. They didn't. That woman, the one we've been tracing, she appeared and told me to crawl out. I found a way and managed to escape, then walked to town. I passed out when I got to the police station, but Jake, he took such good care of me. I'll bet. Lucas flicked his gaze away from me, his features twisted into an unimpressed frown. He did, I said, grabbing his hand and squeezing it. And we talked, and we decided maybe it would be better if we weren't fighting all the time. Lucas pressed his lips together as he nodded. I hope it works out, but I'll be here for you if it doesn't. I grinned at him. Thanks, Lucas. Now, let's get you that food. We strode into the bar, finding it fairly empty. I led him to the bar, and we hopped onto a pair of stools. Jade flitted around the bar from a table. "Hey, Claire, how are you?" "I'm okay, thanks." She tossed down 2 coasters in front of us. "What can I get you?" Just a water for me, thanks. But Lucas wanted to order something to eat." He placed his order, and after giving us our drinks, Jade disappeared into the kitchen. I sipped my water, remembering to stay hydrated so Jake didn't scold me. My thoughts were interrupted when another woman pushed through the kitchen door. She strode behind the bar, flicking a lock of her long dark hair over her tattooed shoulder. She grabbed a rag and wiped down the bar before slinging it over her shoulder, her gaze shifting between Lucas and me.
"You two need anything?"
"We're just waiting on his food," I said.
"Should be up soon," she answered. "You two new in town? Don't recall ever seeing you here."
"Sort of," I said. "Are you new too? I worked here for like a day. I thought Jade was the only bartender."
"I've been out of town for a while, but I'm back now. Morgana." She grinned at us. "Morgana Hunter."
I recognized the last name immediately, a smile spreading across my face. "Oh, are you Jake's sister?"
"Not quite," she answered, her grin broadening. "I'm his wife."
The words struck me in the heart like a knife. Married? Jake's married? My mind raced, trying to reconcile the man I thought I was starting to know with this new, shocking revelation. Anger, hurt, and disbelief swirled inside me as I tried to process the betrayal, although I wasn't certain I would ever understand or forgive him.
Chapter 23. Jake. A sinking feeling filled my stomach at the latest turn of events as I stepped out of Hannah's apartment. Why would someone be using dark magic to make sure no one could get into or out of Mystic Harbor? The question gnawed at me as I rubbed at the scruff on my chin, descending the stairs. Hannah had a few leads on where the pentagram lady might be, and I was determined to track her down. But first, I had to get Claire. She'd been alone long enough, and I needed to ensure her safety. Taking her to the locations where the woman might be felt risky, but leaving her behind seemed worse. I could protect her. I would protect her. My feet hit the floorboards of the deck wrapping around the bar when Claire appeared at the doorway with Lucas trailing behind her. My lips naturally curled into a smile as I spotted her, but it quickly faded as she stormed across the parking lot toward the road. Where was she going? "Claire?" I called. She didn't stop. Lucas shot a glance over his shoulder, his eyes fiery. What was going on? "Claire!" I shouted again, picking up my pace to catch up to her. Her fingers curled into fists as I closed the distance. "Leave me alone, Jake." My stomach plummeted at the words, my features twisting with confusion. We'd been so good this morning. What happened to make her do this about-face? "Claire, wait. Where are you going?"
"None of your business,"
she said, determined to reach the road. "Hey," I objected, reaching for her elbow. She yanked it away, whipping around to face me, her cheeks red with anger. She wagged a finger at me, pressing her lips together before she spoke. "Don't touch me." My chest tightened as I tried to breathe, wondering if this was some sort of sick joke. This morning, I'd kissed her, and she'd slid closer to me, accepting my affection. Now it felt like the ground was crumbling beneath my feet. What had gone wrong? I held a hand up, signaling that I wouldn't try to touch her as I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. My eyes searched hers, desperately seeking answers. "Claire, what happened?" She crossed her arms, her features turning from angry to hurt.
Why don't you go ask your wife?
My heart stopped. Morgana was here? What the hell was she doing here? Panic gripped me as I tried to reconcile the joy I'd felt this morning with the sudden devastating twist. How could everything go so wrong so quickly? As much as I wanted answers to those questions, I needed to fix this situation first. I can explain.
You always can,
She said with a shake of her head before she let out a sigh of disgust and turned away from me, taking another step to the road. Claire, wait, I said as I hurried after her.
She told you to leave her alone,
Lucas said, his arm protectively wrapping around her. The sight made my blood boil, and I struggled to keep my panic and jealousy in check. Claire, I can explain all of this.
Now I'm sorry you found out this way. You're sorry I found out at all,
she shouted, her voice filled with emotion. No, that's not true. She stopped, spiraling to face me again.
Isn't it? So, you were going to be honest and tell me you were married?
My lower lip bobbed as I tried to answer the question.
That's what I thought.
She continued down the paved road, her shoes slapping the pavement hard with each step. Yes, I was, I promised, the argument sounding weak even to me. At the right time.
Before you kissed me was the right time,
she almost screamed at me.
I don't date married men. I don't kiss married men. I don't get involved with married men.
Claire, please, it's not what it looks like.
Are you married to her?
It's complicated.
Yes or no?
She asked through clenched teeth. I licked my lips. Yes, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She slid her eyes closed, pressing her lips together as she shook her head. Claire, please, I can explain this if you'd let me. Our marriage isn't real, it's just...
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your excuses or your latest spin or whatever story you want to sell me. We're done.
The words sliced at my heart like a knife, my nostrils flaring as I felt her slipping away from me. I made one last desperate attempt to keep her closer, hoping I could make her understand later. Claire, wait. The magic. You're still in danger.
I don't care about the magic anymore. I'll just leave town.
You can't. The fog wall is blocking the north exit, and Route 2 is inaccessible. So all ways into and out of this place are blocked. You're trapped here, Claire, and you're still in danger.
I'll figure it out.
Claire, this isn't... You need protection. She chewed her lower lip, nodding, and for a second I relaxed a little, thinking I'd have another chance. But she dashed any hope I had in the next moment.
I'll stay as safe as I can.
If you walk away from me, I can't keep you safe. She shook her head.
I don't want you to. I don't ever want to see you again.
She spun on her heel and stormed away, Lucas shielding her from me. My features twisted, hurt and upset roiling inside me as I watched the only woman I'd ever loved walking away from me. A groan escaped me as my forearms started to glow. The emotions tearing up my insides could trigger a magical emission that I didn't plan, want, or need. I ran a shaky hand through my hair, trying to distract myself from the searing pain in my chest. Desperation clawed at my insides as I strode back to the bar, slamming through the closed door. "Hey, Jake," Morgana said with that coy grin she loved to use on anyone and everyone. I stormed to her and latched onto her arm, dragging her through the kitchen and out the back door. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked, my voice a low growl. She tugged her chin back. "Well, hello to you too." "I'm serious." She arched a dark eyebrow before her eyes fell to my glowing skin. "Jake, what's going on?" I threw a hand in the air, twisting to study the nearby water. What was my ex-wife doing here? Even if she left, how could I fix things with Claire? "Jake, she said, her voice raised. "You're upset enough that my magic might slip out now. What's going on?" "Nothing," I claimed. "Your arms beg to differ," she said. "And you came at me like I've never seen you before. Now what's going on?" I licked my lips. "Did you talk to a woman named Claire? Tell her we're married?" Morgana furrowed her brows as she flicked a lock of hair over her shoulder. "Claire?" Her features turned knowing. "Oh, that sweet little blonde confection that was just in the bar?" I put my hands on my hips, my jaw tight in silent acknowledge. Morgana's features turned amused as she crossed her arms. Oh, you have a thing for her. Wow, I would never have pegged her as your type, Jake." I didn't answer, sliding my eyes closed as the biting words Claire had spat at me echoed in my mind. Morgana leaned forward, trying to catch my eye. "My, I didn't expect this. You're in love with her." "It doesn't matter anymore. She hates me, and I can't fix this. Why are you even back here, Morgana?" "I just felt called to be here, and it's a good thing I came back. You're a wreck." I shook my head. "No, I don't want your help. I don't want anything from you." "Not even a divorce, so you can woo the cotton candy queen?" "I told you she hates me, especially now that she knows I'm married and I didn't tell her." "Ouch," Morgana said. "Did you tell her there's nothing between us?" "Did you when you big-mouthed it?" I retorted, my voice filled with heat. Morgana sucked in a breath. "So little Miss Priss didn't take it well." "Don't insult her." I wagged my finger at my wife, my emotions all over the place. She knocked my finger away. "We'll fix this. You need to calm down." "This isn't fixable," I said. "It's not." "Everything is fixable," she answered. "It's not," I shouted. "It's not. We barely had a relationship before she found out I was married. She just couldn't handle my past and my reputation. And then I had just convinced her to see past all of that when you shouted from the rooftops that you were my wife." "Jake, you need to get a hold of yourself. You're a Sentinel, okay? You can't afford to lose it like this." "Now, we'll fix this. I'll talk to her myself. Leave her alone," I warned, poking a finger at her again before I pushed past her and stormed around the corner. "Jake!" she shouted after me. "Get yourself together. We'll fix this." I pulled my keys from my pocket, bobbling them. They smacked onto the gravel below as my vision turned glassy. I cursed under my breath, sniffling as I snatched them, and continued to the Bronco. After sliding inside, I fired the engine and whipped the truck from the parking spot. With my white knuckles gripping the wheel, I tore through the streets. I considered heading to the motel, begging Claire for forgiveness. If I had to get on my knees to do it, I would. I didn't care what I had to do to get her forgiveness. But would I? The fire I'd spotted in her eyes earlier made me feel certain I'd fail. My teeth sank into my lower lip as I flicked away a single tear that fell to my cheek. "You still need to protect her," I murmured to myself. And if I couldn't do it while being close to her, I'd do it from afar, by finding this woman. I veered my truck onto a side street, the tires squealing from the quick motion, and gunned it. The engine roared as I pushed my Bronco to a location on the outskirts of town flagged by Hannah. Maybe if I could fix this problem, she'd give me another chance. I doubted it, but I was going to try. I needed to hang on to some hope. Trees closed in around me as I pulled onto a dirt road, my truck bouncing over the divots in the road. I ducked to peer forward as a weathered clapboard house came into view. After easing the truck to a stop, I killed the engine and popped the door open. An icy blast of air hit me as I stepped out. My skin rippled into goosebumps, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very wrong here. I needed to prove it, though, before my Sentinel powers would kick in and allow me to end whatever was happening. The wooden stairs to the porch creaked under my weight, each step echoing in the silent, eerie surroundings. I twisted the rusty knob, and the front door groaned open, sending a shiver down my spine. I inched inside, every nerve on high alert. Shadows flickered in the dim light, and my eyes darted everywhere, searching for any sign of the pentagram lady. With bated breath, I stepped into the room on my right. The floorboards creaked beneath me. I inched inside, my eyes darting everywhere. With a few tentative steps, I peered into the room on my right before I stepped inside. "I've been waiting for you," a woman's voice answered. I twisted to find a woman stalking toward me. She pulled back her hood, revealing her dark hair. I narrowed my eyes at her. She twisted with a grin. "Yep, it's me, pentagram lady." A chuckle escaped at her words, and she wiggled her fingers in the air. "I'm real." "I never doubted you were." She said with an amused grin. "I think you did." "What do you want?" She grinned. "Everything." I scoffed, shaking my head. "Well, you can't have that. And if you're the one performing all this black magic, you're going to end up with nothing." I tugged my sleeve to show her the tattoo, marking me as a sentinel. She laughed as she meandered closer. "I don't need to see your ink, Sentinel. I know who you are." "Then you should know it's me who will happily rip that black magic right from you." She stopped only inches from me, her voice lowering to a chilling whisper. "Except you won't." This time I laughed. "And why wouldn't I do that?" She traced a finger down my jaw. "Because I'm going to give you everything you want." "There isn't anything you could possibly give me." "Think again." I narrowed my eyes at her. What in the world was she promising me that would make me abandon my responsibilities as a sentinel?
Chapter 24. Claire. A muffled scream escaped my lips as my sneakers slapped the pavement. Lucas tightened his grip around me, issuing one final glance over his shoulder.
"He's not following us."
"Good. He'd better not be," I said louder than I should have.
"It's okay, Claire, he's not."
Anger curled my fingers into fists as I chewed my lower lip. How could he have lied to me again? And how could I have fallen for it? But as the word married echoed in my mind, the anger began to melt into a deep, aching sadness. I'd been so cautious with my heart for my entire life. And even after I'd arrived in Mystic Harbor, I'd tried to be guarded, but Jake Hunter continued to poke holes in my defenses. And the one time I didn't patch them back up, that I didn't protect myself, I'd been left brokenhearted, just as I suspected. The man was married. Married! I let that word swirl around in my brain, unable to unhear it. My mind conjured the image of them giddily exchanging vows, of them holding hands, kissing, all of the things that he'd done with me, only I replaced myself with her. It twisted my stomach into a tight knot and shredded my heart. I couldn't decide if it was disturbing or helpful that she was so different from me. "Can you believe what a player he is?" I asked, needing to hear something from Lucas to ground me. Lucas just rubbed my shoulder.
"I'm so sorry, Claire. That must have been a shock."
"Yeah," I answered with a scoff. "I mean, married? I knew he was a playboy, but married?" The last word made my voice break, and my anger melted away to sadness, to heartbreak. I trusted him.
"It's not your fault,"
Lucas said as we walked.
"Hey, why don't I call an Uber or something?"
"Huh?" I asked, the last comment seeming out of place.
You've just been through a lot. You probably shouldn't be walking this distance after being dehydrated enough to pass out.
Oh, I murmured, glancing ahead. The town seemed fairly far. I wrapped my arms around myself. Okay.
I just think you'll feel better once we're tucked safely into your motel room.
He pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped on it.
Okay, someone should be here soon.
I can't believe they have Ubers in this town.
I wonder if he was lying about the way out being compromised.
Lucas asked. Maybe the Uber driver would know, I said with a shrug. Lucas nodded.
We'll ask him.
A car rolled toward us, stopping nearby. We hurried to it and climbed into the back. As the driver made his way to the Seagull, Lucas inquired about a bus leaving town.
Yeah, nothing's coming in or out. Huge sinkhole on the outskirts of town swallowed up part of Route 2. And then there's the fog up north. Just crazy weather these days.
Yeah, Lucas answered with a nod.
Well, that's okay. We'll just hang out in the motel and enjoy the view. Oh yeah, can't beat the view of the ocean,
the man said.
I'm sure they'll have this all cleared up soon, though. Give it a few days. We will,
Lucas said, as he pulled into the parking spot of the Seagull and eased the car to a stop.
Thanks.
We slid out, and I unlocked the door, slipping into my room. I stared at the bed, a frown forming on my lips. Merely hours ago, my heart had fluttered when Jake's lips had pressed against mine. I'd almost kissed him back. And the entire time, he'd been married to another woman.
Claire?
Lucas asked. Sorry, I said, my frown deepening. Just beating myself up again for trusting Jake Hunter.
Aw, Claire,
he said as he shuffled toward me and pulled me into a hug. A few tears fell to my cheeks and I sniffled as I clung to him. I feel so stupid.
Don't.
It's not your fault. It's Jake Hunter's fault. I mean, this guy, he's hounded you, relentlessly pursued you. You can only keep your defenses up for so long before you start to believe him. I pulled back, pressing my lips together as I nodded. Relentlessly pursued, I repeated. Like a stalker. Lucas's features shifted, concern etching into them as he reached for me again. First the stalker, and then him. Why? What is wrong with me that this is what I attract?
Nothing,
Lucas said as he cupped my cheeks in his hands.
Nothing is wrong with you.
The problem is, everything is right with you. I furrowed my brows as I glanced up at him. What?
The stalker. Jake, all of these people who have pursued you have done it because you are so special, Claire. Of course he'd want you.
I wish I wasn't special enough to have had Jake Hunter break my heart. Lucas led me to the bed and eased me onto it.
Did he? Break your heart, I mean?
I sniffled, grabbed a tissue from the box on the nightstand. A little. The admission sent me spiraling into another set of sobs. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Claire. You don't need to apologize. You're allowed to feel this.
Then I'm also allowed to feel stupid for trusting him. When I was in that hole... He rubbed my arm, silent encouragement to continue. I blew out a shaky breath. When I was in that hole, Jake came for me. And the expression on his face, he just seemed so genuine. He seemed like he actually cared. But he didn't. He couldn't.
Maybe in some weird way he does,
Lucas answered. I leapt from the bed, pacing the floor next to it. He lied. By omission, not like a straight-out lie, but he still lied. He's married. Married. This isn't the waitress from the restaurant he'd obviously been seeing, or the woman in my dance class he dated, or even Hannah, who he apparently kissed before she picked Owen. This is his wife. I pressed a hand against my forehead.
I agree with you,
Lucas said.
It's a big thing to hold back.
It is, right? I asked. I'm not making this more than it should be, right? Lucas shook his head.
No, he's married, Claire. That makes it a pretty crappy thing to have come on to you.
I licked my lips as I resumed pacing. Right. And he always has an explanation, right? Always.
Well, I wasn't really involved with her. Well, we're not actually married.
My features pinched as I uttered the next statement. I've never been in love before. The words came out as a whine, and I felt the sting of stupidity wash over me again. He probably said that to every girl he pursued.
He said that?
Lucas asked. I bobbed my head. Yeah, he did. He probably says it to everyone. Lucas didn't respond verbally. He simply climbed to his feet and wrapped me in a tight embrace. He held me for several moments, and I took solace in the safety of it. Jake Hunter may have made my heart flutter, but at least Lucas didn't break it. A knock sounded at the door, breaking up the warm moment. I stared at it a moment, my heart speeding up. Was it Jake? The last time we'd argued, he'd shown up at my motel room, begging for forgiveness in what seemed like a heartfelt speech. I now found myself wondering how much of it had been true, and how much he'd spewed to a variety of other women. As the knock sounded again, I flicked my gaze to Lucas, eyes wide.
I'll get it. If it's Jake, I'll send him away, okay?
Thanks, I whispered as I let go of him. He strode to the door and pulled it open.
Hi, Claire here. I'd like to check on her.
I recognized Helen's voice. Lucas stood aside, motioning for her to come in. Hi, I said, hoping my nose wasn't red and my eyes not too puffy. She stopped as she stared at me.
Well, you don't look so good.
Sit down, honey. Let me have a look at you. I eased onto the edge of the bed. Yeah, I've been crying. She pulled her stethoscope from her bag, her eyebrows shooting up.
Jake?
I licked my lips as I nodded. Yeah. With 2 fingers pressed against my wrist, she glanced at her watch.
I'm surprised he agreed to leave. Jake can be stubborn.
We were at the bar, I answered. We went over to see Lucas before we tracked down the pentagram lady.
Oh? Mind if I ask what happened?
I licked my lips. I was an idiot who believed everything he said about never being in love before, and how he wasn't his past. She slid her eyes sideways to me. And then I met his wife. She tugged her lips back into a wince.
Morgana's back in town?
I raised my gaze to her, my lips parting as my eyebrows knitted. You knew he was married?
I did,
Helen said with a nod. Helen, I said, my voice sharp and my eyes accusatory. Why didn't you tell me he was married? Helen lifted a shoulder as she shoved the stethoscope into her bag.
Well, it's complicated.
Seeing the conflict in her eyes, I sighed. And I guess it wasn't your secret to tell.
It's not that, but most of us around here know that. Jake and Morgana are more of a platonic thing. They're not married for any other reason other than a little trouble she had a while back.
Trouble? I asked.
Yeah,
Helen said with a bob of her head.
Yeah, she got herself in trouble with some magic hunters, and Jake stepped up and made certain she was safe.
I shifted on the mattress, recalling Jake's desperate attempt to explain his marriage to me. Have they ever been a couple?
Nope,
Helen said with a shake of her head.
And then she left town, and we all figured she'd never be back. She seemed pretty intent on telling us she was Jake's wife,
Lucas said.
Oh, Morgana likes to throw the Hunter name around to remind people that she's not to be trifled with. But other than friends, her and Jake have nothing else going on. As far as I know, they've never even shared a kiss.
I heaved a sigh, chewing my lower lip. With his past, he really could have said something earlier so this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened.
It's not a misunderstanding,
Lucas argued.
He's still married. Whether it's platonic or not, he should have told you.
Well, what Jake should do and what Jake does are two different things, Helen said with a sigh. That boy's his own worst enemy. But when he's afraid to lose, he shields himself. Afraid to lose? Lucas asked. You mean afraid of not getting his way with his latest target, or... No, Helen said as she zipped her bag closed. I don't think you're a target, Claire. I honestly think Jake Hunter has finally met a woman who holds the power to break his heart, instead of the other way around. And I think it terrifies him. He doesn't act like a man who's terrified, Lucas retorted, his expression taut. Doesn't he? Helen grabbed her doctor's bag, letting it swing by her side. He's desperate, overwhelmed, and trying to protect himself from the possibility of losing someone he truly cares about. Sounds like he's terrified to me. Silence stretched between us until Helen heaved a sigh. Well, you're recovering nicely. I wouldn't do anything crazy for the next day or so, but I think you'll be back to normal soon. Thank you, Helen, I said with a nod, avoiding her gaze. Take care of yourself, honey. If you need anything, you give me a call, okay? Thanks, I said with a nod. Lucas walked her to the door, closing it behind her as she stepped out before he twisted to face me. Don't let what she said make you feel bad, Claire. Jake should have told you. There's no excuse for his behavior. I bit my lower lip as I nodded, though my mind couldn't stop thinking of Helen's comments. Lucas's hands clamped onto my shoulders. Claire, she's his friend, okay? Obviously, she's going to defend him. But there's no reason this guy should have lied to you. You shouldn't feel guilty for walking away from him to protect yourself. I bobbed my head, a slight smile curling to my lips to indicate my agreement. Right. He offered me a smile. Do you mind if I take a quick shower? No, go ahead, I said. I'm actually wiped out. I think I'm just going to lay down and take a nap. Sounds good. I won't be long. He kissed my cheek before he headed into the bathroom. I crawled higher onto the bed and laid my head on the pillow. The water pelted the tiles in the shower, creating soothing background noise as I let my sore eyes slide shut. I curled my fingers into a fist as I tried to relax, but everything from the day continued to bombard my mind. Before I could drift off, a scent filled my nostrils, musky with a hint of floral. I snapped my eyes open and sat up, twisting to find the pentagram woman standing in my room. I gasped, kicking back until I scrambled off the bed. What are you doing here? She grinned at me. Hello, Claire. My heart raced as I stared at her, fear prickling my skin. Why are you here? She smirked at me. It's time for you to be useful. I cocked my head at the words. My breathing turned ragged. What was she about to do to me?
Chapter 25. Jake. I stormed from the house, my mind reeling from the proposition. How could she think I'd ever agree to that? The thought of betraying my duty for personal gain twisted my stomach. What could she possibly give me that would be that tempting? Amusement danced in her eyes. I'm going to give you everything you've ever wanted. All you need to do is look the other way. I don't want money or fame or fortune, I said. She threw her head back with laughter. Don't worry, I'm not giving you that. She turned serious, her eyes locking onto mine. But you will thank me. Now go. I'll come for your answer tomorrow. Until then, enjoy your life. Consider it a gift, a preview of what's to come if you're willing to simply keep quiet and keep your Sentinel powers to yourself. I shook my head at her. This woman had threatened Claire more than once, then stuck her in a hole in the ground and surrounded her with enough magic to keep us from her. She'd barely made it through that without it costing her her health. There was nothing she could give me to allow her a free pass. Don't get too comfortable, I hissed. I'll be coming for you.
We'll see.
She settled her arms across her chest as I pushed past her. The memory faded as I took one last look at the house before I climbed into the Bronco and fired the engine. I whipped the truck around and sped away from the house. As I bounced onto the road, I pressed my phone to my ear, calling Hannah. I got her voicemail twice before I threw the phone down in disgust and aimed for the rusty anchor. My engine revved as I pushed for more speed, finally skidding to a stop outside of the bar. After leaving the truck behind, I climbed the stairs 2 by 2 and pounded on Hannah's door. No one answered. I scanned the parking lot below. Her car wasn't here. With a curse, I hurried down the stairs and climbed into the Bronco, aiming for the police station. I burst through the door 15 minutes later, searching for Owen and Hannah, but neither were there. Have them call me as soon as they're back, I told the officer before I left. I'd stop at the Storm Chaser for a quick shower and change of clothes before I tried to find them again. I made the short trip to the docks, parking and striding down to my boat. Before I climbed aboard, I twisted back to stare at the town. I tossed my keys back and forth between my hands as I debated going to the motel to see Claire. Maybe I could explain things to her. Maybe she'd take me back. I recalled the fire in her eyes when she told me we were finished, that she never wanted to see me again. It shredded my heart again. I didn't want to lose her, but I was afraid to push her further away. With a deep sigh, I decided to shower and change before I made any decisions. Maybe I should wait until after I'd ridded the world of the pentagram lady, who I now knew was named Maura Grimshaw. I could show up triumphantly and explain everything, including the fact that I'd ridded the world of the danger that plagued her. With a final glance at the town, I climbed aboard the chaser, making my way to the living quarters. The scent of spaghetti sauce reached my nostrils as I approached. I slid my eyes closed for a moment, frustration curling my fingers around my keys. If Morgana was here making dinner to make up for what she'd done, I wrinkled my nose as I rounded the corner into the kitchen. My eyes widened, and I stopped dead as I stared at the woman stirring the sauce on my stove. "Claire," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She twisted to eye me, a grin spreading across her face.
"Hey, there you are. You're late. I started dinner."
I swallowed hard, my eyebrows pinching. She set the spoon aside, skirting the counter. Her arms slid around my neck and she planted a soft kiss on my lips. My heart hammered as my mind whirled. Her head tilted, confusion apparent on her delicate features.
"Jake, are you okay?"
I sucked in a breath, hoping it would steady me. After a few rapid blinks, I focused on her again. She looked so concerned, so caring. I licked my lips, nodding. Yeah, I'm okay. Just a really long day."
"Oh,"
she said, with a slight frown before she pushed away, heading back to the stove.
"I'm sorry. Anything you want to talk about?"
I lamented not putting my arms around her when she was close. No. No, it's nothing for you to worry about." My features pinched as I slowly made my way around the counter. Was this some sort of illusion? Was I seeing things? As I stared, Claire stirred the sauce before she dumped pasta into a pot of boiling water.
"This won't be long. If you want to shower, you'd better go now."
I took another step closer, sliding my arms around her waist from behind and pulling her toward me. "I'll wait." She rubbed my forearm as I pressed my cheek against hers.
"Okay, you sure you don't need to talk about something?"
"I'm sure," I answered as I kissed her cheek. I'm happy to see you, that's all." She twisted in my arms.
"I'm happy to see you too."
I leaned forward, stealing a kiss from her. My lips lingered against hers, expecting her to object at any second, but she never did. I pulled back, studying her. I just need to make a quick call before dinner, okay?
Sure,
she said with a nod. I offered her a fleeting smile as I reluctantly backed away, my heart thudding hard against my ribs. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed Morgana's number, stepping into the hall for the call. Hey, Jake, did you patch things up with the princess? Jade said she's a ballerina, and wow, I just can't believe you fell for a dancer. What the hell do you think you're doing? I growled. Making fun of you for falling for a ballet dancer? I mean, it's so not you, Jake. This isn't funny, Morgana. Not at all. My fingers tightened around my cell phone. Okay? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so sensitive about it. I don't mean your stupid joke. I mean what you're pulling right now. I have no idea what you're talking about, she answered. Don't you? Well, maybe you should stop by the Chaser and we can discuss it in person with live examples. Morgana clicked her tongue. All right, I'll be right there. You'd better be, I answered, before I ended the call and shoved the phone into my pocket. The last thing my wife had said to me was that she'd fix it, but I hadn't expected this. I ran a shaky hand through my hair before I sucked in a deep breath and headed back into the kitchen. Claire set out 2 plates on the table.
just in time.
I offered her a nervous laugh as I eased into the chair next to hers. She topped her pasta with grated cheese before she dug in, acting as though we'd never had a fight earlier. So, how was your day? I asked. She set down her fork and smiled.
Good. Lots of practice for Worlds, but that's what it takes to win.
Right, I answered, my eyes narrowing.
Are you sure you're okay? You're acting awfully strange.
I picked up my water, trying to distract myself. I just feel a little badly about the misunderstanding we had earlier. Her forehead creased.
Did I miss this misunderstanding we had?
My pulse quickened. She had no memory of our fight this morning. Well, no. I know you already said it was fine, but I still feel bad. She stared at her plate for a second, and I waited with bated breath for her to finally stare at me in horror, realizing that she wasn't in love with me. Finally, her gaze flicked to me. She reached for my hand, squeezing it.
You shouldn't. I've forgotten it completely already.
I forced out a slight laugh as I nodded. Okay. We took a few more bites of the food before footsteps sounded in the hallway. Jake? My heart hammered and I slid my gaze sideways to glance at Claire. How would she react to Morgana's presence? We're in the kitchen, I called as I wiped at my lips with my napkin and rose. Morgana popped in a second later.
What's the big...
Her eyebrow arched as she spotted Claire. Oh, hey, Claire.
Hi,
Claire answered with a soft smile.
You hungry?
Yeah, Morgana answered as she approached the table. Claire slid her napkin onto the table as she rose.
I'll grab you a plate.
What the hell is this? Morgana whispered as Claire busied herself at the counter. I thought she was mad at you. You tell me. Is this how you're fixing things?
What?
Morgana's features crinkled. No, I didn't do this. Well, then who did? Because the last time I spoke with Claire, she told me she never wanted to see me again. And then I walked in here tonight after... My stomach twisted as understanding dawned. I covered my mouth with my hand as a curse escaped. After what? Morgana hissed.
Everything okay?
Claire asked as she set another place out with a full plate of food.
Yeah, just a little problem on my end,
Morgana said.
Do you mind if I borrow Jake for a second?
Claire plopped into her seat with a smile.
Don't be too long, your food will get cold.
Morgana nodded as she dragged me into the hall.
After what, Jake?
Oh, I can't believe this, I murmured as I pieced the puzzle together. Look, I didn't do this. She's crawling with dark magic. You know that, right? I set my hands on my hips, my gaze falling to my feet. I do now. I paced the floor, running a shaky hand through my hair again. Jake, what's going on? The person doing all the dark magic in town. The fog wall, the chunk of the roadway gone, the power outages, all of that. I know who it is. Did you take it to Owen? Not yet. I couldn't find him. But I found her. She told me she needed me to look the other way. She said she'd reward me for it. She's doing this. Morgana raised her eyebrows toward her hairline. I groaned. She said she'd give me everything I've ever wanted. All I needed to do was look the other way when she ramped up her dark magic attacks. She gave you Claire, Morgana said. I bobbed my head. Yeah. Morgana scoffed. Clever. So, what are you going to do? I snapped my gaze to her. What do you mean? I'm a Sentinel. I have to protect this town. I know what you're supposed to do, she answered. But what are you going to do? My features scrunched. Come on, Jake. You can't tell me you haven't thought about this. You're in love with this woman, and right now, she wants nothing to do with you. Can you honestly walk away from the opportunity? I leaned back, glancing into the kitchen. Claire twirled her spaghetti on her fork. She was happy here. Happy with me. Happy in my arms. I'd never have this chance again. Could my heart afford this heartbreak if I turned Maura down?
Chapter 26. Claire. Jake and Morgana stepped back into the kitchen, both of them taking their seats at the table. I sensed a strange vibe between them, but given Jake's role as a Sentinel, it could be anything causing that. I twisted to eye Jake. Everything okay?
Yeah,
Jake said with a smile, though it didn't look genuine to me.
Everything's fine. Just a little trouble in town is all.
With magic? He licked his lips, shooting Morgana a glance before he returned his gaze to me.
Yeah, with magic. Hey, are you okay?
I furrowed my brow. Me? He bobbed his head.
Yeah.
My lips twisted into a confused smile. I'm fine.
You're sure? Nothing weird happened today? Any strange visits or...
He narrowed his eyes at me. No, I just hit the studio, then came home. That's it.
I thought it was your day off,
Morgana said. My eyebrows knitted. No, I danced today. I think so. I nodded after a second. I did. Morgana picked up her water glass, eyeing me over the rim. Her expression calm and calculated.
You don't remember talking to me earlier today?
I tilted my head, my thoughts whirling. I hadn't talked to Morgana for days. Why was she saying I did? I didn't talk to you today. She smiled at me, her fork slowly spiraling on the plate. You did. And then you and Jake got into a pretty big fight. I want you to think, Claire. Really think. My forehead creased as I pushed my brain to wrap around her statement. I hadn't seen her today, and Jake and I hadn't argued in as long as I could remember. The slowly twirling fork drew my attention, and I stared at it, my mind stretching before I shook my head, forcing my eyes away from it. I glanced at Jake before I slid my hand into his. No, we didn't have an argument.
It's okay, Claire. Just listen to Morgana, okay?
I fluttered my eyelashes at him, not understanding why he was siding with her. We didn't argue. We didn't. I went to the studio. Before that, I was here. We had breakfast. I told you I loved you before I left.
And you don't remember being at the bar with Lucas?
Morgana said. I wasn't at the bar with Lucas.
I wasn't. Why are you saying I was? My stomach twisted into a knot at what sounded like an accusation. Was she trying to say that I was lying or cheating? She spun that stupid fork on her plate again, the tines screeching against the ceramic. Think, Claire. We spoke this morning. I told you I was Jake's wife. It upset you. What? My eyes widened as I snapped my gaze up to her. No, you're not Jake's wife. I am, she said with a nod. My lips parted as I stared at her. No, you were, but you're not now. Jake and Morgana shared a glance that disturbed me. I leapt from my seat, wrapping my arms around my middle. Why are you doing this? Okay, easy, Claire, Jake said as he stopped my pacing. Easy. We're just trying to sort some things out, okay? Sort what out? I wasn't at the bar. I wasn't. Jake, I love you. I searched his face for some comfort, but I found only pain. Why did those words make him wince instead of smile? He took my hands in his features still pinched. I love you too, Claire. I love you so much. And I'm sorry this is so confusing. My breathing turned ragged as I struggled to make sense of the situation. Jake and I were married. We were in love. Why was Morgana saying she was still married to him? I don't understand. Was there some problem with your divorce? No, he said with a shake of his head. Why is she saying that you're still married? What? You know, Claire, I think there's been a big misunderstanding here, Morgana said. I glanced at her, searching for answers. And I think I should go and let you and Jake spend some time together. She clapped Jake on the shoulder. I'll text you about that magic problem. My eyes lingered on her as she backed from the room with a soft smile. Good night, Claire. Bye, I said softly as she disappeared. I flicked my gaze back to Jake. What was that about? There's been some confusion lately about where people have been. It's a magic problem. It's fine. It's nothing to worry about. I wasn't at the bar, I said again. I know, he answered. It's okay. Let's just finish dinner. Oh, okay, I said as I eased into my chair, poking around at the pasta again. After a few minutes, I let my fork clatter to my plate. Did we have an argument today? Is that what you were talking about earlier? No, he answered. No, it's okay. Morgana was just trying to figure a few things out. That's all. It's okay. Okay, I said with a nod. If you're sure we're okay. We're okay. We're fine. I love you, Claire. I grinned at him, and I leaned closer for a kiss. I love you too. He offered me a soft smile that looked like it was hiding sadness. Why? Are you sure everything's okay? You look sad. I'm just tired, he said, shaking his head. I'd love nothing more than to finish this meal and curl up on the couch with you. I pushed my plate away. Then let's do that. He agreed with a nod, and we made quick work of the dishes before heading for the couch. I snuggled under a blanket close to Jake as he picked a movie, and we settled in together. Finally, things felt normal as I laid my head on his shoulder, and he wrapped his arms around me. His lips pressed against the top of my head as he gently rubbed my arm. I tilted my head back and smiled at him. This feels better. He nodded with a soft grin before we shared a kiss before I settled against him, my fingers threading through his. No matter what happens, Claire, I want you to remember that I love you, okay? I pushed away from him, my features crinkling. Well, that sounds ominous. No, he said with a shake of his head. It's not ominous, I want you to always remember how much I love you, okay? Okay, I answered. Things may get a little strange, okay? But I love you. I've loved you from the moment I saw you on these docks before you fell into the water.
And no matter what I've done in my past, no matter what my reputation is,
I pressed my fingers against his lips, stopping his words. Jake, that's all behind us. I love you, and I know that you love me. He licked his lips, his smile pained.
promise me you'll remember this conversation.
Of course, I said with a slight chuckle. Jake, what's wrong?
He swallowed hard. I really need you to know that, because I'm afraid you'll forget it.
My features melted as I cupped his face in my hand. Jake, I could never forget it. I know we had a rough start, but we're good now. We're happy.
You have no idea how happy I am right now,
he said, his voice just above a whisper. Me too, I said, as I snuggled against him. And I will remember that you love me no matter what happens, okay?
Yep,
he said, kissing the top of my head again. We finished the movie, locked in each other's arms before we called it a night. Jake wrapped his arms around me as we settled under the covers. I fell asleep within minutes, waking up early the next morning. I left Jake to sleep and snuck to the kitchen to make him breakfast. I grinned at him when he shuffled into the room and set a full plate in front of him before stealing a kiss. Feeling better today?
That depends,
he answered. On? I asked as I joined him at the counter with my own plate.
On whether you remember what I told you last night.
I grinned. That you love me. He smiled as he stabbed at a piece of egg.
That's right.
A knock interrupted us, and I twisted to see Morgana hovering in the doorway.
Good morning. Am I interrupting?
No, I said. Come in. I'm sorry about last night, Claire. I just wanted to stop in and see how you felt. Let's put it behind us, I said. I'm feeling fine.
She remembers that I love her, and she promised not to forget it.
Morgana bobbed her head, her gaze shifting between us. That's good. It's important. It's so easy to forget. My forehead creased again as I tried to sort through the statement. I won't forget, I promise. Morgana offered me a soft smile that almost seemed sarcastic. Jake, do you know when your friend is dropping by about that magic problem?
I don't,
he answered. Mind if I stay and wait? She asked. Jake hesitated, swallowing hard. I think it's for the best, Jake, even if it's hard, Morgana said. I studied Jake, my stomach twisting into a tight knot. Something is wrong, isn't it? Jake pressed his lips together.
Nothing that we don't expect. Are you heading into the studio?
Not today, I said, though I couldn't figure out why. So I'll be here all day. Jake nodded as I poured him a second cup of coffee before I drained the pot with a cup for Morgana. She wrapped her fingers around it, sniffing the dark liquid before she took a sip.
Maybe it's best if you head out for the day, Claire.
Why? I asked.
Magic stuff,
she said. I tilted my head as I slipped my hand inside Jake's. Is it dangerous?
No,
he answered.
Not dangerous, just a little upsetting.
Upsetting? I asked. I still hadn't figured out how the magic worked. Yeah, Morgana answered, setting her mug on the counter. And Jake doesn't want you to be upset. So is there somewhere you could go?
Maybe a few hours in the studio?
Jake suggested. My lips parted. If this was going to be difficult, I wanted to be here for Jake. But I understood that he worried. Okay, I'll head in for a few hours of practice.
That would be good,
he said.
I'll come find you when we're finished, okay?
Yeah. I hate to leave you here, but... I flicked my gaze to Morgana. I guess you're in good hands.
I'll take good care of him,
she answered. Thanks. I'll grab my stuff. Jake rose and blocked me from heading to the bedroom.
Why don't you just head there now? I think you left your shoes there.
Okay,
I said. "Be careful today, okay? I love you." I kissed him and he held me close, his hands lingering as if he didn't want to let go.
I love you too, Claire.
I smiled at him and he finally let go of me. I crossed the room, stepping into the hall. But I found myself unable to go any further. My feet simply wouldn't move forward. I stared down at them, my features pinching.
Claire?
Jake called. "I can't."
Claire can't go anywhere.
A new voice said from behind me. I twisted to face her. She looked so familiar, but I couldn't place her.
Mora,
Jake said.
let her go.
"I don't think so," she answered. Morgana rose, crossing her arms. "Let her go." Mora shook her head. "No. He needs to make his choice, and if it's the wrong one, he's going to live it."
It's not fair to her,
Jake argued. Mora chuckled. "Oh, I'm not concerned with fair. Now, what's your answer? Is she a keeper or not?"
Let her go, Mora,
Jake insisted. Mora sucked in a deep breath before she fixed her gaze on me. "Claire, come here." I found myself doing exactly what she told me, walking into the kitchen to stand near Jake. "Gosh, she's really good at this, isn't she? Now, Claire, tell Jake how you feel about him." "I love you," I said. "Oh, she loves you, Jake. Now, do you want to keep that, or are we going for door number 2? I couldn't understand anything she was saying, but Jake seemed exceptionally upset. Before he could answer, Morgana formed a shield around us. Mora shot her eyebrows up with a laugh. "That's cute." She reached a finger toward it and popped it like a balloon. "But that's not going to work. Now, I want an answer." Jake chewed his lower lip, shaking his head.
I'm not going to help you.
Mora's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "What was that?"
I said I'm not going to help you.
"Do you understand what you're choosing here? What you stand to lose?" Mora waved a hand at me. "Take a good long look, Jake. And now I'm going to ask you one last time. What's it going to be?"
I'm not going to help you,
he said through clenched teeth. "You're going to regret this, Sentinel. Not only are you going to lose Claire, but I curse you. From this moment on, your magic will betray you. Anger, stress, fear. It will burst forth, untamed." With a flick of her wrist, a surge of dark magic spewed from her fingertips, zapping both me and Jake. The air crackled with energy, making my skin prickle painfully as if tiny needles were piercing every inch of me. Jake's arm glowed fiercely and his body convulsed, fighting against the curse. My skin turned to goose flesh and my head thudded dully. I squeezed my eyes closed for a moment before I snapped them open. I swallowed hard, trying to place myself. Why was I on the storm chaser? I pressed a hand to my head. "Jake, how did I get here?"
Claire?
he asked.
Are you okay?
My mind felt melted. I couldn't answer that question for a moment before things flooded back into my mind. He reached for me and I pulled back, my eyes going to Morgana. What is going on? How did I get here?
Claire, it's okay. Let's sit down, okay?
"No!" I shouted. "I don't want to sit here. I told you I didn't want to see you again. How did I get here?" He shot Morgana a worried glance before he focused his gaze on me.
Do you remember what I told you last night?
"Last night, I wasn't with you last night.
You were. We had dinner together.
What? No.
We did. You made spaghetti. We ate together, then we watched a movie.
My eyebrows shot up, my eyes widening as he spoke. No. We did none of those things. You're married, and I don't date married men.
Claire.
He tried, his voice shaking.
Please, try to remember what we talked about.
No, I said, my voice a low warning. No, I left the bar yesterday. I didn't see you after that.
That's not true. We talked last night.
Jake, she can't remember, Morgana said.
Stay out of this,
he shouted at her before he lowered his voice.
Claire, please. I need you to think.
I shook my head. No, Jake. I don't know how I got here, but I'm leaving. I told you I don't want to see you again, and I meant it. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not falling for it.
Claire, please wait. I'm not trying to do anything. Please, Claire.
I stormed toward the door, and he followed behind me.
Claire, please. I need to make sure you're okay. You're being used as a pawn, and I
whipped around, wagging a finger at him. No. I told you. I don't care anymore about the magic. I don't want to see you again. Jake bit his lower lip as I turned to walk away when his arm glowed to life, shooting a blue-white arc at me. It wrapped me in a bubble, pulling me back to him. His features twisted with shock as he desperately tried to stop the magic. Morgana stepped closer, reaching toward me with outstretched fingers and dissolving the bubble.
Claire,
Jake said.
But my heart pounded so hard I barely heard him.
No, I said with a shake of my head, fear causing me to stumble toward the door. Leave me alone. I raced from the kitchen, trying desperately to put distance between me and Jake. I didn't understand what had happened, but I needed to get away. Fast.
Chapter 27. Jake. I raced after Claire, my heart pounding as panic swirled within me. Her terrified expression when she found herself in my kitchen shattered my heart. I had expected her affectionate behavior to come to a crashing halt when Mora ripped whatever dark magic that made her love me. But what I hadn't anticipated was the look of absolutely and utter terror. I only wanted to make certain she had no side effects, and if I could work it in, see if she remembered me telling her how much I loved her. But even I knew that was a stretch. She didn't love me, no matter how much I told her to remember what I'd said. The glimpse of a life shared with Claire that I'd received for a little over 12 hours had been as magical as I'd imagined it would be. But it wasn't going to happen. Claire hated me. But I still worried about her and whether or not Mora would continue to use her as a pawn. She raced away from me, but magic discharged from my arm, wrapping her in a bubble and drawing her back to me. My panic was making it impossible for me to keep the magic at bay. Morgana rushed forward to release poor, shocked Claire. Claire, I called, but she cut me off. No, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The fear floating in her eyes made my heart plummet. Anger was one thing, but the look she was giving me now ripped me to shreds. Leave me alone, she said as she raced from the kitchen. Claire, please, I called after her. Let her go, Jake. We need to take care of you, Morgana said, her voice stern. My arm glowed as pain shot through me. Magic crackled around me, a white-hot arc spewing from my fingertips before it dissipated. My eyes squeezed closed as I rode out the wave of pain that accompanied it. I had no idea what I had just let loose, but when I opened my eyes, I found Claire standing at what looked to be a steel barrier closing off my kitchen. She pushed against it before she pounded on it with her fists. She twisted to face me. Open this. What the hell? I asked as I stared at it before I twisted toward the living room. No such barrier existed between those two rooms, but when I stepped into the other room, I found it also cut off, leaving no escape. I stepped back into the kitchen, watching helplessly as Claire pounded on the steel barrier. The look of fear in her eyes ripped me to shreds. I wanted to comfort her, but my magic had betrayed me and created an impossible situation. Living room's blocked, too. I crossed to the barrier and studied it, pounding against it before I tried to move it.
Where did that come from?
Claire asked. Magic, Morgana answered her, collapsing on a stool. And until we sort this out, we're not going anywhere.
What?
Claire cried.
No, let me out of here.
It's not going to be that simple, Princess. Claire frowned at her, her features pinching.
Why not?
Because Jake has less control over his magic now than he did before. He refused to help Mora Grimshaw. And until he gets some control over it, we're stuck. Mora Grimshaw? I asked, storming over to her. You know her? Oh, yeah, Morgana answered with a nod. I know her. She's bad news. And you just unleashed her wrath on the entire town. I did what I had to do, I answered, frustration filling my voice. I'm a Sentinel. You should have agreed to her plan. Let her believe you were going to look the other way. I wasn't willing to use Claire like that. Claire wrapped her arms around her midriff, her shoulders rising with discomfort.
Use me? What is going on here?
Try to keep up, sweetheart, Morgana said as she twisted to face her, leaning back against the bar. Mora needed Jake to give her a free pass, so she offered him something she thought he couldn't refuse. Claire's features pinched. What? Morgana leaned forward, whispering her answer. You. Claire's lips parted as she tried to make sense of the situation. So, I crossed to her, trying to keep my voice soft and steady. Claire, it's okay.
How is it okay?
She asked, her voice betraying her underlying emotion, which sounded to be a mix of panic and fear. Behind me, Morgana sucked in a derisive breath, leaning against the counter again. I promise you it's going to be okay, I said. I know this is confusing, but...
What happened?
She demanded.
What happened to me last night? What happened between us?
We had dinner, You told him you loved him. You thought you were married. She gave him a glimpse of what his life could be like if you actually felt that way. Morgana interjected. Tears formed in Claire's eyes as she tightened her arms around her waist. Get over yourself, Princess. Besides, you're back to your normal snooty self. So clearly, he turned her down. Morgana, you're not helping, I said with a shake of my head. Neither is she. She's the reason we're stuck in here, and by the feel of it, she added, stripping off her leather jacket, we're going to die in here.
What?
Claire asked.
I'm not doing any of this. I'm a victim here.
Morgana snorted a laugh as she shook her head. Okay, Morgana, leave her alone, huh? She's got enough going on. Oh, poor little thing. She's got it so tough. First, she breaks your heart. Then she kills us.
I'm not doing this,
Claire shouted back. You are, though. Morgana shot back as she hopped off her stool. Jake's magic is out of control, and that's on you. He can't get this under control.
How is it my fault?
He's obviously upset, and the longer he's upset, the longer he can't get this under control. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but not only are we stuck in here, but the temperature is rising. I let my head fall into my palms as I realized I'd taken this magic from a man about 5 years ago, and now I'd just let it slip free. Okay, I said with a bob of my head. Okay, I need to focus. I just need to focus on getting this under control. Yeah, Morgana said, her voice sarcastic. She picked up one of my placemats and used it to fan herself. "Stop," I said. "You're making this so much worse than it needs to be." She slapped the placemat down on the counter and held her hands up.
Fine, there. Go ahead and try getting yourself under control.
I stretched my neck as I slid my eyes closed, focusing on where the magic existed around me. Its energy was crawling on almost every surface, and with a lick of my lips, I tightened my arm, willing it back to me. But no matter how much I tried to focus, I couldn't get it in check. Visions of fear in Claire's eyes finally shattered any concentration I had. I opened my eyes and shook my head. Okay,
What? Morgana asked. Can't do it?
No, you're kidding. I stormed past her, heading to the fridge to grab a bottle of water, taking a long sip. I just need some time. The 2 magical emissions in rapid succession took a lot out of me.
Sure. Take your time, Jake. Really, we can probably stand at least 30 more degrees before we died. We've got a few hours.
Thanks, Morgana. Real supportive of you.
I'm doing my best here. Maybe you ought to sit down. Try to relax,
Claire suggested with a shrug. Her voice sounded almost civil, but I detected a tremor in it. She was still afraid, but she was attempting to be supportive so she could save herself.
Wow, that's such a clever suggestion, Claire. Bravo.
Leave her alone, Morgana. My wife rolled her eyes with a sigh.
I'm just tired of sugarcoating things for her, when she should own this as her fault for stressing you out.
Morgana wasn't wrong. Much of my tension came from the situation with Claire. But there was nothing I could do to change that, so I had to find another way to reduce my stress.
I'm sorry if I'm stressing you out. I'd leave if I could.
That's the problem, sweetheart, Morgana shot back. Morgana, stop, I warned. Claire, can we talk? She eyed me for a second before she shook her head.
I'd rather we didn't. We don't have anything else to say to each other.
Morgana groaned, letting her chin drop to her chest.
Thanks for signing our death warrant. I'm not doing anything,
Claire cried. Claire, it's fine, I tried.
It's not. How is this my fault?
She threw her arms out to the side. Morgana didn't answer, and Claire let her hands slap to her sides.
Fine, okay? Fine.
Let's talk. I shook my head. We don't have to if you don't want to, I answered.
Yeah, you kind of do, if you want us to get out of here.
Morgana leapt off her stool, pacing the floor.
Because Jake can drink water, he can meditate, he can do yoga, he can even try a nap. But none of it is going to reduce his stress to a level where he can control the magic that escaped after that curse. And talking to me is,
Claire said.
Fine, let's talk.
I heard the challenge in her voice. I wondered if I could ease the tension between us at all. I just needed a little bit of an edge to combat this magic. I motioned for us to head into the living room, following behind her. She twisted around to face me. My fingers found the cap of the bottle, twisting it back and forth nervously as I offered her a fleeting smile. How are you feeling? She let her gaze fall to her feet.
Confused? Scared?
There's nothing to be afraid of. She raised her eyes to meet mine.
Really? We're trapped, and according to Morgana, we're going to die in here.
Okay, that's not... Don't worry about that right now. I just want to make sure that you're okay after what Mora did. She crossed her arms, heaving a sigh.
I guess I'm okay. I just don't understand what happened.
I came home after I talked to Mora and found you in the kitchen making dinner. You were happy to see me. We ate, we watched a movie, we went to sleep.
And I said I loved you.
You did, I answered with a nod. I knew you didn't mean that. I figured out pretty quickly what was going on.
I still don't understand why she did it.
She wanted to control me, wanted me to look the other way when it came to her releasing more dark magic. Claire arched an eyebrow.
In exchange for me?
I bobbed my head. She would have just kept using black magic to make you act like you loved me. Claire's forehead creased. Wow, that's not fair to you, I know. I would never have agreed to that, no matter how nice it was to spend time with you last night.
I was going to say really messed up, but that works too.
Yeah, I said with a slight chuckle. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault, she answered. It's hers. And thank you for not picking that.
With a quick smile, I took another sip of my water.
Well, I feel a little better now knowing what happened. Do you feel any better?
I knew what she was driving at. Was I able to get my magic under control now? We'd been civil to each other, and it had helped, but I wasn't certain I'd be able to focus. Claire, I'm sorry about what happened.
Why don't we talk about that after we've solved this problem?
She wanted to put it off. Right, I said, sure. After we shuffled back into the kitchen, I cleared my throat. Okay, I'm going to try again to draw the magic back in. Morgana offered me a dubious glance before she plopped onto the chair. Good luck, Claire said. I tried to cling to those words, reminding myself that she said we could talk after this. With my eyes closed, I focused on the magic, using everything I had in me to pull it back. But it wouldn't come. Something still held me back from capturing it. My jaw flexed as I puffed out a frustrated breath. Let me guess, Morgana said. It's a no. You're not helping, I growled.
Neither is she, and she's the key to this whole thing.
Claire's features pinched.
I did what you asked. We talked.
Did you solve anything? Morgana asked.
Solve anything?
Claire repeated. Morgana rolled her eyes before she rubbed her temples.
This isn't that difficult. Really, it's not. Well, maybe if you know how to solve this, you should tell us.
You know what? Maybe you don't know everything, Morgana. I'm going to take a nap. My power may just be zapped. I left the room before Morgana could say anything else to anger me. As I stepped into the bedroom, memories of cuddling with Claire floated through my mind. I needed to push them aside. That was the problem. The holdback on my ability to draw the magic back in. My broken heart wouldn't allow me to control my emotions long enough to do it. I collapsed onto the bed, scrubbing my face before I slid my eyes closed. Images of tender moments with Claire flooded my mind. I shoved them away, but they refused to go. I finally fell asleep, the thought of Claire's sweet smile and adoring eyes in my mind. When I woke up, my shirt was drenched in sweat. The room was stifling, and I struggled to breathe. With a groan, I pushed myself to rise, peeling off the wet shirt and replacing it with a t-shirt before I headed into the living room. Claire and Morgana sat fanning themselves, stripped down to tank tops and pants only. Oh good, you're up. Please be calm enough to reverse this because these temperatures are unbearable. Right, I said, my voice raw as I wiped sweat from my brow. Let me try. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes, flexing my muscles as I tried to pull the magic back into me. Sweat dripped down my face and my heart pounded in my chest, but the magic revolted, slipping through my grasp like grains of sand. As I opened my eyes, Morgana let her head fall back against the cushion. I guess the nap didn't work. I collapsed onto the armchair with a sigh, hanging my head. Sorry. Morgana shot a knowing glance at Claire before she stared at the ceiling. I couldn't deal with this magic until I dealt with my feelings for Claire, and the fact that I'd lost any chance with her. I had to process that and accept it. I wasn't getting another chance. The question was, could I do it fast enough to free us?
Chapter 28. Claire. I shifted my weight, chewing my lower lip as Jake disappeared from the room, heading in to take a nap in the hopes of it recharging his abilities to recapture the magic. My mind spun, replaying the surreal events since I found myself in Jake's kitchen. Had I truly whispered I love you with no will of my own? The memory sent a shiver down my spine, the fear gripping me like a vice. But not more than my current predicament, trapped on the storm chaser, in a space growing hotter by the second. I desperately hoped the nap would help, though I feared it may not. What if it didn't? My mind vetted options, but they were few. I didn't know enough about magic to be of any assistance. And based on the narrow-eyed glare I was getting from Morgana, she wouldn't be any help. I pressed my lips together as I met her gaze. Maybe the nap will help? She rolled her eyes as she pushed past me, knocking me aside on her way to the living room. I followed her, not wanting to be alone, but not certain Morgana was any better of a candidate. Oddly, I would have preferred Jake's company right now. Isn't there something you can do to help him? I asked, sinking onto the couch beside her. She sat with her feet kicked up on the coffee table, her head resting on the cushion behind her as she stared at the ceiling. If I could, do you think I'd still be locked in here sweating to death? I don't know, I said with a shrug. You rescued me from that bubble thing. Her head lolled to the side, her eyes focusing on me. You really are a damsel in distress type, aren't you? That explains Jake's attraction. I shifted around on the cushion, unhappy with the assessment. I didn't want to hear Jake's wife's thoughts on her husband's interest in me. You're his wife, I finally said. I can't believe you can't help him. I'm his wife in name only. Oh wait, you stormed off before anyone could tell you. Brat. I didn't. I crossed my arms, frustration building in me. You have no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, yes, Helen told me. Of course she did, the big mouth. I clicked my tongue. She said everyone knew. Everyone but you. Morgana shot back. My nostrils flared as I tried to redirect the frustrating conversation to a solution. Okay, fine. It's clear you don't like me. But we have to put that aside to solve this. She fixed her gaze on the ceiling. There's one very easy solution to this. My stomach jumped, filling with butterflies. You know how to solve this? Yep, she said. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you tell Jake? Because it's not Jake who needs to do anything, she answered, and I couldn't chance talking about it in front of him. My eyebrows knitted. What are you talking about? Who needs to do something? Anger flared within me again. If you need to do something, why don't you just do it? I don't need to do anything. This all hinges on you, princess. With a sigh, I shook my head. Stop calling me that. And stop saying I can fix this. I can't. I barely can understand what's happening. Morgana grabbed a magazine from the coffee table and fanned herself with it as I peeled off my hoodie. You can fix it, she said. It's simple. Really? I asked, incredulous. Well, then, by all means, explain it to me, and I will do it. She barked out a laugh. You'll do it. You don't even know what it is. Okay, fine, I'll consider doing it. What is it? She shot me a coy glance, one eyebrow arching high as she smirked. What? Why is this such a big secret? It's not. She shook her head, and the answer is very simple. All you need to do is take Jake back. Heat washed over me as I stared at her, searching her features for some sign of a lie. Is this a joke? No, she answered. See, I told you you wouldn't just do it. I shifted in my seat, pressed my back against the cushion as I crossed my arms. I don't believe you. Why would that matter? How would that solve any of his magic problems? On a good day, if Jake gets overly upset, magic can escape. He has to work at it. And now, he's just gotten cursed, that if he's upset basically at all, it'll escape.
And that's exactly what happened. My features pinched as I sorted through the information. He's upset over you, stupid, she added. You broke his heart. I snapped my gaze to her, again searching for the veracity of her statement. Yeah, she said, her eyes widening. Jake Hunter has just had his heart broken for the first time in his life. And you did the breaking, and he can't handle it. He's beside himself with heartache, and now we're stuck sweltering to death because you can't get over yourself and take one for the team. That's not fair, I said, hopping around to face her. Look, I don't care what happens between the two of you. Well, okay, I care about Jake as a friend, but you don't inspire much caring from me. She sliced a finger through the air. But I do want to get out of here. I sighed, and the only way to do that is for me to take back Jake because you claim he has a broken heart. That'll solve it, I guarantee you. It's his heartbreak that's stopping him from absorbing magic. Take that away, and she snapped her fingers. Solved. I let my shoulders slump, wondering if this was some elaborate prank between Morgana and Jake. Would they giggle later about how gullible I'd been? Look, Claire, if you two don't actually make it, I don't really care. But if you could just woman up here and bat your eyelashes and pretend to take him back for the sake of our lives, I'd appreciate it. I wasn't planning on dying today. My forehead creased as I glanced at her again. Yes, she said, bobbing her head. You can lie about it. He just needs to think he has a chance. What you do once we escape is up to you. But what if... won't he just start releasing magic again? Maybe. But at least we'll be saved. Let Hannah and Owen handle it. What is the deal with Hannah anyway? I asked. He dated her, too? She sighed as she continued to fan herself. Jake's dated a lot of people. He connected with none of them. But he's dated a lot. Yeah, that's what I heard, I answered, my murky feelings about the man returning. How could I take him back? I wanted nothing to do with someone who lied and went through women like water through a sieve. Could I lie to save our lives? So, what are you going to do? Can I count on you to save us? I licked my lips, flicking a glance at her. Let's see what the nap does. If it doesn't work, I'll consider it. Morgana continued to fan herself. You're a fool if you think he's going to nap his problems away. I don't think that's the reason. Okay, she answered, her tone dismissive. Think what you want. I settled back against the cushion as the heat continued to rise. After a few more minutes, I grabbed a magazine and fanned myself, too. We waited for an hour, growing more and more uncomfortable before Jake finally emerged from the bedroom, pulling on a t-shirt as sweat beaded on his brow. Morgana eyed him. Oh good, you're up. Please be calm enough to reverse this because these temperatures are unbearable. He wiped at the sweat running down his face. Right, let me try. I chewed my lower lip as he slid his eyes closed, offering up a silent prayer that this worked. His features pinched as sweat ran down his temple. He opened his eyes and Morgana let her head drop back against the cushion. I guess the nap didn't work. Jake collapsed onto the armchair, his head drooping. Sorry. Morgana shot me a pointed glance before she shifted her gaze to the ceiling. The nap hadn't worked, just as she'd told me it wouldn't. Was the rest of what she said true, too? I shifted on the couch, wondering if I should say something. I felt ridiculous. I wasn't that important. Maybe there was something else on Jake's mind that stopped him from gathering the magic back. Morgana peeled herself off the couch and crossed to the thermostat. Oh good, it's almost 120 in here. We won't last much longer. I'm trying my best, Morgana. I'll try again in a few minutes, okay? I'm not giving up. Oh yay, she said, fake glee on her features.
Thanks for your enthusiasm.
What do you want me to do, huh? I'm doing the best I can do.
Temperatures were sending tempers flaring, and Jake's mood was devolving faster and faster. Maybe if I said something, it would distract him enough to calm him down. If it didn't work, at least I tried. We know that. It's just warm.
It's hot, sweetheart, hot.
Morgana shouted as she lifted her hair up into a ponytail and fanned herself again. I frowned at the words, trying to find the strength to speak with Jake. Yes, I know. And it's getting to everyone. Jake, can I talk to you? Morgana arched an eyebrow at me. I'll be in the kitchen, standing in front of the refrigerator. Jake leaned back in the chair, rubbing his temples.
I'm sorry, Claire. I'm trying my best.
I know, I answered, pressing my lips together as I studied his pinched features. I don't know how to help, but if there's anything I can do, let me know. He scoffed, followed by a groan.
Oh, Claire, if you could fix this, things would just be perfect.
I don't understand why you can't collect the magic. I mean, Morgana said anytime you're upset, it somehow blocks your abilities.
Yeah,
he answered.
That's about the long and short of it.
But why are you upset? What's bothering you? He shot me a sideways glance before he sighed.
Nothing, it's fine. I'll figure it out alone.
But you don't have to, I answered. He leapt from his seat, his shirt already darkening from sweat.
Yes, I do. That's exactly what I need to do.
I stared at him for a second. Does this have anything to do with what happened between us yesterday? He ran a hand through his hair as he puffed out a breath, pacing the floor.
Maybe.
I licked my lips, nervousness twisting my stomach into a knot. Okay, well, I'm sorry that we argued. Morgana explained everything, and I probably should have just stopped and listened to you yesterday. He bobbed his head.
Thanks for that.
That clearly wasn't enough to help settle his nerves as he continued to pace, the worry still etched into his features.
Unfortunately, it's not enough to change anything, is it?
I squeezed my eyes closed for a second before I focused on him. What if it did? His features crinkled as he glanced at me.
What are you saying?
I shrugged as I shifted in my seat. I feel like maybe I rushed to make a decision based off of a set of facts that weren't correct.
They weren't,
he said, his voice urgent as he skirted the coffee table and eased onto the cushion next to me.
I was going to tell you, Claire, I swear. So much had happened between us, I didn't want you to lose what little trust you had in me.
I bobbed my head at the explanation, convincing myself that he meant it. My fingers found his and I threaded them together. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Claire,
he answered.
I want to keep you safe. But I'm in love with you, Claire, and I'm sorry I lied, and I'm sorry my past is filled with...
Okay, stop, that doesn't matter now. Can we just put all of this behind us? Try again, maybe? The worry on his features morphed into a hopeful expression.
I would love that, Claire. I promise I was going to tell you. And I was being honest when I said I've never felt this way before, about anyone.
I pressed my lips together as I nodded. Jake leaned forward, cupping my face before he gave me a soft kiss. I tried to be natural, remembering when I'd wanted to kiss him yesterday, before everything went haywire. He leaned back with a grin. My eyes went wide as silver-black molecules flew around the room, pelting his arm. Jake? Before he could answer, the metal barriers blocking us in vanished. My lips parted as I rose, my heart racing. We're free, Morgana shouted from the kitchen. I rushed to the door, afraid to find that it was all a trick. But I passed through the doorway into the hall. I didn't stop as I hurried toward the outside, following Morgana, sucking in a deep breath of the fresh, cool air as I stepped outside. I hurried off the ship onto the docks, breathing a sigh of relief.
You did it, Morgana said with a smirk. I told you. Before I could respond, Jake caught up to us, heaving a sigh before he smiled.
That was way too close.
Yeah, it was, Morgana answered.
You really need to get yourself together, Jake. At least until we rid ourselves of Maura Grimshaw. Don't worry. I think I have,
he said with a smile as he stepped toward me, snaking an arm around my shoulders. But unfortunately, my feelings hadn't changed. I still didn't feel like I could trust Jake Hunter. I'd only played along to try to save us. But I had to protect my heart, and he'd already destroyed it more than once. I stepped out of his embrace, causing his smile to falter.
Claire?
I'm sorry, Jake, I answered with a wrinkled nose. I did what I had to do to save us.
What?
He asked, his voice breaking. I just did what I had to do to save us, I said, my voice trembling. But that doesn't change how I feel. I can't trust you. I'm sorry. I backed a few steps away, twisting on a heel and hurrying down the dock, away from Jake Hunter, and away from a potential broken heart.
Chapter 29. Jake. The cool air hit my sweat-drenched body, sending a shiver down my spine, but I relished it. We were free, and I had the second chance I needed to keep moving forward. As I stepped onto the deck of the Storm Chaser, my heart soared with a mix of hope and anxiety. Claire's forgiveness felt like a fragile miracle, and I was desperate to prove to her that she was the only woman for me. This was my chance to make things right, to show her my love was genuine and unwavering. Right after I wiped Maura Grimshaw's dark magic off the face of this earth. I had to keep Claire safe, and I had to make sure nothing ever separated us again. I climbed down to the dock, joining Morgana and Claire, both of whom had wasted no time in getting away from the rooms we had just been trapped in. That was way too close, I said before I grinned, unable to hold back my happiness over the way things had turned out. Yeah, it was, Morgana said, urgency still in her voice. You really need to get yourself together, Jake. At least until we rid ourselves of Maura Grimshaw. My eyes fell on Claire. Don't worry, I think I have. I stepped closer to her, snaking an arm around her shoulders. I never wanted to let her go. She stiffened as I pulled her closer, her features pinching. She was likely still processing what had just happened, but I'd help her with that. We just needed some time together. I hadn't gotten a hold of Hannah or Owen yet, so Claire and I could sit down and talk about what happened. I could make certain she was all right before I dealt with all of that. After all, Claire was the most important thing to me. Before I could reassure her, she pulled away, sliding out of my embrace. My smile faltered as my heart dropped. Claire?
I'm sorry, Jake,
she said, her voice shaky as her delicate nose wrinkled.
I did what I had to do to save us.
The words hit me like a physical slap, my heart shattering into a million pieces again. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. What?
I just did what I had to do to save us,
she said, her voice barely above a whisper.
But that doesn't change how I feel. I can't trust you. I'm sorry.
She held my gaze for another second as she backed away before she twisted and fled away from me. Claire? I said, my chest constricting as I tried to breathe through the pain. I shot a desperate glance at Morgana before sprinting after Claire, my heart pounding with each step. Claire, I called, my voice breaking with desperation.
Leave me alone, Jake.
She never stopped walking, her fingers curling into fists as she did her best to put distance between us. I caught up to her easily, reaching for her, but she pulled back. I said no. Claire, please, I said, my voice pleading. Please, let's talk.
I lied, Jake. What part of that didn't you get?
And just like that, she'd ripped away the fleeting moment of happiness I'd known. Claire, she whipped around to face me, her eyes dancing with a mixture of fear and defiance.
No, Jake. I told you what you needed to hear to save our lives. But I don't trust you. And I don't want to give our relationship another chance.
Claire, I tried again, but I couldn't find words to beg her to change her mind.
No, Jake. I can't do this. You're not.
My lips tugged into a frown as I flicked my gaze away from her, my hands falling to my hips. Not the kind of guy you can see yourself with. Yeah, I get it. I'm a little too rough for you.
That's not.
Claire shook her head.
I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to let you twist what happened. I'm not the one who wasn't honest.
Really? You showed up in town with a past that you wouldn't tell anyone about. Her eyes went wide, and I instantly realized that I shouldn't have said that.
I was running from a stalker. But yeah, you're right. I wasn't honest. I'm the problem here.
She stormed away, putting distance between us. Claire, wait, I said as I went after her. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
But you did.
Yeah, well, you said you wanted to give us a second chance. So if we're holding each other to what we said... She stopped, wrapping her arms around herself as she stared straight ahead.
I feel terrible about what I had to do, okay? I do, but...
Just give us a chance, Claire. Everything I said was true. I was going to tell you, I just...
didn't get around to it. Yeah, I know. But Jake, the lie about your marriage is just one of the things that holds me back.
And there's no changing your mind, huh?
I'm sorry,
she said, an upset frown on her features.
I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but it's the only answer I have. Now please just leave me alone.
She strode away from me again, and this time I didn't follow her. There was no reason to. No use trying. Claire was finished with me. And this time it was for good. I rubbed the back of my neck, desperately trying not to react. The last thing I needed was more magic slipping out. A hand grabbed my shoulder, startling me.
Hey, breathe through it,
Morgana said. I scoffed. You breathe through it, Morgana. Hey, she said as I stalked back toward the chaser.
I'm serious, Jake. You can't have another incident like what just happened.
And I can't stop one either, I said, my boots pounding against the boards of the dock.
Yes, you can. You need to stop thinking this is the end.
It is the end, I shouted. You heard her. She lied. And she did a fantastic job of it. I believed her. But she wants nothing to do with me.
Stop, Morgana said with a shake of her head. That girl is in love with you. She just needs some time.
I slowed, the words stunning me. I wanted to cling to them with every fiber of my being, but I worried they weren't true. That she was only saying them to avoid another incident with my magic. Oh, how I wish that was true, I said as I spun to face her. But I'm pretty sure you're telling me what I want to hear, so I keep my magic under control.
I'm not, she insisted. It's written all over her face, and it's the reason she's running from you.
She's running from me because she wants nothing to do with me.
She's running from you because she's afraid you'll break her heart. I'm not wrong, and I'm not lying. Claire is in love with you. She just needs time.
My brows furrowed as I studied my wife's face, wondering if I could still detect a lie. Okay, Morgana, I'll play along. How much time? She shrugged. An hour, a day, a week, a month, I don't know. I just know how she feels. And I think you need to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Feeling sorry? I barked out a laugh as I shook my head. At least the conversation was distracting me enough that I wasn't about to explode and unleash tons of deadly magic. You know what, Morgana? Don't tell me you're not. Okay, maybe I am. Because I don't buy it. Really? She said, crossing her arms. Why not? A woman who didn't care wouldn't have done what Claire just did. Walk away, you mean? Save your life, I mean, she retorted. But she's unsure of you. When I told her what would work to relax you, she didn't believe me. Because she doesn't believe you. And there's nothing I can do to change that, I shouted. That's the problem here, Morgana. I don't have a chance with her. You do, but you can't keep doing what you're doing. You need to start proving yourself. I threw my hands in the air, disgusted with the conversation. That's the one thing I can't do, because I can't change my past, and I can't undo what's happened. Morgana cocked a hip, tossing a dark lock over her shoulder. Look, you don't need her to commit to you this instant, Jake. What you need is a chance. And she won't give me that. Then don't ask her to. Ask her for help. Ask her to help you with this situation, because we're going to need it. It's not a lie. She'll do that for you, Jake, I promise. Because she loves you. I opened my mouth to respond, to tell her she was wrong, but my features pinched, and I let my gaze fall to the dock. I can't take another rejection, Morgana, I said, my voice trembling. Jake, Hannah called as she approached, interrupting our conversation. I cleared my throat, scrubbing my face and hoping it erased any sign of the turmoil swirling within me. Hannah, I've been trying to call you. Morgana twisted to face her. We have a major problem. We don't have any new leads. Did you find anything? Hannah asked as she joined us. We know who's doing this, Morgana said. It's Maura Grimshaw. Maura Grimshaw? Owen asked as he strode up to us. Seriously? You know her? Hannah asked. Owen bobbed his head. Yeah, the Grimshaws are an old name. Heavy magic. I had no idea she was back in town. Neither did I, but she's got it out for Jake. Likely due to the many run-ins with your Sentinel ancestors, Owen said. Hannah heaved a sigh. Okay, well, we need to handle this. Problem is, I don't think we can, Morgana said. Hannah screwed up her face. What do you mean? If we can track this to her, Jake can grab her magic and we're done here. Jake can't grab her magic, Morgana argued. He's not capable at the moment. Hannah arched an eyebrow, glancing at me. What's she mean by that? Something happened, I said, running a hand through my hair. Maura offered him something in exchange for his compliance, Morgana explained. Owen's eyes widened. And you took her up on it? Of course not, I answered. Come on, Owen, you know I'd never go back on my Sentinel duties. She cursed him when he wouldn't do it. He's releasing magic anytime he's upset and he can't pull back. My guess is he couldn't pull hers either if we're faced with that chance. Cursed, Hannah said, her voice shrill. What? Well, how do we fix this? The easiest way, just walked away from him and told him she never wanted to see him again, and he doesn't want to do what it takes to fix it. I shook my head, my frustration growing to a point where my arm began to glow again. Watch yourself, Jake, Morgana said. I glanced at my arm, my jaw clenching as I slid my eyes closed. Wait, what is she talking about? How can we fix this? We can't, I shouted.
Someone needs to convince Claire that he's not a lost cause. Because if we don't, this town just lost its one and only Sentinel. And we're going to be victims of any dark magic that comes down the pike. I set my hands on my hips as my stomach tightened into a knot. Morgana was correct. My Sentinel powers may not survive this, coupled with the curse. And there was no way to fix it. Chapter 30. Claire. I unraveled my hoodie from where I'd tied it around my waist, tugging it on. I wasn't cold. After the overwhelming heat we'd been exposed to, any cool air felt wonderful against my skin. But I needed the comfort of something wrapped around me. Something other than Jake Hunter's arms. The thought of the kiss we'd just shared coursed through me. A bittersweet memory that brought tears to my eyes. I fought them, trying not to sob as I hurried away, leaving a stunned Jake standing on the docks. The kiss had felt so right, yet so wrong because it was built on a lie. Guilt coursed through me like a river of fire, burning away any sense of peace. I balled my fingers into fists, stuffing them under my arms as if trying to contain the emotion. I'd lied to him, and the look of betrayal in his eyes had cut me deeply. It hurt him, badly. Maybe now he'd understand why his mistruths had hurt me so much. I could tell by the brief amount of time we spent together that my heart couldn't take the heartbreak if we didn't make it. I sucked in a shaky breath, refusing to look back at Jake. The truth was, I wanted desperately to believe my own lie, to trust him fully. Maybe that's why the words had so easily rolled off my tongue. But fear and doubt gnawed at my resolve, reminding me of how easily my heart could be shattered. I'd been falling in love with Jake Hunter, but I couldn't trust him, and I wouldn't give him my heart. My feet finally hit pavement, and it took all in me not to run all the way to the motel. Instead, I forced myself to walk, needing time to process. I expected to find Lucas when I returned, though I wondered why he hadn't come to the storm chaser last night. A shiver snaked down my spine as I recalled Jake's explanation. How had I not had any control over my own actions? It made me sick to my stomach. The best thing I could do was get away from Jake Hunter. Not only could he rip my heart to shreds, but the danger I was exposed to when near him made my skin crawl. I stopped at the crossroads, about to turn right to head to the motel, when my feet took me to the left. I wandered aimlessly until I ended up at the dance studio. I dug my keys from my pocket and let myself into the studio, the familiar smell of polished wood and sweat greeting me. Kicking off my shoes, I put on music, cranked up the volume, and poured every ounce of my pain into the dance. Each movement was an attempt to escape the heartbreak. But as the music crescendoed, tears streamed down my cheeks. Finally, I collapsed to my knees, letting my sobs echo. As the music ended, I let my head fall back between my shoulders before slowly climbing to my feet. I sniffled a little, twisting toward the street before I stopped dead. "Sorry," Morgana said as she rose from her seat. "You were really into that, and you're a good dancer." Hannah stood next to her. "Yeah, we didn't want to interrupt." I hastily wiped at my cheeks, wishing my private moment had actually been private. "You should have said something." "Probably," Morgana said. "But you needed some time." "I still do." "Unfortunately, we don't have much," Morgana answered. I stalked across the room to grab my shoes. "Sorry to hear that. I can't help you." I fought to keep my voice firm and resolute. Hannah lifted a shoulder in a shrug. Except you can. I sniffled again, pulling my shoes on before I sank onto the windowsill to tie them. No, I can't. And after what I've just been through, I don't want any parts of this. Morgana let her head fall back. Seriously. Gosh, I don't know how he's into you. You're such a baby. My jaw clenched at the words. I'm not a baby. I nearly just died. So did I. I was there, remember? And we wouldn't have cut it so close if you'd have just done what I told you from the start. Oh, I'm sorry. Lying doesn't come naturally to me like it seems to for everyone else in this town. I shot back, my voice turning sharp. Morgana rolled her eyes, stalking around in a tight circle, stopping with her back to me. Look, Claire. Hannah started. No, I said with a shake of my head. No. It's not just about dying, okay? My chest tightened as I went over my past 24 hours. Last night, I don't even know what I did. Do you know how scary that is? Do you know what it's like for someone to tell you that you did things that you had no control over? That you don't remember? And that you didn't want to do? Morgana whipped around to face me, shaking her head. Oh, okay, I'm calling nonsense on that. I drew my chin back to my chest. What? Baloney. Rubbish. Hogwash. Morgana shouted. My eyes narrowed. You were there, you said you saw me there. I wagged a finger at her as I tilted my head. And you know what? You didn't stop it. You left me there, knowing that something was wrong, knowing that someone cursed me. She didn't curse you. Curses are a different thing. Jake is cursed. You just had some dark magic over you. That's it. That's it? I said, my voice incredulous. That's it? Are you joking? I literally wasn't myself. And you all just went along with it. I didn't, Hannah said with a shake of her head. I didn't even know, so... My eyebrows furrowed as I stared at her. Seriously? Would you have done anything if you had known? You all close ranks in this town faster than anyone can say the words. I get what you went through was scary. No one's denying that. And I'm certain you feel very uncomfortable. But Jake took excellent care of you. What if he didn't? I said, fresh tears falling from my eyes. I mean, what if this had been someone else? But it wasn't, Morgana said. What if it was? I asked, my voice breaking. Morgana heaved a sigh. If that was the case, I never would have left you alone. But I knew we could trust Jake, and I knew he needed that. He needed you. I wrapped my arms around myself, upset still swirling inside me. I wasn't certain I loved this explanation, or that it made me feel any better. Okay, I feel like part of this is my fault, Hannah said. You didn't even know what was happening. It's not your fault, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Hannah pressed her lips together, tugging them into a frown. I meant about your relationship with Jake to begin with. I know you picked up on the tension between us and what I said about picking Owen. I lowered my gaze to the floor with a sigh. It wasn't hard to pick up on, though I'm starting to learn there's a lot of tension between Jake and pretty much every other woman in this town. Everywhere I go, there's his ex. Morgana bobbed her head, her hands falling to her hips. Yep, he's been out with a bunch of women. He was never interested in any of them. Well, that makes me feel better, I said sarcastically. He's a serial dater who uses women. That's not true. Jake tries to drown his pain by glossing over it. pretending to find connections, and when he doesn't, he loses interest and moves on. Morgana said with a shrug. Good to know. Then he should be over me soon. I crossed to the desk where I'd dropped my keys and collected them. No, Morgana answered. No, that's not true. See, you're the only woman he feels a connection with. I thought he had one with Hannah, I asked bitterly. Hannah quickly shook her head. No, we didn't have the connection he wanted. Yes, he was frustrated that I picked Owen because he was desperate to find it with someone, but he didn't with me. Plus, Jake's ego bruises pretty easily, Morgana said. I closed my eyes, my keys digging into my palms. Why are you two even here? To convince you to come back? Hannah asked. Sorry, I can't do it. Why? Morgana asked. Because you're scared? I licked my lips, heartache welling up in me again. Maybe, but that's not going to change. I'm sorry. Like I said, I can't help you. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to lock up. Morgana and Hannah shuffled out the door into the increasing cloudiness. Wind whipped past us as I followed them, slamming the door closed and locking it. Please, Claire, just give it some thought. Not just for you and Jake, but for everyone. He's a Sentinel. This town needs him. And he needs you. I clenched my jaw, blowing out a sigh. I'll keep that in mind, but I can't promise anything. Fair enough, Morgana said with a nod. Thanks, Claire. I bobbed my head before I left them behind. As I rounded the corner, I spotted Helen coming my way. Claire, she called. Just the woman I wanted to see. I sucked in a breath, bracing myself. Helen, hi. I'm in a little bit of a hurry. I won't be long, she said as she closed the distance between us. I just talked to Owen and Jake. My head lolled to the side. Helen, if you're here to tell me... She held up a hand. Look, I'm not going to pussyfoot around here, Claire. That helps no one. Thank you, I heaved a sigh of relief, thinking she was going to offer me support for the decision I've made. You're making a huge mistake, she said, her tone even and stern. My eyebrows shot up and my jaw unhinged. What? You heard me. You're making a huge mistake. I know you think you're not. You think the mistake is trusting Jake Hunter. And normally I'd agree with you. If you were Rachel from the Thirsty Penguin, I'd tell you to steer clear. Helen shrugged. But you're not. You're a special woman, Claire. And what you and Jake could have, well, that's something special too. Throwing it away is something you'll regret. I don't think you understand, Helen. Oh, I think I do. Jake's not the conventional hero, is he? And you're a little closed off. You're scared. I don't blame you. But I promise you, if you take this chance, you're not going to regret it. My forehead creased as I processed the words. She patted me on the arm. Think about it, honey. I know it's hard and it's scary, but it can also be great. She strode away from me, leaving me stunned as I stared after her. I fluttered my eyelashes, her words striking directly at my heart. Was I making a mistake because I was too scared? My lower lip trembled, but I refused to think about it until I could shut myself in my motel room and talk it over with Lucas. I hurried through the streets as the cloud cover increased and thunder rumbled in the distance. When I reached the Seagull, a light rain started to fall. I shoved my key into the lock and pushed into the room. Lucas, I really hope you're in a listening mood because I need... I twisted as I shut the door, my heart stopping. Lucas lay across the bed, his chest barely moving. Panic surged through me as I rushed to his side, a desperate cry escaping me. "Lucas?" But he didn't budge, his pulse weak. Lucas hadn't come to find me because he'd been laying here close to death. Was there any way that I could save him?
Chapter 31. Jake. My heart sank as the reality hit me like a tidal wave. I hadn't just lost Claire, but I'd also had my Sentinel powers ripped away, leaving the entire town vulnerable because of my heartbreak. The weight of that responsibility crushed me. Morgana threw her arms in the air. Well, I guess I'll have to fix this. I huffed out a laugh, though it held no humor. As if you could fix this. Just leave Claire alone, okay? She's been through enough.
You know what, Jake? I get that you love her, but I don't, okay? And frankly, she's acting like a big baby right now. Oh, poor me. Jake Hunter loves me, but he's a bad boy, and I don't like bad boys. And now we all have to suffer?
I closed my eyes, trying to suppress the growing wave of frustration that threatened to unleash more uncontrollable magic. Morgana.
She's got a point,
Hannah added.
I mean, would it have killed her to keep pretending until after we got rid of Mora?
I shot her an unimpressed stare. Please do not ask her to do that again, okay? I can't take it. Morgana rolled her eyes.
I'm not going to ask her to pretend again. I'm going to ask her to just woman up and make your relationship work. No one's perfect. Not even little Miss Pris Ballerina.
I scrubbed my face with my hands. Okay, why don't you all go and badger her? Just get away from me, because I'm going to lose more magic listening to you.
Please, just go sit somewhere quietly and stop thinking about Claire before you cause more damage.
Morgana said.
I'll handle this.
I waved her off with a deep sigh as the two women walked down the deck. My gaze fell on Owen. Well, aren't you going too? I think somebody should stay here and make sure you don't explode. You're the wrong person to do that, I grumbled. Sorry, but I'm all you've got, he said with a shrug as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Though his presence was meant to be reassuring, it only added to my sense of isolation. Lucky me. You want a beer? I asked. Sure, why not? Although I'm not sure you should be drinking with this curse. I shot him a warning glance before we boarded the chaser. I need something to take the edge off. I'm sure Morgana can fix this. I mean, from what I've seen, Claire isn't completely unfeeling. Please don't say her name, okay? I just don't want to talk about it. Right, sure, Owen answered, settling onto one of my bar stools. I grabbed 2 beers from the refrigerator, cracked them open, and slid one across the counter toward him before I downed a sip of my own. I really wanted to chug the entire beer in one go and grab another. My mind couldn't stop replaying the pained look on Claire's face as she told me she'd lied, that she couldn't trust me. It was a dagger to my heart, twisting deeper with every thought. My stomach churned as I realized I'd lost her for what would likely be the final time. I had no illusions that Morgana was going to fix this. It instilled absolutely no hope in me. Claire couldn't trust me. I'd given her no reason to. I wasn't blameless in this, and no amount of Morgana and Hannah's affirmations that she could was going to change her mind. I puffed out my cheeks, downing another long sip before I shuffled into my living room. I stood for a moment staring at the couch, memories of Claire promising me a second chance blended together with thoughts of cuddling her close just the night before. I stretched my neck, trying to release the tension building up inside me. The upset swirled within, threatening to overflow and release more uncontrollable magic. How about some television? Pass, I said as I collapsed onto the cushion with another sip. Sure, Owen answered, taking the armchair. He licked his lips. So, you want to talk about it? Okay, television it is, I said, grabbing the remote and turning it on. A sitcom popped on, and I pretended to watch it just to avoid a heartfelt conversation with Owen. We sat in silence for a few minutes while the laugh track made the on-screen moments seem funnier than they were. I found myself staring at the brown bottle in my hand as my sorrow spread further. My arm began to glow, and I bit my lip, desperately trying to quell my own despair, when a knock at the door drew my attention. I twisted to find Helen hovering there. The distraction squashed some of my heartache, and the glow in my arm ebbed away. "Hi," she said as she sauntered in, scanning the room. "You boys okay? It's kind of early for a beer." "It's 5 o'clock somewhere," I answered. "Is that right? Or is it just drown some sorrows o'clock?" I didn't want to talk to her about my horrible life either, so I flicked my gaze to the television. "Claire's not here?" Helen asked. The mention of her name sent me free-falling again. No. "Uh-oh, that explains the beer," she shot back. "What happened?" "What always happens," I said with a sigh. She realized I'm a terrible guy, that she can't trust me, and she left. Helen sank onto the couch next to me, shooting Owen a glance. "Mind if we have a minute?" "Sure," he said, scrambling out of his seat and racing for the door. "Look, Helen, I don't want to talk about it, okay? I don't want to hear you tell me my actions speak louder than words, or that she'll come around, or any other nonsense that's just a desperate ploy to stop me from feeling down so I don't ruin the entire town and beyond because my Sentinel duties can't recover from the breakup with Claire." Wow, that was packed with a lot of things I didn't see coming. Your Sentinel duties are kaput? Pretty much, yeah. The witch that's been causing all the dark magic cursed me when I didn't side with her, made sure my Sentinel powers are finished. Well, I'd say your Sentinel instincts are still intact, at least. You did the right thing there. And it cost me Claire. She promised me Claire, even gave me a taste of what life would be like with her. And for once in my miserable life, I did the right thing. Not the easy thing. Not the selfish thing. I did the right thing. I told her no. I saved Claire from the influence of the dark magic, and she left me. That's a tough break. It's never easy doing the right thing, especially when we don't get rewarded for it. But it doesn't make it any less right. Yeah, well, this is especially hard because I can't absorb magic when I'm upset, and right now I'm obviously devastated over losing Claire. To make matters worse, I accidentally trapped us in here when she rejected me. Then she gave me a second chance, only to tell me she lied once we were safe. I flung a hand in the air in frustration before I took a long, bitter drink of my beer. "And now you're going to cry in your beer over it," Helen said. "I told you I didn't want to hear it." "Well, Jake, maybe you should be reminded that just saying the words doesn't make things happen." "I did the things, too, okay? I apologized. I told her I'd prove it. I did the right thing to protect her. And you know what? I can't get away from my past. I can't change that I didn't tell her I was married. I can't be the man she'd accept." "Well, then someone needs to remind her that life is messy, and she's not going to be any happier running away than if she stuck it out and took a chance on you. Hannah and Morgana are telling her right now. It's not going to do any good, though." "You let Hannah and Morgana go talk to her?" Helen rolled her eyes as she pushed herself to stand. "Can't send little girls to do a woman's job." "Where are you going?" I asked. "Going to talk to Claire. Someone has to tell her what a big mistake she's making." I heaved a sigh. Helen, let it go. She's not going to change her mind.
Maybe not.
But I'll have said my piece, and with any luck it will. Now, stop drinking and clean yourself up. You can't keep wallowing. I have hardly wallowed. It's been like an hour since she ditched me. I'm allowed to feel bad. But you, Jake Hunter, don't feel bad. You spin out of control. You have to stop doing that. Start acting like the man Claire deserves, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get another chance. She ripped the beer bottle from my hand and headed for the kitchen. I followed her, finding her pouring it down my sink. Hey. Clean up, she said, jabbing a finger at me before she left the room. I frowned, considering grabbing another beer and settling on the couch. But I didn't. I tried to take Helen's words to heart. If Claire magically walked through the door right now, I wanted to be the man she could believe in. I sank onto the stool with a sigh as Owen shuffled into the room. I stared at the bottle in his hand. I see Helen let you have your beer. Yeah, and I need it. We just got a report of a severe storm hovering only over Mystic Harbor, Owen said, his voice edged with worry. I slid my eyes closed as I shook my head, the gravity of the situation hitting me like a punch to the gut. It's Mora. I know it is. She's about to start destroying us bit by bit. Thunder rumbled overhead, punctuating his statement. I strode to the porthole and peered out at the choppy waves that battered the chaser. Things were heating up in Mystic Harbor, and this time the town may not survive. I stared out at the gathering storm clouds for 20 minutes, my mind going over everything again and again, until my phone interrupted my thoughts. I dug it from my pocket and swiped to answer without looking at the display. I assumed one of the ladies was calling to pass along the bad news, that Claire had told them she had no interest in a relationship with me. Yeah?
Jake!
Claire's voice surprised me, and I immediately read the upset in it. She sounded like she was crying. My stomach clenched. I wondered if she was phoning to ask me to call off the dogs and leave her alone. What exactly had they said to make her this scared? Claire, what's wrong? She sniffled.
I need you.
The words shocked me more than her call, but I was already moving toward the door. Where are you?
The motel,
she answered.
Please, hurry.
I'm on my way. The line clicked on the other end, and I raced outside, leaping to the dock below and running full speed. Arriving at the motel, I banged on her door frantically. She pulled it open a second later, her cheeks tear-stained, and her skin red and splotchy. Claire.
It's Lucas,
she said with a sob.
I don't know what's wrong with him, but I can't wake him and he's barely breathing.
She burst into tears again, her voice breaking at the last few words. Okay, I said as I skirted past her, spotting the man limp on the bed. I could sense the dark magic on him as I approached. It was slowly smothering him, and he wasn't going to last much longer if I didn't do something to counteract it.
Can you help him?
She asked. I twisted to face her, her eyes red-rimmed and pleading. It broke my heart to see her like this. And I pulled her into my arms, kissing the top of her head. In that moment, I didn't care if she had told me she wanted no parts of me. I just wanted to comfort her. I'm going to help him, okay? It's going to be okay.
Okay,
she croaked.
Is there anything I can do?
I shook my head. I want you to stand back, okay? I don't want you to get hurt.
Okay,
she choked out as she backed away from me. I twisted back to him, licking my lips as I studied him. I knew what I needed to do. Absorb the black magic while sending healing magic to him. It should counteract the effect. The question was, could I do it with my current issues? I sucked in a deep breath. I sure as hell was going to try for Claire. I grabbed him by the wrists, steadying my breathing. Okay, Lucas, I need you to work with me. With my eyes closed, I focused on pulling every bit of the dark magic from his body as I activated the healing spells I'd absorbed. It took longer than I'd hoped, but I managed to completely clear him of the dark magic. I opened my eyes, finding his breathing better than it had been, though he was still unconscious. That, however, would take a bit longer. He was likely extremely exhausted from the entire experience. I hung my head as I sucked in a deep breath, silently celebrating my win.
Jake?
Claire's voice was a quiet squeak from behind me. I twisted, rising to face her. He'll be okay now. Her features pinched, her eyes turning glassy before she hurried to me and flung her arms around my neck.
Thank you.
I wanted to wrap my arms around her, to hold her close and reassure her, but doubt gnawed at me. When I'd kissed her before, it had brought up all the things that I'd lost. It was a miracle that I'd been able to pull off the magic reversal with Lucas, driven solely by my deep desire to help Claire. But now, with the immediate crisis over, I wasn't sure I could hold it together. It's okay, I whispered. It'll be okay now, Claire. She finally released her hold on me, easing back and glancing up at me. With a sniffle, she shook her head, wiping at her cheeks.
No, it's not. It's not, Jake. This is not okay.
My stomach twisted as she said the words. This had been exactly what I was afraid of. Exactly the situation that I knew would have me reeling again. Nothing I did could change her mind.
Chapter 32. Claire. I ended the call to Jake, my hands still trembling uncontrollable. I called him Lucas, I whispered, my voice quivering. I hope he can help. With Lucas's hand clutched tightly in mine, we waited in tense silence. Every second feeling like an eternity. The room seemed to close in around us, the air heavy with anticipation. Finally, a knock sounded at the door, jolting me to my feet. I raced to pull it open, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush as I explained the situation before bursting into tears. He quickly assessed Lucas's condition before pulling me into a tight hug, kissing the top of my head, promising his help, his voice steady and reassuring. After ensuring that I was a few steps away, Jake perched on the edge of the bed, closing his eyes as his arm began to glow. I held my breath through the entire thing until he finally opened his eyes again and hung his head. "Jake?" I asked, wondering if something had gone wrong. He twisted to face me as he rose.
He'll be okay now.
The words made me run and fling my arms around him. "Thank you." He told me it was okay, but didn't return my hug. My heart broke for him. At the first sign of trouble, I'd called him, and he'd come immediately. But I'd abandoned him constantly, because he didn't fit my mold of what a relationship should look like. I released my hold on him, my eyes still glassy as I wiped at my cheeks. "No, it's not. It's not, Jake. This is not okay." The worry etched in his features intensified as his jaw clenched.
"Look, Claire, I get it, okay?"
he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "No, I don't think you do," I answered.
"I do,"
he said, with a bob of his head, his hands sliding into his pockets.
"I really do. For the first time, I get it. Please don't say the words again, okay? I can't take that."
My features pinched. He didn't understand, but that was my fault. I'd been so insistent before that he'd finally given up. "I'm not going to say them," I whispered. He bobbed his head, his lips tight.
"Thanks."
He stepped around me, rubbing the back of his neck.
He may take a few hours to wake up. That's totally normal.
Jake, please wait, I said. He swallowed hard, shaking his head.
Claire, I can't do this. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to do this. I want to stay here with you. I want to make sure you're okay. But I can't. I have to try to keep everything in check. And I can't do that right now. This is too much.
My lips parted as I stepped closer, taking his hand in mine. I know, and I'm sorry.
No,
he said, sliding his hand from mine.
No, you don't need to apologize. You don't. I get it.
No, you don't, I answered. I'm sorry because I was so wrong. I hiccuped as I tried to get my thoughts out, wiping away tears as they fell. Jake, I blew out a shaky breath. I had to find the strength to tell him I'd been wrong. I centered my gaze on him, noting the question in his eyes. I have been so wrong about you, and I'm sorry. And what I did on the docks, it was awful.
Claire,
he said with a shake of his head. Jake, please, I answered. When I found Lucas, the first person I thought to call was you. And you came, and you handled it without question. You didn't turn me down.
And I never would,
he answered. I know, I nodded with a sniffle. I know, and that's why I know I was wrong. It's not fair for me to say I can't trust you, because I can. You prove that at every turn. His eyebrows shot up, his features stunned. I'm sorry, I said for the umpteenth time as I took his hand in mine. And I really want to give this another chance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tilted his head.
Claire.
I pressed my lips together. I wondered if he'd given up, no longer wishing to try after what I'd done. I couldn't blame him. If you don't want to...
No,
he said, his voice raising.
Claire, I want nothing more than another chance with you. I'm just not sure I can handle it if this isn't real.
I slid my eyes closed. It was a fair criticism. I'd lied to him. I could understand why he'd be gun-shy. I lied to you once. I wouldn't do that again. I shouldn't have done it the first time.
So you're not just telling me this because Morgana, Hannah, and Helen basically came to you to tell you that the world was going to end unless you pretended to like me?
I huffed out a laugh, my features twisting with a sad smile. No, but they all gave me a good bit of grief over it.
I'm sorry,
he whispered, easing a lock of hair behind my ear. Don't be. They just wanted me to see the truth, because I was being stubborn.
I wasn't honest with you, and I really don't have the best track record,
he admitted. I bit my lower lip with a smirk. Well, I have no track record, so I'm equally iffy. His thumb rubbed my cheek.
I wouldn't say that at all.
I leaned closer, threading my fingers through his. So, what do you say? Should we give this a real try? He offered me a tentative smile before he nodded.
Yes, and this time I promise there's nothing else in the past to wreck it. No wives or children or anything.
I sucked in a deep breath. Okay, good. Although I'm really trying to see you for who you are, not who you were. He kissed my forehead before he pulled me closer into a hug. I buried my face in his chest, allowing my muscles to relax, and feel the safety and security in his arms. His cheek pressed against my head as he tightened his grip on me. I tilted my head to smile at him before I rose onto my tiptoes to give him a soft kiss. He pressed his forehead against mine as I pulled back, then kissed me again. I lay my head on his shoulder with a smile. I'm glad you took me back. He chuckled, the sound genuine and happy.
I think that's my line.
It's not, I said with a giggle. What I did was pretty terrible. I've been kind of unfair to you.
It's okay, he answered. It's all okay now.
I offered him a soft smile when I heard a groan from behind me. My heart skipped a beat as I twisted to find Lucas's eyes fluttering open. "Lucas," I exclaimed as I raced to him. Jake followed, keeping a distance, seeming still unsure.
"Claire?"
Lucas asked, his voice weak and tired. "Hey," I said as I climbed onto the bed next to him and sandwiched his hand between both of mine. "How do you feel?"
"Tired. What happened?"
"I'm not sure," I answered. I found you here unconscious."
"Some form of black magic was sucking the life out of you,"
Jake answered from behind me. I twisted, reaching for him. "Jake saved you." Our hands intertwined, and I tugged him a little closer.
"Again?"
Lucas asked.
"Wow, that's becoming a pattern."
"Yeah," Jake said with a rueful laugh.
"Let's hope it doesn't continue."
"I agree," Lucas said.
"Oh, I feel awful. How long have I been like this?"
"I'm not sure, but I'd say over 12 hours," I answered. My mind flashed to my odd experience from the previous night. One that I had no memory of. "I'm sorry that I didn't find you sooner, but I had some of my own problems." Lucas's eyes went wide.
"Claire, what happened? Are you okay?"
"I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine, thanks to Jake."
"You had the dark magic trying to kill you, too?"
"Not exactly," I answered. "Mine was a little different. But in any case, Jake stepped up and saved us both." Jake rubbed my shoulder, and I grabbed his hand.
"Well, I'm sure glad for that. I need my dance partner,"
Lucas said. "I feel the same way," I answered with a grin. Jake's phone jangled, and he slid a hand away from my shoulder to dig it from his pocket.
"Yeah?"
His features pinched, his fingers tightening around mine.
"Okay, right. Yeah. No, I'm good."
His gaze flicked to me, his lips curling into a smile.
"I'm really good."
He listened, nodding a few times before he spoke again.
"Yeah, I'll be there. See you soon."
He ended the call and slid the phone into his pocket.
"I hate to say this, but I need to go. Things are heating up and we need to take care of this."
"I want to go too," I said as I climbed off the bed.
"No, Claire,"
he said with a shake of his head.
"I want you to stay here. I need you to be safe, okay?"
"But—"
"No,"
he said, pressing a finger to my lips.
"This can be very dangerous, and she's used you as a pawn before. Now I need you to listen to me. When I leave, I want you to lock this door, draw the blinds, and stay with Lucas. Don't answer the door, don't answer the phone, okay?"
"Jake, I'm worried about you."
"I'm going to be fine. This is what I do."
"But the curse—"
"Can't affect me. Not with us back together. Okay?"
I slid my hands onto his chest, my features pinching. "Okay." He wrapped his hand around mine, kissing my fingers.
"You said you were going to trust me. I need you to do that now, okay?"
"Don't make me regret it," I said, my voice stern but shaky. He pulled me into a kiss.
"I won't. I told you I was going to be the man you deserve."
"And I'm holding you to that." I gave him another kiss before he stepped to the door, taking a piece of my heart with him.
"Lock this. Blinds drawn, no calls, okay?"
I nodded and he disappeared. With a hard swallow, I locked the door behind him, crossed to draw the blinds closed, and took the room phone off the hook. The wind whipped outside, howling as the waves crashed against the rocky shore nearby, as I slid under the sheets next to Lucas, grabbing his hand.
"So, you and Jake, you're good."
"We are," I said. "I know things were difficult between us the last time you saw me, but so much has changed. Jake, he was there for me. He came to me the minute I found you. I was panicked, and he was the first person I called.
"Thank goodness,"
Lucas said. He came through for both of us in a big way, and I realized everything he said was true. He may not be what I expected, but he's definitely what I needed. Lucas smiled at me, his hand cupping my cheek.
"Aw, Claire, I'm so happy for you. And if he breaks your heart, I'll kill him."
I chuckled. Okay. The storm intensified outside, rain now pounding against the window and the roof. I swallowed hard, my stomach clenching as I thought about Jake outside in that. I chewed my lower lip, hoping it would all be over soon. And in an instant, it was. My eyebrows raised as I climbed from the bed. Had they already solved the problem? Had Jake removed the dark magic? I crossed to the window and peered outside. The storm raged on, but I couldn't hear anything that matched what was happening outside. Lightning lit the sky, snaking from the clouds down toward my window. I leapt back, but not before it struck me, seeming to pass through the glass as though it didn't exist.
"Claire!"
Lucas shouted in the background. I'm okay," I said as I climbed to my feet. As I twisted to face him, I gasped. Standing between us was Maura Grimshaw. My heart stopped as I realized whatever was going on outside had been a trap, one designed to lure Jake away from me and leave me open to her dark magic with no protection.
Chapter 33. Jake. My heart shattered as I stepped out of Claire's motel room, the stormy skies mirroring my inner turmoil. Things were ramping up, and we needed to stop the magic spread before it obliterated our entire town. Owen had caught sight of Maura heading back to her remote home. Determination fueled my steps as I headed to my Bronco. This time I wouldn't fail. I had to save Claire and protect Mystic Harbor. With what had just transpired between me and Claire, I felt confident in my abilities as a Sentinel to handle the situation. The curse wouldn't affect me at all now, not with the peace I felt in my heart. I couldn't wait to finish this battle with Maura and start living my life. For the first time in a long while, I finally had something to look forward to. As I hurried through the streets toward my Bronco, I dug my phone out of my pocket. I scrolled through my list of contacts before I pressed the call icon next to Helen's name. She picked up after the second ring.
"Jake, please tell me you're not accidentally ruining the town by leaking magic."
"I'm not," I answered as I reached into my pocket for my keys. "I'm calling to thank you."
"Oh, something good happened?"
"Something great happened." I couldn't stop smiling as I recounted the tale.
"Well, it sounds like I didn't have anything to do with that, and you had everything to do with it. So maybe you should pat yourself on the back."
"No, you had a lot to do with it. I'm sure she took what you said to heart. I know she did."
"You're not a bad guy, Jake. You just like to pretend you are so you don't get hurt."
I turned the corner, my Bronco coming into sight. Yeah, well, as we've seen with me getting hurt, it doesn't end so well for the rest of the town.
"Let's hope that's no longer the case," Helen answered.
My fingers are definitely crossed. Now to rid the town of this trouble we've got. I unlocked my door and climbed into the truck.
"You be careful, Jake. You're walking on cloud 9 right now, but don't let it lull you into a false sense of security, okay?"
"I won't. I'm going to finish this so I can start my life with Claire. I promise I'll be careful."
"Good luck."
I ended the call and fired my engine, backing from the space near the docks and heading out of town to the secluded spot. As I went, the skies blackened even further, the wind whipping and bending the trees toward the ground. Things weren't looking so good for Mystic Harbor, and I'd have to work fast when I got there. Owen's car sat on the side of the road near the dirt road leading to Maura's house. I pulled in behind it, stepping into the high winds.
As I trudged up the worn dirt road, a whisper called to me. I twisted to find Morgana, Owen, and Hannah hidden in a thicket of trees. I hurried to them. "What's it look like?" "Like she's gathering as much dark energy as she can, enough to destroy this town," Morgana answered. "I can see it coming from everywhere, and it's nothing we've dealt with before. This is not from this earth." "Yeah, we noted that when we saw the dark magic pool near the fog wall," I answered. "Jake, if you can't rein this magic in," Hannah said with a shake of her head, "I'm not sure Mystic Harbor can survive this." "I can do it," I answered with a nod. "Really?" Owen asked. "Because the curse is over," I answered. Morgana's eyebrows shot up. "So she took you back after we talked to her?" "Not exactly," I answered. "But the bottom line is that Claire and I are fine." The trio exchanged glances before Morgana sucked in a sharp breath. "Well, good, because this isn't going to be easy. That's a lot of dark magic, Jake. You need to be at peak strength for us to have a chance." "I'm good," I said with a bob of my head. "And I want to end this so I can start my life with Claire. So, what are we waiting for?" Owen nodded. "She's in the middle of a magic circle behind her house. We can probably get to her without being seen if we circle around in the woods." "Lead the way." We crept through the dense woods, skirting Mora's Victorian. "Uh-oh," Morgana whispered as we rounded the corner. "She's waiting." "For me," I said as I stared at her. She stood in front of a massive pillar covered by a black sheet. "Wonder what's under the sheet," Hannah said. "Whatever it is, I'll bet it's not good," I murmured before I took a few steps forward. "Jake," Morgana called, and I twisted to face her. "Good luck. We're here for backup." I nodded. "Thanks." My stomach churned as I strode from the woods, ready to take on the woman and fight to pull the dark magic away from her so she could never use it again. As I stepped into the clearing around her home, she snapped her gaze to me, a smirk on her features. "Jake, what an unpleasant surprise." "I'm not happy to see you either, but it's time you learned a lesson." Her features twisted with amusement. "Is it? Before you teach it to me, I've got one for you, too." "I don't think I want to learn anything from you, thanks." "Oh, but it's so interesting. I think you'll find it very interesting." Mora grinned before she waved toward the black sheet behind her. "Just let me show you, and then I'll let you decide if you want to hear more." I heaved a sigh, preparing to rip the black magic from her when she yanked the sheet away, tossing it into the wind. As it sailed away, my heart stopped. Claire was bound to a large post. Kindling stacked high around her. Her head hung limply against her chest, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows on her pale face. My heart tapped out a frenetic beat as my stomach clenched. Mora grinned at me. "Interested in hearing more?" "Mora, don't hurt her. She's innocent in all of this." She absolutely is. And cute, too. But the fun bit is she holds the key to making you do things you shouldn't do. Like leave me to play with my dark magic. "I can't do that," I said, as my colleagues emerged from the woods. Mora said, building a force field around herself and Claire. "You three aren't going to rescue sweet little Claire while Jake rips my magic away." "Jake, take her magic," Morgana shouted, her voice strained with urgency. "We'll get Claire." I hesitated, my heart breaking, but Claire's voice echoed in my mind. Do the right thing. With renewed determination,
I channeled all my power into absorbing Mora's magic. "Let's make it a little more dramatic," Mora said with a grin as she tossed a fireball over her shoulder. The fiery ball slammed into the kindling, igniting it, and fire spread quickly around Claire, threatening to lick at her feet. "No!" I shouted. Let's make a deal, shall we?" Mora asked. "Claire, for your compliance." "Don't, Jake," Morgana said with a shake of her head, as Owen tried to bypass the shield around Mora and Claire. He slammed into it, jolted by the energy it carried before he fell to the ground in a heap. "Oops, one down. Who wants to try next?" "Jake," Morgana said, her eyes on the fire. "Jake won't be able to take my magic before she's burned alive. He has a choice to make." Mora narrowed her eyes at Morgana and Hannah. "Let's even the odds a little more, too." She sent a lightning bolt from each hand toward each of the women, paralyzing them and crumbling them into unconscious states. My heart hammered as I stared at my friends before I twisted back to Claire, tears forming in my eyes. "Claire," I murmured, my voice holding back a sob. Mora set her hands on her hips, glancing back at her. "Oh, those flames are getting closer. Let's make this even more fun, huh?" She snapped her fingers, and Claire's eyes fluttered open, her features pinched with confusion which quickly twisted into fear. "Claire!" "Jake!" she cried as she wiggled in the ropes, her voice shaky. "Claire, it's okay. I'm going to save you." "Doubt it," Mora said. "Even if you save her, the town perishes. If you save the town, Claire perishes. Tough choice here." "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Because years ago this town ruined my family. Time for payback." Fine. I'll let you do this, just give me Claire." "No, Jake," Claire said. "Claire," I tried as the flames reached for her. "No, Jake, no, don't let her do this. You have to stop her." Claire's features, despite frightened, pleaded with me to help the others. "Claire, I can't," I said with a shake of my head. "I can't." "Yes, you can. You have to stop her. Please, Jake. You have to do what Sentinels do." My features twisted as tears filled my eyes. I thought everything had been perfect only moments ago. I'd been ready to do my duty, but once again my power became my curse. My duty as a Sentinel would cost me everything, and I didn't know if I could live after that. A tear rolled down my cheek as I doubled over. I couldn't focus on pulling this magic in while I watched the woman I love, the woman who had told me we had a future, burn to death. "Jake," Claire's voice called, this time steadier. I glanced up to find her focused on me. "Jake, you have to do this, okay? The town needs you. You can do this." My lips tugged into a deep frown. "You can do it, Jake. I'm trusting you to do the right thing." The right thing. The words slapped me like a physical blow. The right thing would cost me everything. But I was focused on being the man Claire expected of me. Would she accept me if I chose her over the town? I slid my eyes closed, more tears falling before I focused on activating my Sentinel powers. When I snapped my eyes open, my chest heaved as I focused my power. I focused all my energy, feeling the pull of Mora's dark magic. She frowned, realizing her power was slipping away as I drew it into myself. "You're going to regret this, Jake Hunter. If you take my magic, you'll lose Claire." "Good, Jake. Yes. Keep going, Claire encouraged. The sound of her voice made my heart ache, but I kept going, pulling more and more magic into me. You're running out of time, Jake. The fire is going to kill her. Don't listen to her, Claire said. You're doing great, Jake. My lower lip quivered as I fought to steady myself and tug away her magic. Mora grunted in frustration as she desperately fought against me, but my Sentinel powers ran deep, making the fight useless. I no longer heard Claire's voice, and I glanced up, my stomach clenching as I spotted the fire reaching higher. Claire had passed out from the heat and smoke dancing around her. My power faltered, but I squeezed my eyes closed. I wasn't about to let Mora win. I dropped to my knees, squeezing my fist tighter as I sucked in all of the magic. No! Mora shouted as the last drops of her magic drained away from her body. A second later, she collapsed, the energy field around her disappearing. The skies cleared, and the wind died down. I imagined the fog wall and chunk of road missing had resolved, too. My unconscious friends slowly started to come back to life as I flopped to the ground, exhausted from the work. But I couldn't let myself rest. I pushed myself up to my hands and knees, crawling forward toward the still smoking pyre. The fire had died out when all the magic had left Mora, but the damage was likely done. Claire, I sobbed as I pulled a knife from my pocket and cut her free. She collapsed into my arms, limp and heavy. Claire, I called again, as Morgana stumbled to me. Lay her down, she instructed. Owen, get over here. Owen scrambled toward us, dropping to his knees next to Claire. Please help her, I said, as Morgana rubbed my shoulder. Claire? Owen asked as he pressed his ear to her chest. She's breathing, but just barely. He grabbed hold of her cheeks, puckering her lips before he pressed his against hers. I prayed that his healing magic would be enough to help her, but I'd never seen him heal anyone this close to death. Morgana grabbed hold of my hand as Hannah handcuffed Mora. Owen pulled back from his efforts, staring down at Claire's pale form. Owen, I asked, my voice cracking. No, she's not. He pressed his lips against hers again. I held my breath, willing her to open her eyes. Owen pulled away as Hannah joined us. What can I do? He sat back on his heels, offering Hannah a worried glance. Owen, I said again, panic rising inside of me. His lower lip trembled. I'm sorry, Jake. I'm sorry. No, I mumbled. No, Claire. I ripped my hand away from Morgana's and scrambled to her, tears flowing freely as I cradled her in my arms, pressing her tight to me. Claire, I sobbed. Her arms flopped to the sides limply as I shifted her body. Jake, Morgana whispered, her hand rubbing my shoulder. Leave me alone, I growled, as I held Claire's body against mine. I slid my eyes closed, gently rocking her. When I opened my eyes, I released my tight grip and leaned closer to her sweet face, so quiet and still. I kissed her gently before pulling back to press my forehead against hers. Soft fingers brushed against my cheek. Jake? Claire's voice, weak but unmistakable, filled my ears. My heart soared as I pulled back to see her eyes flutter open, a weak smile forming on her lips. I pulled back, startled, my eyes going wide as I stared into Claire's eyes. Claire? She offered me a weak smile. You did it. He did, but we nearly lost you in the process, Morgana said. She shifted her gaze to my wife before she glanced back at me. But you didn't. I'm here, and we're together." She slid her fingers through mine, a silent promise of our future. I'd done it. We had saved Mystic Harbor once again. I'd done the right thing, and it had actually worked out for me. Maybe now I could be happy.
Chapter 34. Claire. I became one with the music, as I had so many times before. My body responding to the highs and lows with a set of moves that I'd practiced so many times it was like second nature to my muscles. Gasps rang out from the audience as I soared into the air in a daring lift, one that Lucas and I had mastered, with a lot of work and now made look effortless and easy. My lips curved slightly as I eased back onto the floor without skipping a beat. The music slowed, the song winding down as we did our routine. We ended with our palms pressed together, our faces inches apart. The audience's applause thundered through the theater, interspersed with whistles and cheers that echoed the intensity of our aggressive routine. I broke into a wide grin, cupping Lucas's face as he smiled back at me. We'd nailed that routine, and we both knew it. As we turned toward the crowd, their ovation reassured us that our performance was well received. Yet the question lingered. Would it be enough to take the competition? After sharing our moment, we turned toward the crowd, many of them on their feet for our bow and wave. Lucas lifted my arm and I curtsied to the left side of the theater. Then he guided me to the right side for another bow. We finished in the center with a final unified bow and wave, then made our way to the marked spot on the stage, our hearts racing with anticipation. My insides churned as Lucas wrapped his arm around my waist. As I was taught, a smile spread across my face while I eyed the judges. I held my breath as the lead judge began his critique.
"Claire, Lucas, when we see you on our roster, we're always excited. But I'm always a little nervous, too. Will you pull off the feats you've pulled off before? You've had some amazing routines in the past. Did this one beat them?"
My hand found Lucas's, our fingers intertwining.
"I would say the answer to that,"
the judge continued,
"is no."
My heart sank, my smile faltering a tad.
"No, you didn't beat the past routines. You smashed them to bits with this one. Amazing presentation. The lifts were effortlessly stunning as always. The emotion, the movement, everything just exactly what we've come to expect from you as a pairing. Great stuff."
Lucas and I grinned at each other before we waited for the second judge to speak, echoing many of the things that the first one said. My heart hammered against my chest as the third judge showered us with praise. I twisted to hug Lucas, then my hand squeezed his as we waited for our scores to show up on the digital screen near the stage. Finally, it lit up with 3 10s, a perfect score. I whipped around to leap into Lucas's arms, and he held me tight, celebrating our win. We'd been the last dancers to compete in the final round. The score had pushed us to the top spot in the incredibly tight competition. Tears filled my eyes, a few falling to my cheeks as realization that we'd won the biggest dancing competition in the world. Lucas and I spent another few minutes clinging to each other before flowers were delivered to me along with a trophy. We lifted it high, euphoria making it light as a feather. After our onstage celebration, after the curtains closed, we hurried backstage to the dressing room and flung our arms around each other, staying wrapped together for several minutes.
"Oh, Claire," Lucas said, "you were marvelous. You nailed that lift."
"Me?" I said, the smile never leaving my face. "You made it so easy. We did it."
"We did it. Back-to-back champs. Our dream achieved. I bobbed my head as I grinned at him, throwing my arms around him again.
We'd already decided to stop competing competitively, regardless of the outcome of this competition.
We'd hoped to go out on a bang, and we'd achieved our goal. Of course, we'd still dance together, but we'd now do it for enjoyment, and the enjoyment of others rather than to win a title. A knock sounded at the dressing room door. I released my grip on Lucas slightly as I twisted to eye the backstage visitor. Jake hovered in the doorway, a bouquet of a dozen red roses in his hands. He shifted his weight nervously as he grinned at me. "Hey, Claire, congratulations. You too, Lucas." "Thanks," Lucas said as he released his grip on me, shoving his hand out to shake Jake's. I waited until they finished their handshake before Jake fixed his gaze on me. He thrust the flowers forward and I accepted them. "Thank you," I said softly. "Hey, I'm going to go see a few of the other dancers before we change and head out to celebrate, okay?" Lucas said. "Sure," I answered with a smile. Lucas left us alone in the dressing room. I let my gaze rise to Jake before I tossed the flowers on the vanity and threw my arms around his neck as he pulled me closer. We shared a kiss before I finally pulled back a little. "So, what did you think of the dance?" "You were incredible as always. I'm glad everyone else agreed." I smiled at him. "Me too." "So, are you guys really going to stop competing?" I sucked in a breath before I nodded. Yes, that time in our lives is over, but we're happy to move forward dancing together without the competitions. It's just a new phase in our dancing. It's both happy and sad. His thumb rubbed my cheek as he stared into my eyes. "I have some news, too. Nothing nearly as exciting as your win, of course, but..." "What is it?" I asked. "Well, I am officially a single man as of this morning." My features twisted with excitement, a grin forming on my lips. "Your divorce came through." He nodded. "It did, yep, so..." "Jake, that's great. I'm finally not dating a married man." I gave him a cheeky grin. "Nope," he answered, not meeting my gaze. I frowned at him. Something was wrong. Jake was nervous. I wondered if some latent emotions had been dredged up by the divorce. Had it not been as clean as he'd claimed? I'd decided to trust him 6 months ago, and we'd done well. Our relationship was smooth, almost effortless in terms of how we felt about each other. But those niggling doubts between both of us had made us really do the work to reassure one another. The long hours in the studio with Lucas had been a source of discomfort for Jake, and his past had been mine. But we'd made it, until now. "Jake?" I asked, my voice soft. "Are you okay?" He cleared his throat, bobbing his head before it turned into a shake. "No, I'm not okay." "Is it the divorce?" I asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. This time he looked me in the eye. "No," he said softly. "No, that's not. It was simple and clean. It's not what's bothering me." "Then what is?" I asked. "If you're nervous about the travel coming up for Lucas and me..." No, he said with a shake of his head. "No, you deserve that. You should enjoy it." "Well, I will, but I'll also miss you." "I'm going to miss you too." He cleared his throat again, his features pinching. "But there's something else I wanted to discuss." "Sure, anything." Jake pressed his lips together, his breathing turning a little ragged. Sweat beaded on his brow, his features shifting between a smile and terror. "Jake?" I questioned, worry growing in the pit of my stomach. "Yeah, sorry, I'm doing terrible with this. I didn't think it was going to be this hard to do." "Well, whatever it is, I'm sure we'll be okay." I grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "We're strong together. We can face anything." "I'm really..." He huffed out a nervous chuckle. "I'm really glad you said that.
I cupped his face in my hands, offering him a smile in the hopes that it helped him with whatever he was struggling with. He pulled away, his chest heaving as he struggled to breathe. He blew out a shaky breath, swallowing hard before he sank to one knee, pulling a small box out of his pocket. My jaw dropped open as he opened it, a solitary diamond sparkling in the soft lights of the dressing room.
Claire, will you marry me?
Tears formed in my eyes for the second time, and I waved a hand at my face as my head bobbed up and down until I finally gushed. Yes, Jake, yes, I will. A grin spread across his face as he slid his eyes closed. My hand shook as he slid the ring onto my finger. I stared down at it, my heart ready to burst as he rose. I planted a kiss on his lips before I pulled him into a tight embrace. I love you, Jake.
I love you too, Claire. And I'm really glad you said yes.
I pulled back, my features pinching. Did you think I'd say no? He winced.
I kind of was worried you would. I didn't know if you were ready for this step or not.
I grinned at him. Aw, I'm so ready to spend the rest of my life with you, Jake.
I have been ready to spend the rest of mine with you, but I definitely fell faster than you did.
I chuckled. I don't know about that. I just didn't want to admit it, even to myself. But I've been drawn to you since we met. His forehead rested against mine as we basked in the moment of our newfound happiness. A knock at the dressing room door interrupted our moment, and I glanced at it to find Lucas, Hannah, Owen, Morgana, and Helen waiting on the other side.
Well?
Helen asked. Did you do it?
I did,
Jake said with a chuckle. And? I flashed my ring finger. I said yes. A cheer erupted from our friends, and they rushed in to offer congratulations, hugs, and kisses.
And you're going to make him buy you a real house, right?
Morgana asked.
You're not going to let him make you live on that boat, right? It's a ship,
Jake corrected.
And no, we're going to get a real home.
I grinned at him. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. Hannah said, her tone a playful warning.
Maybe you shouldn't be so eager. Mystic Harbor has a lot of quirks. And Jake still is a Sentinel.
I know, I answered, and I can't wait to help him tackle each and every one of them. I'd found my happiness in a completely unexpected place with a completely unexpected person. What the rest of my life would hold, with the mysteries in Mystic Harbor, I didn't know, but I couldn't wait to find out.
The end. This has been Mystic Hearts, a sweet paranormal romance. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Alyssa Thomas. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by Melissa Marie Sovak. Thank you for listening.